Chapter 8 Prelude to Okinawa. Following the second Tokyo strike, Task Force 58 arrived 75 miles southeast of Okinawa on March 1st. The next month of operations would see the fast carriers strike this island, which was the final invasion target ahead of the invasion of the home islands, as well as making further strikes against Kyushu to cut off the defenders of Okinawa from support. Essex launched her major morning strike at 07:15 hours, led by new CAG commander Upham at the head of 16 Avengers from Torpedo 4, 15 Hellcats from Fighting 4, and 16 Marine Corsairs led by Major Fay V. Domke and Captain Edmund P. Hartsock. Their target was Naha Airfield on the west coast of the island. Over the target, Corsairs strafed anti-aircraft positions to silence the defenses, followed by the Navy Hellcats. The Avengers made their glide-bombing attacks while the fighters returned for repeated strafing runs. Essex sent a second strike against Naha with VMF 213's Major Marshall leading 16 Corsairs, 8 Hellcats, and 15 Avengers. This attack was hindered by adverse cloud conditions. VF-4's Lieutenant Junior Grade Doug Cahoon was hit by flak. His Hellcat exploded on impact. The tail of the Avenger flown by Lieutenant Junior Grade Scott Vaught was blown off by flak just as he dropped his bombs. As the bomber crashed on the airfield, one parachute was seen to open. Air Group 4 pulled off from the attack and trapped back aboard to complete the last combat mission of their deployment successfully. The Fifth Fleet retired to Ulithi at the conclusion of the Okinawa strikes, arriving at the fleet anchorage on March 4th. While at Ulithi, Air Group 4 departed Essex and the ship welcomed Air Group 84, the last air group to serve aboard during the war. The Marines of VMF 124 and VMF 213 had shot down 23 enemy aircraft and destroyed 64 on the ground in 2 months of operation. Essex's new fighter-bomber squadron, VBF 84, inherited the Marine Corsairs. The 2 Marine Corsair squadrons aboard Wasp also departed, with VBF 86 assuming title to their Corsairs. 32 of 54 pilots in VBF 84 were former SB-2C pilots, put out of a job when VB 84 and its Helldivers was disbanded at the end of 1944. Intrepid returned to the Western Pacific after repair for the damage suffered the previous November, carrying Air Group 10, the only other naval air group besides Air Group 9 to fly 3 tours, and the only one to fly all 3 tours in the Pacific. Fighting 10 had first flown F-4F Wildcats off Enterprise and at Guadalcanal in the fall of 1942, when they were led by the legendary Jimmy Flatley. They had transferred to Hellcats on return from Guadalcanal and returned to Enterprise in time to participate in the fast carrier offensive that concluded with the Marianas Turkey Shoot. Now flying the F-4U-1D Corsair, they were the only Navy squadron to fly Wildcats, Hellcats, and Corsairs in combat. VBF-10 was the first fighter-bomber unit to take the new 11.75-inch Tiny Tim rocket into combat. The pilots of both squadrons were also the first to utilize G-suits, since VF-8 had pioneered that equipment a year previously. Air Group 5 also returned for a second tour, now aboard Franklin, CV-13. VF-5, VMF 214, and VMF 452 all flew Corsairs. Hancock's new VBF-6 was also equipped with Corsairs. In all, there were now 7 Navy and 6 Marine squadrons flying the Corsair, a remarkable turnaround in less than 4 months. The fleet now prepared for participation in the looming invasion of Okinawa, set for the end of the month. Admiral Mitscher warned his captains that they could expect the largest and most sustained kamikaze attacks experienced so far, since intelligence believed the Japanese had at least 1,000 planes in Kyushu for use in such attacks. The fleet's first mission would be to neutralize that threat as much as possible with a series of airstrikes on Kyushu, the southernmost of the home islands. Mitscher's warning was prophetic. As he and his commanders met aboard Bunker Hill, Vice Admiral Matomi Ugaki, now commander of the 5th Air Fleet, bid farewell to the volunteer flight crews who were preparing to depart on a long-distance, one-way mission to attack the American fleet anchorage at Ulithi, 800 miles southeast. Ugaki, formerly Chief of Staff to the legendary Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, and later commander of the Center Force battleships at Leyte Gulf, had come to see the deployment of Operation Tan, a preemptive strike against Mitscher's fast carriers. 24 P-1Y-1 Francis attack bombers were launched that morning. Bad weather and mechanical problems along the way reduced their number to a handful, but one Francis swept into the lagoon just after sunset. The pilot spotted Randolph, which was loading ammunition under spotlights. The call to general quarters came just before the bomber crashed into her flight deck aft, destroying 14 aircraft and setting her ablaze. 3 hours later the fires were out, but Randolph would not be part of Task Force 58 when the fleet sortied 3 days later. Unbeknown to American intelligence, there were more than kamikazes waiting for them on Kyushu. The Imperial Japanese Navy Air Force was ready to deploy its newest and best fighter, flown by a unit that had among its members the best pilots the service had left. The 343rd Naval Air Group had been organized only weeks earlier by Captain Minoru Genda, perhaps Japan's most outstanding naval aviator and one of the best Japanese naval officers of the war. He had been chosen by Admiral Yamamoto to plan the Pearl Harbor attack. With his reputation, Genda had been able to get nearly every surviving IJNAF ace assigned to the unit, including Saburo Sakai. Because of these pilots, the unit was known as the Squadron of Experts. They were the only unit to be completely equipped with the Kawasaki N1K2J Shidenkai, a new development of the fighter American naval aviators had first met over Guam during the invasion of the Marianas, and named George. The N1K1J Shiden the Americans fought over the Marianas was a land-based development of the most powerful Japanese float-plane fighter ever designed, the N1K1 Kyofu. By the time that airplane had reached production status, the nature of the war had changed so much that there was no use for it. The N1K1J had a very similar airframe to the earlier fighter, with long, stocky landing gear owing to the position of the wing. Finally introduced into combat in the summer of 1944, following a prolonged gestation, the Shiden quickly proved itself an outstanding fighter, remaining a potent adversary to the end of the war. However, it had several shortcomings, the primary problem being the unreliability of the Homari 21 engine. Additionally, the wheel brakes were so poor that pilots often landed on the grass next to a paved runway in order to reduce the landing roll without brakes. While American Navy pilots had encountered only a few N1K1 fighters in the Marianas and the Philippines, the opinion among those who had run into it was that when there was a competent pilot in the cockpit, the George was a dangerous adversary. The effort to put right the shortcomings of the original design led to the N1K2J Shidenkai, Kai meaning first modification, with a nearly completely redesigned airframe. The wing position was changed from mid to low, and all 20mm cannon were housed within the wing rather than the underwing fairing, as was the outer weapon of the earlier design. Effort was also put into simplifying the airframe for ease of production. The N1J2J had only 43,000 parts, compared with 66,000 for the N1K1J. While the Homari 21 engine was modified, it proved no more reliable than the N1K2J, however, and continued to create problems for pilots and maintenance crews. Excellent results were found when the prototype N1K2J first flew on December 31, 1943. While full-scale production was set to begin in the summer of 1944, the prototypes experienced prolonged development troubles that required changes, which inexorably slowed production. Further delays came in delivery of engines, landing gear assemblies, aluminum extrusions, and steel forgings as a result of the B-29 strategic bombing campaign, which came into its own in November 1944. Only 60 N1K2Js were produced in 1944, with only 294 in 1945 by the end of the war. The squadron of experts were mounted in an airplane that equaled their enemies, but, like their German counterparts flying the Me-262, in the JV-44 squadron of experts, they would be too little, too late. While Task Force 58 headed toward Japan, Hamilton McWhorter experienced the most terrifying minutes of his career as a fighter pilot. With the Randolph having taken a kamikaze hit while she was undergoing repairs, the squadron went ashore and was stationed at the Marine Air Base on Falalap Island. We were sent out on a strike mission on Yap Island, about 90 miles to the west. There was no aerial opposition, but the flak was still very intense. Just as I was recovering from a strafing run on a heavy anti-aircraft gun position, I took a huge hit. I looked out, and the right wing was on fire. The flames were going back past the tail. I unstrapped and opened the canopy to bail out because I was sure the wing was going to come off immediately. Fortunately, common sense overcame the panic of the moment, and I stayed with the airplane long enough to get out over the ocean, and then the fire burned itself out. I stayed unstrapped and kept the cockpit canopy open all the way back to Falalap for fear the wing would still come off. When I got back and they checked the airplane, it turned out a flak round had hit in the right wing gun bay and set the gun charging hydraulic fluid on fire, popping all the ammo. On the terror scale of 1 to 10, that was about a 25. The Fifth Fleet began its run into Kyushu the night of March 17th. A scouting line of 12 destroyers, positioned 30 miles ahead of the fleet, split into 2 radar patrol groups to provide early warning of incoming attacks at dawn on March 18th, one 30 miles west and the other 30 miles north of the launch point. Each group was covered by a cap of 8 fighters under the control of fighter direction officers aboard the destroyers. When an attack was spotted, the cap was reinforced to 16 fighters. The first bogey appeared on the radar screens at 21:45 hours on March 17th. From that point, the fleet was continually shadowed, though Enterprise night fighters shot down 2. The destroyers also attacked 2 submarine contacts. Task Force 58 was 100 miles east of the southern tip of Kyushu at 05:45 hours on March 18th, when the first fighter sweep was launched, composed of 32 Hellcats and Corsairs from each of the 4 task groups. The sweep was followed 45 minutes later by 60 Avengers and Helldivers, escorted by 40 fighters from the 4 groups. The Japanese were forewarned of the impending American attack and relocated many aircraft away from coastal airfields. In response, the afternoon strike targets were changed to locations further inland that were originally listed for attack on March 19th. The afternoon missions made claims of 102 enemy aircraft shot down and 275 destroyed or damaged on the ground. The Jolly Rogers of VF-17 had returned to combat when they came aboard Hornet at the end of January, mounted for this tour in the F-6F-5 Hellcat rather than the Corsairs they had flown the year before. Squadron Commander Lieutenant Commander Marshall U. Beebe, who had narrowly escaped death as commander of Composite Squadron VC-39 aboard the ill-fated CVE Liscombe Bay when the carrier was sunk during the Gilbert's campaign, led the squadron on a sweep of Kanoya Airfield with his wingman, Lieutenant Robert C. Coates. The squadron repeatedly ran across Japanese fighter formations in the airfield vicinity, claiming a total of 32 victories. Beebe and Coates both returned to the carrier with ace-in-a-day claims of 5 each. Essex's VBF-83 was the most successful Corsair squadron on March 18th. In fighting over Tomioka Airfield, the Corsairs bagged 17 Zeeks and a Judy, with a further 9 probables. Major Hansen led 4 divisions of VMF-112 who ran into 20 Zeeks as they headed toward Kanoya East Airfield at 19,000 feet. 5 enemy fighters were shot down in the Marines' first pass, with 4 more in the second. The Corsairs returned to Bennington to find none had been damaged in the fight. Enemy attacks on the fleet were slight in terms of the number of aircraft involved, but the attacks were carried out in an aggressive and determined manner. With cloudy skies, single enemy aircraft used the cover to dodge the combat air patrols and make attacks on the fleet. While many such attackers were shot down, Yorktown and Enterprise were hit by bombs, while the recently returned Intrepid experienced a near miss by a twin-engine plane shot down by gunfire. Yorktown's damage was minor, and the bomb that hit Enterprise failed to explode. Thus, all carriers continued flight operations. The problem was that little, if any, warning was being provided by radars. At times, the first indication a ship was under attack was visual sighting by the close screen, with the picket destroyers providing invaluable warning with their visual sightings. The task group combat air patrols shot down a total of 12 aircraft, while shipboard anti-aircraft fire got 21. A photo reconnaissance mission flown by an F-6F-5P from Bunker Hill found a large number of major Imperial Navy ships in inland sea harbors. Admiral Mitzer decided to attack the ships at Kure Naval Base and Kobe Harbor on March 19th, while fighter sweeps flown against airfields on Shikoku and western Honshu would precede and follow the strikes to defend the fleet against attack. A search flown by VT-9N90 Avengers over the night of March 18th and 19th reported the possibility of a battleship and carrier leaving the Kure Channel, but a subsequent pre-dawn search failed to find any ships. The first fighter sweep was launched at 05:25 hours, followed an hour later by the strikes. They were about to run into an unexpected enemy. Major Tom Mobley led 16 VMF-123 Corsairs on a dawn sweep of Kure and Hiroshima. Hearing pilots of VBF-10 calling for help, Mobley started to turn his formation when they were hit by 30 N-1K2J Shidenkai fighters flown by Genda's squadron of experts. 2 F-4Us were shot out of the formation immediately. These Japanese pilots were vastly different from the sorry lot the Bennington Corsairs had clobbered the day before, flying 2- and 4-plane units, using disciplined tactics and shooting accurately. The unfortunate Marines had just run into the best Japanese Navy pilots left. Outnumbered 2-1, the Marines fought for their lives. Mobley shot down 1 enemy fighter, then took 20-millimeter hits from a well-flown Shidenkai and had to pull out of the fight. He turned over command to Captain William A. Cantrell, a Solomons veteran who had shot at 1 Zeke over the slot and missed. In 2 minutes over the inland sea, he shot down 2 Shidens. With his Corsair damaged and wounded in his foot, Cantrell organized a withdrawal. 8 of the Corsairs were badly shot up. During a 30-minute running fight, the aggressive Japanese hunted down cripples. Cantrell managed to hit 2 as he protected his charges. Finally, out at sea and away from the Japanese, 1 Corsair gave out and the pilot parachuted near a picket destroyer. Back aboard Bennington, 3 of the surviving Corsairs were so badly damaged they were immediately pushed overboard. The Marines had lost 6 F-4Us and 2 pilots, while they claimed 9 shot down. Cantrell was awarded the Navy Cross for his leadership. Among the 343rd pilots encountered by the Marines was Lieutenant Naoshi Kano, who was the top-scoring Naval Academy graduate of the Pacific War. Based at Yap, Kano first saw combat over the Marianas in June 1944, flying the N-1K1J Shiden with the original 343rd Air Group, and was credited with 30 victories that summer. While at Yap, he used the head-on attack to shoot down several 7th Air Force B-24 Liberators. When Genda reorganized the 343rd, Kano was named commander of the 301st Hikotai, which was the unit that initially took on the VMF 123 Corsairs during the Battle of March 19th. Kano was one of the 13 unit members shot down when he was hit by a VBF-10 Corsair that came to the Marines' rescue, though he was able to parachute safely. Kano was credited with 13 more victories before he was killed attacking B-24s over Yaku Island on August 1, 1945. Under his command, the 301st had the highest casualties of any 343rd Squadron, though it was also the top-scoring squadron. The 343rd had received early warning of the approach of the American formations when the U.S. planes were spotted by a C-6N Mert that managed to get the word back before it was shot down. All 3 squadrons took off from Kanoya Airfield. The Shidens of the 407th Hikotai were the first to encounter Americans when they came across VBF-17 Hellcats. 3 aircraft were lost on both sides in the initial attack. 1 Hellcat and 2 Shidens were shot down by enemy ground fire. 2 fighters collided in midair, and 1 Hellcat later crashed while trying to land back aboard Hornet. In the end, the 407th Hikotai lost 6 fighters while shooting down 8 VBF-17 Hellcats. The Japanese had originally mistaken the VMF 123 Corsairs for Hellcats. Of the 9 victories claimed by the Marines, not one was actually shot down. Kano's Hikotai then ran across the VBF-10 Corsairs. 2 F-4Us were separated and shot down, while the Americans claimed 4 N-1K2s before they managed to escape. Hellcats of Fighting 9 shot down 2 Shidens when they attempted to land low on fuel. In the fighting, the 343rd Air Group claimed 52 victories, while the Americans claimed 63. Actual losses were 15 Shidens and 13 pilots, the Mert with its 3-man crew, and 9 other fighters from other units. American losses were heavy. 14 fighters were shot down and 7 pilots lost, in addition to 11 other aircraft shot down by the heavy flak over Kure. The difference was that the Americans would make good their losses in a week, while the 343rd did not regain full strength for 6 crucial weeks. Avengers and Helldivers from Task Groups 58.3 and 58.1 concentrated on the warships at Kure, while those from Task Group 58.4 went after the ships that had been spotted at Kobe, and Task Group 58.2's bombers concentrated on targets and installations in the Kure Naval Air Depot area. These attacks were only moderately successful, primarily owing to the extremely heavy and accurate AA fire encountered, with one group alone losing 13 aircraft over Kure. At Kure, slight damage was inflicted on the battleship Yamato. Several hits were scored on the hermaphrodite battleship aircraft carrier Issei, while slight damage was inflicted on 2 aircraft carriers. Heavy cruiser Tone, which had last been encountered at the Battle off Samar in October 1944, was set afire. The light cruiser Oyodo was severely damaged and last seen burning badly. At Kobe, what was identified as an escort carrier was hit by 3 500-pound bombs, and a submarine was slightly damaged. Just after dawn on March 19th, Task Group 58.2 was steaming 20 miles north of the other task groups, 50 miles off the coast of Kyushu, closer than any other unit of the fleet. Both carriers in the group had launched strikes shortly before dawn, with Franklin launching a fighter sweep to Kobe, followed 30 minutes later by a strike force of Avengers escorted by Corsairs to hit the ships in the harbor. 31 Corsairs and Avengers, fully fueled and armed, were warming up on the flight deck for the next launch. The crew had been called to general quarters 12 times in 6 hours over the preceding night and were already exhausted. The alert status was downgraded to Condition 3 by Captain Leslie E. Garries, whose strict discipline and autocracy was disliked by many crewmen. This allowed the crew freedom to leave their GQ station to eat or sleep, while all gun crews remained at their stations. There was building cumulus in all quadrants, with 7/10 cloud layer at 2,500 feet. At the ship's most vulnerable moment, a D-4Y Judy dive bomber suddenly popped out of the clouds directly overhead. It made a low-level run, dropping what were later identified as two 250-kilogram bombs. The first hit the center line of the flight deck and exploded after penetrating to the hangar deck. 16 of the aircraft in the hangar were fully fueled, while 5 were partially fueled. They went up like bombs when the fire spread. Soon their guns began going off as the fire touched their ammunition. The hangar deck was devastated by the explosion of gasoline vapor. The fire spread through open hatches that allowed it to spread to the second and third decks, while the aircraft explosions shredded the flight deck overhead. It quickly spread to the Combat Information Center and air plot, which were knocked out. There were only 2 survivors of the near instantaneous destruction. The hangar deck explosions knocked the aircraft on the flight deck together, which caused further fires and explosions. One of the 12 Tiny Tim 11.75-inch air-to-surface rockets that were ignited launched and struck a glancing blow to the island before it hit other aircraft. Franklin's executive officer, Commander Joe Taylor, remembered that, "Each time one went off, the firefighting crews forward would instinctively hit the deck. I wish there was some way to record the name of every one of these men. Their heroism was the greatest thing I have ever seen." The second bomb hit aft, tearing through 2 decks before it exploded. Unfortunately, though the forward aviation gasoline system had been secured, aviation gas was still flowing in the aft lines. This explosion fanned the below-decks fires, triggering ammunition, bombs, and rockets. Power throughout the ship was lost within minutes. The captain's order to flood the magazines could not be carried out because the water mains had been destroyed in the explosions and fires. All shipboard communications were lost. The carrier drifted helplessly within sight of Kyushu as she took on a 13-degree starboard list. Just before TG 58.2 Commander Rear Admiral Ralph Davison left Franklin by Breach's buoy to transfer his flag to Miller, DD 535, he suggested to Captain Garries that he order the ship abandoned. Thinking of the many men still alive below decks whose escape was prevented by the fire, Garries refused. Many had already been wounded or killed within minutes of the explosion, while others were blown overboard or forced to jump because of the fires. Surgeon Lieutenant Commander George W. Fox, M.D., was killed while tending the wounded and was awarded a posthumous Navy Cross. On hearing Garries' announcement that he was going to fight the fire, 106 officers and 604 enlisted men volunteered to stay and fight the fires with him. Moments after the first attack, another Judy dived on Wasp. The defending gunners shot it down, though its bomb fell free and penetrated the flight deck before it exploded between the second and third decks. Fortunately, damage control parties were able to put out the fire quickly, and within an hour, Wasp was able to resume flight operations, despite her top speed being reduced to 28 knots when a boiler room flooded and lost power. Task Force 58 was attacked throughout the day as the enemy sent both conventional and kamikaze attacks against the fleet. Intrepid crewman Ray Stone later wrote in his diary that the Japanese response to our raids was intense and fanatical. Shortly after 0800 hours, lookouts on Intrepid spotted a large twin-engine bomber low over the water and headed for the ship. 40mm battery commander Lieutenant William Lindenberger ordered his guns to open fire when the attacker was 6,000 yards distant and headed right at him. He described what happened next in his diary. Our 5-inch guns let him have it, but he kept coming. My 40mm plus 2 others got the range on him and set him afire at about 3,000 yards. He kept coming. At 2,000 yards, I saw my tracers going into him consistently. He was burning from wingtip to wingtip, but he kept coming. I thought he was going to crash into us at my gun, but just before he hit, his right wing dipped, and he paralleled the ship at 100 to 150 feet. There was an explosion. Water started raining down on us, and then a thick smoke appeared. My gunner was as steady as a watchmaker during the run, but afterward he shook like a leaf. The attacker had been deflected at the last moment by the carrier's massed anti-aircraft fire. Burning debris spewed over the starboard side of the ship, damaging aircraft and starting fires on the hangar deck when it hit the water and exploded. A stray 5-inch round from Atlanta, CL-104, killed 1 and wounded 44 others when it hit Intrepid by mistake. The ship was fortunate that overall damage was minor, with light casualties, but a shock was sent through the crew by the event that came so soon after their return to combat. One of the heroes of the fight to save Franklin was Lieutenant Commander Joseph T. O'Callahan, S.J., the ship's Catholic chaplain. Before the war, Callahan was a Jesuit professor of mathematics and physics at Trinity College. He had reported aboard only 17 days earlier. Despite being wounded in one of the explosions, Chaplain Callahan moved through the carnage on the flight deck and administered last rites. A photograph of him engaged in this work is considered one of the iconic photos of the Pacific War. Once he was through with his religious work, he organized and directed firefighting and rescue parties. As if that were not enough, he led men below to the magazines where they retrieved hot shells and bombs that threatened to explode, bringing them to the flight deck where they were thrown overboard. Engineering officer, Lieutenant Junior Grade Donald A. Gary, was another of the men whose efforts were crucial in the fight. A former enlisted machinist's mate commissioned a year previously, Gary discovered 300 men who were trapped in a blackened mess compartment filled with smoke. With no obvious way out, the men were increasingly panic-stricken from the incessant explosions. Lieutenant Gary took command and promised them they would escape. He left and groped his way through the dark, debris-filled corridors, ultimately discovering an escape route. Returning 3 times to the mess compartment despite menacing flames, flooding water, and the possibility of additional explosions, he led men out in groups until the last was safe. That task completed, he organized firefighting parties to battle the hangar deck fires. He then managed to enter fire room number 3, where he was able to raise steam in one boiler and restore partial power. Chaplain O'Callahan became the only man in World War II publicly to refuse the award of the Navy Cross on the grounds he had done only what was expected. He was awarded the Medal of Honor in February 1946 after the personal intervention of President Harry Truman, the only Navy chaplain so honored during the war. His citation reads, "For conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty while serving as chaplain on board the USS Franklin when that vessel was fiercely attacked by enemy Japanese aircraft during offensive operations near Kobe, Japan, on March 19, 1945. A valiant and forceful leader, calmly braving the perilous barriers of flame and twisted metal to aid his men and his ship, Lieutenant Commander O'Callahan groped his way through smoke-filled corridors to the open flight deck and into the midst of violently exploding bombs, shells, rockets, and other armament. With the ship rocked by incessant explosions, with debris and fragments raining down and fires raging in ever-increasing fury, he ministered to the wounded and dying, comforting and encouraging men of all faiths. He organized and led firefighting crews into the blazing inferno on the flight deck. He directed the jettisoning of live ammunition and the flooding of the magazine. He manned a hose to cool hot armed bombs rolling dangerously on the listing deck, continuing his efforts despite searing, suffocating smoke which forced men to fall back gasping and imperiled others who replaced them. Serving with courage, fortitude, and deep spiritual strength, Lieutenant Commander O'Callaghan inspired the gallant officers and men of the Franklin to fight heroically and with profound faith in the face of almost certain death and to return their stricken ship to port. Donald A. Gary was also awarded the Medal of Honor in the same ceremony with Chaplain O'Callaghan. The guided missile frigate Gary, FFG 51, was named in his honor in 1983. Men jumped into the sea to get away from the fires, and the light cruiser Santa Fe moved in close to rescue them, then approached Franklin to take off wounded and non-essential personnel. As the cruiser came alongside to fight the fires, Franklin rolled toward her, battering her superstructure with the carrier's imposing flight deck overhang. As the carrier went dead in the water, Captain Harold C. Fritz kept Santa Fe close alongside. Wave action clapped the two together with the rending sound of gun sponsons crushing and antennas snapping. Aboard the destroyer Hunt, DD-674, 1,000 yards off Franklin's beam, a signalman monitoring the carrier with his 40-power telescope was witness to a hangar deck explosion so violent it shattered parked planes and sent their engines flying through the hangar. A large group of sailors near the bow were forced back by the flames and fell off the bow like a huge herd of cattle being shoved over a cliff, the sailor later reported. Survivors climbed across radio antennas from the carrier to Santa Fe and slid down lines from the flight deck to the cruiser's forecastle. Commander Thomas H. Morton, gunnery officer of the battleship North Carolina, BB-55, was a witness to the ship's desperate fight for survival as the battleship maintained formation behind the burning carrier. The Franklin was a huge mass of explosions, flames, and a tremendous column of smoke. There must have been hundreds of her crew in the water. Some had jumped, some had been blown over, and some were badly injured. With the fires aboard Franklin finally brought under control in the late afternoon, Pittsburgh, CA-72, moved in and a tow line was rigged. Franklin's rudder was jammed hard to starboard, which limited the towing speed to 5 knots. The task group moved protectively around the stricken carrier while the other task groups launched fighter sweeps against airfields on Kyushu to disorganize any attack as the fleet withdrew slowly south. That evening, an attack by 8 aircraft was intercepted 80 miles out by VFN-90 Hellcats from Enterprise, and 5 aircraft were shot down. Franklin and Task Group 58.2 were 40 miles to the north of Task Force 58 at dawn on March 20th, 160 miles from the nearest enemy base. Japanese snoopers finally made their appearance at 16:30 hours when 15 enemy aircraft came in low and very fast as they went after the ships, splitting up for individual attacks. Wasp's fighters shot down 7, while 7 others were shot down by shipboard gunfire. 2 Judies attacked Enterprise about 17:30 hours in separate attacks. The near misses caused no serious damage. Moments after the second near miss, however, 2 5-inch shells fired by another ship in the formation slammed into the 40-millimeter gun tubs forward of the bridge, killing 7 and wounding 30. Spreading fires set off 20-millimeter and 40-millimeter shells and threatened the fueled and armed planes on the hangar deck, where 8 were destroyed. Damage control parties fought the fire for 20 minutes, at which point she came under attack a third time with another near miss off the port quarter. 15 minutes later, the fires were out for good. By the end of the day, Franklin's repair parties had managed to unjam the rudder and work up speed to 15 knots under her own power. More snoopers appeared at sunset, however. The night fighters were unable to intercept them owing to the snoopers engaging in radical maneuvers and use of window to jam radars. At about 2300 hours, an unsuccessful 8-plane torpedo attack was made on task groups 58.3 and 58.1, while shadowing aircraft continued to report the fleet's position during the night. The next day, a large bogey was detected by radar at 1400 hours, 100 miles northwest of the fleet. Reinforcements were quickly launched, and 150 fighters were soon airborne over the fleet. 32 Bettys and 16 Zeeks were intercepted by 24 fighters from Task Group 58.1, 50 miles distant. All were shot down for the loss of 2 American planes. Task Force 58 had dodged a dangerous attack. The Bettys were each carrying a small plane under their fuselage. This was the combat debut of the Thunder Corps. Franklin was able to proceed under her own power to Pearl Harbor, where she was cleaned up and repaired sufficiently to permit her to sail under her own power through the Panama Canal and on to New York City in an epic journey of 12,000 miles. She entered the Brooklyn Navy Yard on April 28th. After the end of the war, Franklin was opened to the public for Navy Day celebrations so that civilians could see firsthand what the Navy had faced in the last 9.5 months of war. Film footage of Franklin's ordeal was later woven into the 1949 feature film Task Force, with Gary Cooper in the role of Captain Gerrans. In addition to the 807 dead, there were 487 wounded. Franklin had suffered the greatest loss of life on any Navy ship in the war after Arizona at Pearl Harbor. She survived the most severe damage experienced by any U.S. Navy fleet carrier that did not sink. Wasp had suffered an additional 200 casualties from the attack that damaged her. For the first time in its year-long existence, Task Force 58 had fared poorly in a sea battle. As the fleet shielded the cripples, Admiral Spruance withdrew from Japanese home waters. The invasion of Okinawa was now less than 10 days away, and Admiral Mitscher sensed the task force faced an intense fight. Task Force 58 arrived off Okinawa on March 23, 1945. The final great battle of the Pacific War was about to begin. Chapter 9. The Fleet That Came to Stay. By the spring of 1945, the Allied advance that had begun 32 months before at Guadalcanal was now aimed directly at the Japanese home islands. Okinawa, only 350 miles south of Kyushu, was seen by Allied planners as the logical end to the island-hopping campaign. It would be a springboard for the final assault on Japan itself, with airfields located only 2 hours away from the initial invasion target, Kyushu. The Japanese could read maps with equal facility, and the strategic importance of Okinawa was not lost on the High Command, which declared Okinawa the focal point of the decisive battle for the defense of the homeland in March 1945. The Okinawa campaign is better remembered as a slow struggle of attrition ashore that took on aspects of World War I trench warfare by the end, with over 12,500 Americans missing or dead and 82,000 wounded, with an additional 26,000 cases of combat fatigue serious enough for sufferers to be removed from their units. Enemy dead included 77,166 Japanese soldiers, and 42,000 to 150,000 civilians were killed, committed suicide, or went missing, a significant proportion of the 300,000 estimated pre-war local population. At sea, however, Okinawa is the single bloodiest battle in U.S. Navy history. By the time the island was declared secure after an 82-day-long struggle that lasted from April 1st until June 22, 1945, the Navy suffered 4,900 men killed or drowned and 4,800 wounded. 36 ships were sunk and another 368 damaged. 122 destroyers, 19 aircraft carriers, 10 battleships, 12 cruisers, and 69 auxiliary ships were hit as the Japanese flew 1,465 kamikaze aircraft in large-scale attacks from Kyushu, 185 individual sorties from Kyushu, and 250 individual sorties from Formosa between April 6th and June 22nd. Of the 145 ships sunk or damaged heavily enough to be out of action for 30 days or more, 4 were lost to mines, 5 to suicide small craft, 3 to coastal batteries, and 133 to Japanese air attacks. Additionally, 768 aircraft were lost in combat or operational accidents. The losses and protracted length of the campaign led Admiral Nimitz to relieve the principal naval commanders early so they could rest and recuperate from the stress of command and conditions of the Okinawa battle. Thus, while Navy began the campaign as the Fifth Fleet under Admiral Spruance, it ended as the Third Fleet, commanded by Admiral Halsey. The result of the battle for Okinawa led to a complete change in U.S. plans to defeat Japan and bring about surrender. On March 23, 1945, Allied forces arrived off the Ryukyu Islands. Task Force 58, composed of 88 ships, including 11 fleet carriers, 6 light carriers, 7 battleships, and 18 cruisers, took position east of Okinawa in preparation for pre-invasion strikes. Radar picket destroyers were assigned in 3 ship groups at 4 locations north of Okinawa to provide early warning of air raids coming from Kyushu. Over the next week, American and British aircraft attacked airfields as far away as Formosa and Kyushu in an attempt to destroy the kamikaze aircraft before they could be put to use. American intelligence badly underestimated the enemy air forces on Formosa, estimating there were only 89 planes on the island. In fact, the Japanese had approximately 700 there. The Japanese response to the American arrival was not as strong as expected. Suicide attackers that came from Okinawa and airfields in the surrounding islands made their first appearance on March 26th, when the radar picket destroyer Kimberly, DD-521, was struck by a Val dive bomber, setting the after deckhouse afire. The next day, a kamikaze hit Nevada, BB-36, which suffered casualties and damage when the aircraft exploded overhead when hit by anti-aircraft fire and showered the ship with burning debris. Another splashed close to Tennessee, BB-43, while a third holed Biloxi, CL-80. O'Brien, DD-725, which had survived a direct hit by German artillery off Cherbourg during the Normandy invasion and a suicide attack during the invasion of Lingayen Gulf in January, was not so lucky this day. The ship came under attack from several aircraft, and her gunners shot down one. But the second, another Val dive bomber, crashed into her port side amidships, with its 550-pound bomb detonating high-explosive rounds in the ship's forward magazine. The blast demolished most of the forward superstructure, including the radio shack and combat information center. With 50 crewmen killed and extensive damage, O'Brien was out of the war. It was a harbinger of the terrible events that would happen over the next 85 days. In response to requests from the Navy, B-24s from MacArthur's 5th Air Force in the Philippines bombed airfields on Formosa. Unfortunately, the Japanese had dispersed aircraft away from the airfields, so the strength of the kamikazes there was not depleted. Task Force 57, the British Pacific Fleet commanded by Vice Admiral Sir Bernard Rawlings and composed of 4 fleet carriers, 2 battleships, 5 cruisers, and 14 destroyers, was positioned west of Okinawa near the Sakishima Islands with the task of blocking air attacks from Formosa. Despite his protests against using the Marianas-based B-29s for tactical missions, General Curtis LeMay sent the superfortresses to attack kamikaze airfields on Kyushu. Here again, the Japanese had successfully dispersed their aircraft. More importantly, the B-29s of the 313th Bomb Wing, based on Tinian, began mine-laying operations. Shimonoseki Strait between Kyushu and Honshu was the first target. The mines included pressure mines, magnetic mines, and acoustic mines, a combination that made it impossible for the Japanese to sweep for them. On the morning of March 31st, Spruance's flagship, Indianapolis, CA-35, was hit while she stood by in her fire support sector off Hagushi Beach. Other ships were seen under attack when an Oscar burst out of the clouds, executed a wing-over, and dived on her starboard quarter. The 20-millimeter guns opened fire, but there was not time for the larger weapons to track the incoming enemy. Tracers smashed into the plane, and it seemed to falter as though the pilot had lost control, but it plunged on to hit the port side of the main deck aft, while its bombs separated before impact and smashed through the deck into the crew's mess below, where it ripped through a table at which several sailors were seated for breakfast. The bomb continued through the crew living quarters and through a fuel tank before it burst through the hull and exploded underwater. Oil combined with seawater and gasoline shot back through the hole like a geyser through the hole on the main deck. An OS-2U-3 Kingfisher was thrown from its catapult car to land upside down on the hangar deck. Indianapolis settled by the stern and listed to port, but damage control crews were able to localize and then control the flooding. Within 20 minutes, the ship got underway and crossed 30 miles of open sea to Caramaretto. With 9 dead and 20 wounded, and with severe damage, Indianapolis needed the attention of the full repair yard there. Spruance remained aboard the next day as the landings went ahead on schedule, and a salvage ship attended to the flagship. When the salvage crew lost the port propeller trying to retrieve it for repair, the admiral was forced to transfer to the old battleship New Mexico, BB-40. Vice Admiral Richmond K. Turner, now Commander, Amphibious Forces Pacific, headed the Joint Expeditionary Force, Task Force 51. This was composed of 179 attack transports, attack cargo ships, 187 LST transports and landing craft to put 182,000 men from 6 divisions of the 10th Army ashore at Hagushi, the 7th, 27th, 77th, and 96th, as well as the 1st and 6th Marine Divisions. April 1, 1945 was known as L-Day rather than the traditional D-Day. Many noted that the date was not only Easter Sunday, but also April Fool's Day, and wondered what the Japanese had in store. Beginning at 0830 hours, 16,000 soldiers and Marines were put ashore on the Hagushi beaches, meeting no opposition. By nightfall, over 60,000 troops were ashore. Task Force 52, the amphibious support force under Rear Admiral William H.P. Blandy, counted 10 older American battleships, including several of the Pearl Harbor survivors Tennessee, Maryland, and West Virginia, in addition to 9 heavy and light cruisers, 23 destroyers and destroyer escorts, and 117 rocket gunboats for fire support. They would fire a combined 3,800 tons of high explosive at the island in the first 24 hours of the invasion. Task Group 52.1, the Carrier Support Force, was composed of 18 escort carriers with 450 aircraft for close air support of the ground forces. Of particular interest were the 4 CVEs that carried Corsairs and Avengers of the squadrons from Marine Air Groups 31 and 33, the final product of the decision made in November 1944 to bring Marine close air support to future invasions. VOC-1, the artillery spotters, were also present, still aboard Wake Island. The pilots had had little opportunity to catch a break after their stint at Iwo Jima, which they had departed on March 11th. L-Day saw the Wildcats and Avengers busy spotting for the naval gunfire barrage that preceded the landings. The pilots kept to a busy schedule for the next 3 days until Wake Island came into the sights of the kamikazes on April 3rd. Just at sunset, 2 Zeeks came out of the clouds heading straight for the ship. One barely undershot and crashed into the sea about an arm's length from the port bow. The other had better aim and hit the little carrier just below the waterline, causing a fire that was quickly extinguished, but the damage was sufficient to send the ship to Caramaretto, where the damage specialists determined she would need repair at Guam. The pilots hoped they had earned a ticket home, but their skills as artillery spotters were too valuable. 30 minutes before Wake Island got underway on April 5th to head southeast to Guam, the pilots of VOC-1 were ordered to Marcus Island, CVE-77, where they traded places with the pilots of VC-87. Commander Bringle's pilots started operations anew at dawn on April 6th. They were joined in their work by Lieutenant Commander R.M. Allison's newly arrived VOC-2 aboard Fanshawe Bay, CVE-70. In addition to artillery spotting, the pilots flew local and target combat air patrol, as well as flying ground support missions for the troops ashore. The operations were intense, as they had been at Iwo Jima, with pilots logging 2 or 3 missions a day throughout the month of April. Fortunately, the massive flotillas of troop-laden transports were so well protected by Turner's air and surface forces that no Japanese bombers or kamikazes were able to disrupt the most vulnerable part of the main assault, since their recognition skills were so poor that they tended to attack the first ship they ran across regardless. Most importantly, a major opportunity to kill large numbers of invading troops before they got ashore was lost when those aircraft that did attack failed to go after the transports. Captain Elliot B. Strauss, captain of the attack transport Charles Carroll, APA-28, recalled, "The Japanese were foolish not to go after the transports rather than the destroyer screen, because if they had actually sunk a couple of transports, it would have interfered with the invasion force much more." Admiral Ugaki's kamikazes fared better on L+1, when attack transport Henrico, APA-45, was damaged slightly by a kamikaze while underway for a subsidiary landing with the Army's 77th Division. Over the course of the first 5 days following L-Day, the Marines found little resistance and secured Yantan Airfield, then pushed across the island to the deserted fishing village of Ishikawa 20 days ahead of schedule, while the Army turned south and found increasing opposition by the second day. By the 5th day, they could see Shuri Castle, which was the center of the planned resistance to the invasion. The New Yorker's John Lardner described the action, "So far, the Okinawa invasion was like a fierce, bold rush by cops hunting gunmen into a house that suddenly turned out to be only haunted." Operational accidents took their toll among the fleet. On the night of April 2nd and 3rd, Franks, DD-554, had a glancing collision with New Jersey, BB-62, during which the destroyer's captain was mortally injured when the battleship's anchor sliced off the port side of the Franks's bridge. Quartermaster First Class Michael Back, Jr. remembered, "When I got to the bridge, my God, half the port side of the bridge was sliced away. It was just like a knife going through at a 45-degree angle." Following the collision, Franks was one of the first damaged ships to enter Kerama Retto. The cluster of mountainous islands, located 15 miles west of Okinawa, had been taken on March 28th for use as a fleet anchorage and a forward base for Martin PBM Mariner flying boats, which would patrol the Ryukyus. The Americans were surprised to discover 250 suicide attack boats that were hidden in caves and grottos throughout the islands. During the course of the Okinawa campaign, many other ships would follow Franks into the protected waters of Kerama Retto, where their dead would be removed for burial at sea and the wounded transferred to hospital ships, while emergency repairs were made to allow the ships to cross the Pacific to the U.S. West Coast for repairs. The waterway would come to be known as the Boneyard. On Kyushu, the Japanese Army and Navy had over 1,500 aircraft assigned for special attack missions against the invasion force. Admiral Ugaki planned mass kamikaze missions of over 300 aircraft to swamp the defenses. During the first few days following the landings, Japanese aerial opposition was light. After only one kamikaze attack against the battleship West Virginia on April 1st, the enemy reaction in the air began in earnest on April 6th, when 400 aircraft were launched from Kyushu to strike the fleet. There would be 3 more heavy air attacks through the month. April 6th was the day the battle for Okinawa truly began in earnest. The weather over the East China Sea that afternoon was clear, with a few high scattered clouds. Bush, DD-529, plowed through the waves at RP-1, the northernmost radar picket location. At 13:30 hours, radar operator Ed Kriget in Bush's Combat Information Center spotted a huge fast-moving blip 90 miles northwest. Kriget notified the watch officer, and the airplot began tracking it. After several minutes, it was confirmed that it was not a cloud. The bogey was traveling at 145 knots straight at the ship. "My God," the watch officer murmured, "there must be hundreds." Over the next 15 minutes, 3 more large formations popped up on the radar screens. Aboard San Jacinto, CVL-30, Lieutenant Jim Kane and 7 other pilots of VF-45 listened as Lieutenant Bill Plausch, Air Group 45's air intelligence officer, informed them that intercepted Japanese radio messages indicated that the enemy was planning to send large formations of kamikazes against the ships of the invasion fleet. Things were about to change from the relative quiet of the past 5 days, and the 8 Fighting 45 pilots would be on the front line, assigned as combat air patrol for 2 different groups of radar picket destroyers that would be immediate targets for the incoming suicide attackers. They would relieve the combat air patrols over the RP-1 and RP-2 positions. At 13:45 hours, San Jacinto turned into the wind as the word went out over the public address, "Pilots, man your planes." The first 2 of the 8 dark blue Hellcats were launched at 1400 hours. At 1430 hours, the Hellcats were released by San Jacinto's Combat Information Center rocket base and directed to look alive, be alert, and kick axis. At the same time that Rocket 3 left San Jacinto, 50 enemy aircraft were spotted over Bush. The 4 Hellcats orbiting over the destroyer called tally-ho as they dove to attack. Within a matter of minutes, the Hellcats had splashed 6, while Bush's main batteries claimed 2. Suddenly, lookouts called another bogey low. It quickly resolved itself as a Jill, less than 4 miles away at an altitude of 100 feet and closing fast. The 5-inch and 40-millimeter guns locked on the onrushing Jill with accurate fire, knocking off pieces of the wing and setting the aircraft afire, but it still kept coming. Bush swung to the right in an attempt to dodge the incoming enemy, but the pilot matched the turn and struck the destroyer on the starboard main deck at 15:15 hours. Almost simultaneously, the Jill's torpedo exploded, ripping out plating from the forward fire room back to the forward engine room. In the fire room, men struggled to get topside, but escaping steam killed all but one, who finally made it to the main deck. Lieutenant Kane sent the 2nd Division to its control destroyer, which was south and west of Okinawa. I checked in with my destroyer control ship, call sign Silver Fox, which was about 40 miles north of the island. On the way to our station, my section leader, Lieutenant Junior Grade Danny Paul, tally-hoed a bogey at 2 o'clock down. I picked up the bogey, which I estimated to be 7 or 8 miles away and heading south at approximately 7,000 feet. My division was at 10,000 feet. I rolled into my run at full military power, and the other 3 Hellcats followed in a loose trail formation. I charged my guns and fired a short test burst. The chase was on. As we neared it, we identified the single bogey as a Val dive bomber. I closed rapidly, but it seemed to take forever. I fired a 1-second burst from dead astern, but my tracers fell considerably short. Finally, 2 or 3 minutes later, I closed to maximum range, approximately 1,100 yards, and fired another short burst. It was still short of the target. I bore on in until the Val covered a good part of my gun sight, and then I fired another 2-second burst. The Val was hit hard. It rolled upside down in flames the full length of the fuselage, and the pilot bailed out. His chute opened, and he floated down to the water. Someone suggested that a few rounds into the chute might be appropriate, but I replied, "Hell no," and we rejoined to proceed to our assigned station. Kane's Hellcats met a hot reception from Calhoun, DD-801, the radar picket they were assigned to protect, when several 5-inch shells burst nearby as they took up their assigned patrol at 10,000 feet. Within a matter of minutes, the fighters were vectored after an incoming bogey. We flew about 30 miles to the north in the direction of Kyushu and tally-hoed the bogey at a distance of about 7 miles. It was a single Tony. It made a weak firing pass at my division from ahead and toward the right. In my opinion, he never came within firing range before he dived for the deck, still heading south toward Okinawa. I was one of the most experienced pilots in our squadron. I had approximately 2,500 hours of flight time and was a former aerial combat instructor. I knew that a smart leader would never follow a single in a dive. Good sense, good logic, and good strategy be damned, I followed the Tony down with all 650s blazing from dead astern. Though our guns were bore-sighted at 500 yards, I began firing from about 1,000 yards, extreme range. Our speeds were about equal. I could not close, and he could not get away. I followed him all the way to Okinawa, and then we played follow the leader as he jinked below mountain tops and over valleys and hills in the northern part of the island. This went on for 15 minutes or more. My gun camera registered several hits, but no fire. He was listed as a probable. Since I could not close on the Tony, I finally broke off and started my climb back to relocate the 3 aircraft of my division, which I had lost track of in the melee. Kane was about 60 miles south of RP2 and had radio contact with the rest of the division. I requested a position and was told that they had rejoined and were south of base at 8,000 feet. I executed a rapid climb and soon saw 3 fighters at what I took to be between 7,000 and 8,000 feet. I advised that I had them in sight and would rejoin in the number 4 slot, and then resume the lead. I circled 180 degrees to the left and was coming up behind them from below. I closed from below at a very rapid rate and was about to reduce throttle when, to my amazement, I saw that the 3 single-engine aircraft I was joining had meatballs on their fuselages. They were Zeeks. Kane's guns were still charged. He pulled behind the enemy fighters at approximately 300 yards. I was dead astern, and my gun sight covered all 3 of them. I never really attempted to aim. As I closed to 200 yards, all 650s were blazing away. The port wingman blew up, and then the leader. The starboard wingman blew up about 10 seconds later. I never stopped firing until I passed through the wreckage. I do not believe the pilots ever saw me since they took no evasive action. It all happened within 30 seconds. By then, all my guns had burned out and the rounds were tumbling within 100 yards. There was a lot of fire and smoke. As I penetrated the burning wreckage, I remembered to say a short prayer. Good Lord, please don't let me hit one of their engines or a large portion of any of the exploding aircraft. My Hellcat did sustain some damage from flying debris, but there was no major damage. With his fight over, Kane rejoined his unit. At that moment, Calhoun received Bush's distress call. The destroyer picked up speed and headed toward RP-1 with Kane's Hellcats leading the way. Several other bogies were intercepted, and Kane's wingman, Ensign Henry Nida, used up his ammunition shooting down a Jill and an Oscar. Then the 2 of them attempted to cut the tail off a Judy. I had a slight collision with the Judy, but I could not shoot him down because my guns were gone. The Judy's tail gunner must have fired his machine gun at me, as there were 3 holes found later in my port wing. Section leader Lieutenant Junior Grade Danny Paul and his wingman, Ensign Norm Bishop, each shot down 2 Zeeks. Rocket 3 was forced to break off their cap owing to lack of ammunition and head back to San Jacinto. Calhoun reached RP-1 at 16:10 hours to find Bush dead in the water. 12 to 15 kamikaze attackers circled the wounded destroyer. Commander G.R. Wilson, Calhoun's captain, signaled LCS-64 to maneuver alongside Bush and take off wounded, while he positioned his ship to fight off the coming attacks. At the same time, many other Japanese flights of the first Kikusui, floating chrysanthemums, or mass attack, broke through the American aerial defenses north of Okinawa. 2 converted destroyer minesweepers, Emmons, DD-457, DMS-22, and Rodman, DD-456, DMS-21, were attacked off the island's north coast. 1 kamikaze hit Rodman, and its bomb exploded at the base of the forward superstructure, killing 16 and wounding another 20. Emmons splashed another 12 over the next hour while Marine Corsairs shot down a further 20, but 4 attackers still hit Emmons, severing her stern and demolishing the forward gun mounts and bridge. At 1700 hours, a 6th attacker zeroed in on Bush, which was transferring casualties to LCS-64. A 7th kamikaze was spotted inbound as LCS-64 hurriedly cast off, and Bush opened up with her 40mm anti-aircraft guns. Calhoun was also under attack. She shot down a Zeke that crashed between the 2 destroyers, then took on a Val off the starboard bow and a Zeke on the starboard quarter. The Val was hit with the first 5-inch salvo and crashed 50 yards off the ship's starboard beam. The Zeke was hit and set afire but continued in. It hit port amidships moments later and destroyed the port 40mm mount before it slid across the boat deck and hit the stern stack with a glancing blow that sent it back into the starboard 40mm mount. The crews of both mounts were killed in the inferno. The Zeke's bomb penetrated the engineering spaces and exploded, killing the after-engine room crew and cutting the main steam line to the forward engine room. 10 minutes after the attack began, Calhoun still had steering and propulsion and power to operate the main guns, but the ship was in bad shape. At 1717 hours, 2 Vals and a Zeke made runs on Bush and Calhoun. Calhoun exploded 1 Val while combined fire from Calhoun, Bush, and LCS-64 destroyed the second, but the Zeke hit Calhoun and penetrated to the forward fire room where it exploded. 4 more kamikazes appeared overhead, stalking the ships. Calhoun now had no power, and her guns could be only manually controlled and fired. 3 kamikazes made flanking runs from ahead, but the gunners managed to down 1. The other 2 came on. The first hit the afterstack and swung around to take out the No. 3 gun mount, with its belly tank separating and spreading flame over the after deckhouse before the Zeke bounced over the side and exploded, ripping a hole below the ship's waterline. The second attacker was hit by fire from LCS-64 and Bush and crashed between the ships. By 1800 hours, Bush's bow began to settle. Calhoun was dead in the water. LCS-64 had departed 20 minutes before with the wounded. At 1830, a heavy ocean swell smacked the destroyer, and Bush caved in amidships and sank within minutes, with the survivors cutting loose rafts and going into the water. Aboard Calhoun, men heard aircraft overhead, and the 2 airplanes were identified as Hellcats. The fighter direction officer still had his radio and managed to establish radio contact with the planes. VF-17's Lieutenant Junior Grade Willis Bill Hardy in F6F5, BU number 72748, White 33, with his wingman, Lieutenant Junior Grade H.G. Crash Morgan, heard the distress call. The 2 were returning to Hornet and had limited fuel, but they turned back and found the badly wounded burning destroyer on the dark sea below. They soon ran across several D-4Y Judy dive bombers. Hardy turned into them and quickly shot down 3, his first kills in his first combat. Calhoun's fighter director officer came back on the air and warned of 2 others inbound. Hardy consulted his gas gauge and tried to beg off. "It sure would be appreciated," was the reply. "We're afire amidships, and they're stalking us. When the sun goes down, they're going to clobber us. Come 15 degrees right and you'll be on their tails." Despite low fuel and the gathering darkness, Hardy and Morgan followed the vector. Moments later, Hardy spotted a Judy and turned in for a beam shot. Surprisingly, the Judy had a rear gunner who opened fire just as Hardy did. He was forced to dive away, but quickly pulled back up and saw the Judy was on fire just as it nosed over and left a fiery track into the dark ocean below. "Okay," the fighter director officer called. "If you head south now on the way back to your ship, you'll run right into the other one." A moment later, Hardy found the Judy in the last light of day. He had to pump the gun charger with his foot to fire single shots. One hit the Judy's gas tank, and the plane exploded. Bill Hardy was an ace in his first air combat, which lasted a grueling 70 minutes. The two Hellcats picked up a phosphorescent trail and managed to land aboard Hornet in the dying twilight with nearly empty gas tanks. At 1845 hours, Cassin Young, DD 793, arrived at RP-1 with LCS 84 and 87. Calhoun was sinking slowly. At 1915 hours, LCS 87 came alongside to take off the wounded. By 2045, the wounded and the other surviving crew were aboard LCS 87, which cast off as Cassin Young stood by to sink Calhoun with gunfire. The gallant destroyer disappeared beneath the dark water at 21:05 hours after taking 5 rounds in her hull. LCS 64 returned to RP-1 during this process and commenced searching for survivors from Bush. Shortly before midnight, she found the ship's whaleboat and took aboard the survivors. By 0300 hours on April 7th, 150 survivors had been found by LCS 64, joined by LCS 84. Many of those rescued would die before dawn, however. In all, the battles over the radar picket stations saw 9 destroyers hit off Okinawa, with 3 sunk and the other 6 badly damaged. 3 would later be scrapped as unrepairable. This was in addition to 10 other ships sunk, including 2 ammunition ships and an LST sunk off Kerama Retto. Crew losses included 367 dead and 480 wounded, many badly burned, heavier casualties than had been suffered ashore that day. The Japanese had launched 700 aircraft, half of them kamikazes, and lost over 350 attackers to defending aircraft and ships' anti-aircraft fire over the course of 10 identified major raids during the afternoon. Radio Tokyo claimed 60 ships sunk and 61 crippled. April 6, 1945 was the 4th heaviest day of aerial fighting in the Pacific War, with the fighter squadrons aboard the carriers responsible for 257 of the Japanese losses. The top scorers this day were Commander J.J. Sutherland II's VF-83 aboard Essex, which scored 56 in 6 combats. Sutherland, who had dueled with Saburo Sakai over Guadalcanal on August 7, 1942, shot down 2 Ki-61 Tony fighters. During one fighter-bomber mission to Kyushu, 15 Hellcats of VF-83 and 12 Corsairs of VBF-83 ran across several formations of southbound Japanese. The Hellcat pilots shot down 26, while the Corsairs added an additional 6. Lieutenant Junior Grade Hugh N. Batten and his wingman, Lieutenant Junior Grade Sam J. Braccato, flying a special combat air patrol near Yoroshima, sighted 9 bomb-laden Zeeks headed toward the fleet. Batten took advantage of the 8/10 cloud cover and haze to approach undetected from the enemy's rear. The 2 Hellcats remained together through violent aerobatics and in 10 minutes had shot down 8 of the 9, all confirmed by gun camera film. For Belleau Wood's VF-30, April 6th was remembered as Turkey Shoot No. 2. 14 F-6, F-5 Hellcats, led by Lieutenant R.F. Gillespie, were launched at 14:30 hours to provide air cover over the northern part of Okinawa. Minutes after arriving on station at 15:30 hours, several small enemy formations were spotted. In a 2-hour running gunfight, the Belleau Wood pilots fought over 60 Vals, Zeeks, Tojos, and Oscars, flown by pilots the Americans later reported as inexperienced, unaggressive, and poor marksmen. All 14 Americans scored, and in the end, they chalked up 26 Vals, 14 Zeeks, 5 Tojos, and 2 Oscars. 3 pilots became aces in a day, when Ensign Carl G. Foster scored 6, followed by Ensign Kenneth J. Doms 5.5, and Ensign Johnny G. Miller's 5. Ensign Michelle Mazzocco scored 3 singles and 3 shared for a total of 4.5, while 3 other ensigns scored 4 each. Back aboard ship, the total of 47.5 resulted in Captain W.G. Tomlins's querying Task Group Commander Rear Admiral Jocko Clark, "Does this exceed bag limits?" Clark replied, "Negative. This is open season." In addition to Bill Hardy's 5, VF-17 knocked down a further 20, while VBF-17 scored 21. Airplanes were not the only forces the Japanese committed to special attack, however. The battle would also see the final appearance of what was left of the Imperial Navy's surface force in combat. The once formidable combined fleet had been reduced to a few still operational warships at Kure Naval Base and Hiroshima on the inland sea. In a March briefing to the Emperor regarding the Army plans for the defense of Okinawa, the Emperor had asked, "Where is the Navy? Have they no ships?" Feeling pressured by the Emperor's statement, the Naval High Command developed Operation Tengo over the course of the month under the direction of Admiral Toyoda, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, as the Navy's contribution to the defense of the island. Japanese planners had considered 4 likely scenarios for the battle. The first, Operation Heaven 1, Ten Ichi-Go, would become the final Japanese naval operation of the Pacific War, known in Japanese history as the Battle of the East China Sea. Operation Ten Ichi-Go was essentially a special attack mission, using the remaining large warships, which included the battleship Yamato. She was still the world's largest battleship, mounting 9 18-inch naval rifles. The plan called for the battleship and her escorts to fight their way through the American fleet to Okinawa, where they were to then beach themselves between Higashi and Yomitan and fight on as shore batteries until they were destroyed. After their destruction, the surviving crew would continue to fight with the Army. Since there was no available air cover, the ships would be nearly helpless when the Americans spotted them and launched concentrated attacks. On March 29th, the small fleet left Kure for Tokiyama off Mitajiri, Japan, to position themselves for the attack. Vice Admiral Seiichi Ito, commander of the Tengo force, stated his belief to Toyoda's face that the plan was futile and wasteful. Nevertheless, he had completed the plan for the operation as ordered. However, when it came to ordering his ships to take part in the attack, he refused to do so. He was not the only commander to respond negatively to the proposed operation. Captain Atsushi Oi, commander of the convoy escort forces, was very critical of the idea when he learned fuel for the attackers was to be diverted from his ships. Informed by Admiral Toyoda that the goal of the operation was preservation of the tradition and glory of Navy, Oi shouted, "This war is of our nation, and why should the honor of our surface fleet be more respected? Who cares about their glory? Damn fools!" The Navy faced a crisis of command. Vice Admiral Ryunosuke Kusaka flew to Tokiyama on April 5th to convince Admiral Ito and the others to accept the plan. Only Ito knew about the complete plan. After Admiral Kusaka finally informed the other captains what was expected, they unanimously joined Ito, rejecting it as a complete waste of lives and valuable resources. Admiral Kusaka told them that the operation would support the kamikaze attacks planned by the Army, since the force would divert defending American aircraft. He then concluded by saying that the Emperor expected the Navy to make its best effort to support the defense of Okinawa. The commanders finally accepted the plan on hearing that the Emperor expected them to fight. When crews were informed of the mission, they were told any could stay behind if desired. No one took up the offer, though 80 who were new, sick, or infirm were ordered to leave. At midnight, the fleet began fueling. Yamato, light cruiser Yahagi, and 8 destroyers departed Tokiyama at 1600 hours on April 6th. The fleet was sighted by the submarines Threadfin, SS-410, and Hackleback, SS-295, as the ships steamed through the Bungo Suido Strait between Shikoku and Honshu. Neither submarine was able to attack, but they reported their position to Fifth Fleet and continued shadowing the Japanese. That night, flight crews aboard the carriers of Task Force 58 got the word that the Yamato might be coming. Crews sweated on the Bunker Hill's hangar deck to load the VT-84 Avengers with aerial torpedoes for the first time since training. The squadron's pilots had had plenty of opportunity during their stateside training to learn the use of the torpedoes, since they had been based next to the Pacific Fleet Test Unit at NAS North Island and had volunteered to try out the torpedo modifications that were being devised to make the Mark 14 finally an effective weapon. Squadron pilots like Lieutenant Junior Grade Art Turnbull had dropped over 500 torpedoes during the test runs. Yamato and her escorts passed the Osumi Peninsula at dawn on April 7th. They turned southwest, hoping to convince the submarines they knew were shadowing them that they were headed for Sasebo. An hour later, the fleet turned south and headed toward Okinawa at 20 knots. The ships assumed a defensive formation, with Yahagi leading Yamato, while the 8 destroyers deployed in a ring surrounding the battleship and cruiser. When the destroyer Asashino developed engine trouble, she was ordered to return. Captain Tamaichi Hara called Yahagi's crew to the bow and informed them of their mission. "Our mission appears suicidal, and it is, but suicide is not the objective. The objective is victory. Once this ship is crippled or sunk, do not hesitate to save yourselves for the next fight. We can commit suicide at any time. But we are going on this mission not to commit suicide, but to win and turn the tide of war." American PBM Mariner flying boats spotted the fleet an hour after dawn and shadowed them. Admiral Ito ordered a turn to the west at 1000 hours, trying to deceive the shadowers that he was withdrawing. By 11:30 hours, it was clear the Americans had not taken the bait, and he ordered the ships to turn south and resumed the voyage to Okinawa. Shortly after 0900 hours, Admiral Spruance was given the first definite sighting reports that the enemy fleet was indeed headed to Okinawa. He quickly ordered Admiral Deo to establish Task Force 54, with Massachusetts, BB-59, Indiana, BB-58, New Jersey, BB-62, South Dakota, BB-60, Wisconsin, BB-63, and Missouri, BB-64, the new battlecruiser Alaska, CB-1, 5 additional heavy cruisers, and 21 destroyers to engage Yamato. Admiral Mitzer had the same information. He commenced launching 400 strike aircraft from Task Group 58.1, Hornet, Bennington, Belleau Wood, and San Jacinto, and Task Group 58.3, Essex, Bunker Hill, Hancock, and Bataan, at 1000 hours. The weather report was grim. There was a cloud ceiling between 2,000 and 3,000 feet that was unlikely to change. Spruance had instructed Mitzer to allow the Japanese to come south and face the guns of Task Force 54, but Mitzer believed aircraft were the better weapon. Once his planes were off, he told Chief of Staff Arleigh Burke to inform Spruance that he intended to attack Yamato. "Will you take them, or shall I?" Soon after, Spruance replied, "You take them." The strike force first spotted Yamato at 1200 hours. The discovery that there was no air cover allowed the Helldivers and Avengers to circle the enemy just out of range of defensive fire and methodically set up attacks. The Japanese spotted the Americans at 1220 hours. Ito ordered the ships to stop zigzagging and increase speed to 24 knots. As they passed through a heavy squall that momentarily provided protection for the 100 aircraft they had identified, the ships opened formation. They were out of the squall at 1232 hours. 2 minutes later, Yamato opened fire with her secondary armament, firing common Type 3 anti-aircraft shells known to the Japanese as shanshiki, beehive, rounds. At the same time, the rest of the fleet opened fire as they took evasive action. The Avengers made their attacks from the port side in order to increase the likelihood that Yamato would capsize. 4 bomb-carrying Avengers first attacked Yahagi, but missed. Hellcats strafed the ship as more Avengers came in and dropped bombs that either missed or had little effect, while others circled and took up torpedo attack positions. A torpedo hit Yahagi in her engine room at 12:46 hours, which killed the engineering room crew when the boilers exploded and brought the cruiser to a halt. Subsequent attacks resulted in the ship being hit by 6 additional torpedoes and 12 bombs. Destroyer Isokazi tried to come to Yahagi's aid, but she was attacked and heavily damaged. She sank 30 minutes later. At 14:05 hours, Yahagi capsized and sank. During the attacks, the destroyers Hamikaze and Suzutsuki were heavily damaged and turned back, with Hamikaze later sinking. Yamato was able to maneuver during the first attack and evade most of the bombs and torpedoes aimed at her. However, she was hit by a torpedo and 2 armor-piercing bombs, one of which started a fire aft of the bridge. Her speed was not affected, and at 1300 hours she changed course and continued south. VT-84's 14 Avengers broke out of the clouds and spotted the battleship 5 miles away at 12:40 hours. When squadron leader, Commander Chandler Swanson, ordered the break, the formation split in half. 8, led by Swanson, attacked on the port bow, while the other 6 aimed to hit Yamato port amidships. Defensive fire hit one Avenger, which exploded. Yamato was hit by the first torpedo at 12:45 hours, followed by 2 additional tin fish and 2 bombs dropped by helldivers that caused extensive damage to the superstructure and knocked out power to the gun directors. The defending gun crews were thus forced to aim and fire their weapons individually, greatly reducing their effectiveness. By 13:35 hours, Yamato's speed had dropped to 18 knots. Between 13:37 and 13:44 hours, 5 more torpedoes struck the battleship, and she took on a list that put her in imminent danger of capsizing. Despite the destruction of the central damage control station, a desperate attempt to prevent capsizing was made at 13:33 hours when both starboard engine and boiler rooms were counterflooded, drowning several hundred men since they received no notice to escape. Loss of the engines and the incoming water caused Yamato to slow to 10 knots. Just at that same moment, the 110 aircraft of the final attack wave arrived overhead. 20 TBM-3s from Bennington attacked from 60 degrees to port as Yamato started a sharp evasive turn to meet them, but she was hit on the port side amidships by 3 torpedoes that jammed her auxiliary rudder hard to port. Yahagi's Captain Hara counted 13 bombs and 7 torpedoes that had hit his ship by 13:45 hours. She now listed 30 degrees to port as waves washed over her main deck. With 2 of the 8 escorting destroyers already gone, 3 of the remaining 6 were dead in the water and on fire. Escort Force Commander Rear Admiral Kei Sokomuro turned to Hara and announced, "Let's go," at 14:05 hours. Removing their shoes, the 2 jumped overboard just as Yahagi went down. Hara was caught in the resulting suction and was taken down with her for several minutes before he broke free and returned to the surface to see Yamato still afloat but swarmed by enemy aircraft. The battleship had been hit by 11 torpedoes and now moved more slowly, which allowed the other Avengers to concentrate on hitting her rudder and stern. When Admiral Ito was informed at 14:02 hours that the ship could no longer steer and was sinking, he ordered the crew to abandon ship. The great battleship came to a dead stop at 14:05 hours as she began to capsize. At that point, Admiral Ito shook hands with the others and entered his cabin. Captain Aruga and the ship's other senior officers also refused to leave, though he ordered Ensign Mitsuru Yoshida to abandon ship when he attempted to join them. Yamato capsized at 14:20 hours and began to sink. The fire the bombs had ignited reached the magazine at 14:23 hours. Yamato suddenly blew up with an explosion so large and loud it was reportedly heard and seen in Kagoshima, 120 miles away. a mushroom-shaped cloud rose to 20,000 feet. Ensign Yoshida had been pulled under by the sinking ship. He was blasted to the surface, and later reported that the explosion knocked down several planes circling the sinking Leviathan. Later, the destroyer Asashimo was bombed and sunk when she was spotted attempting to return to port. The destroyer Kasumi had to be scuttled after she was also crippled by air attacks. Suzutsuki's bow was blown off, but she returned to Sasebo by steaming in reverse. Fuyutsuki, Yukikaze, and Hatsushimo were able to rescue 269 Yamato survivors from a crew of approximately 2,750, in addition to 555 survivors from Yahagi's crew of 1,000 and an additional 800 survivors from Isokaze, Hamakaze, and Kasumi, who were taken to Sasebo where they were placed on an island to prevent word of the disaster spreading. Task Force 58 lost 10 aircraft shot down and 12 air crew. The planes still overhead were ordered to halt attacks on the destroyers temporarily while they rescued survivors. During the aerial battle against the Second Fleet, the JAAF launched a kamikaze attack from Kyushu with 115 aircraft attacking U.S. ships throughout the day. The carrier Hancock was damaged sufficiently to send her back to Ulithi for repairs that lasted until June and removed Air Group 6 from further combat. The battleship Maryland, BB-46, also received a minor hit. Bennett, DD-473, which had replaced Bush and Calhoun at RP-1, took 2 kamikazes and was forced to retire to Karama Redho's boneyard. Japanese losses were 100 aircraft, with Hellcats accounting for 32. During the day, 4 Corsair squadrons from Marine Air Group 31 arrived at Yantan Airfield after being transported to the battlefield aboard CVEs. VMF-311's F4U-1Cs, which differed from other Corsairs by being armed with 4 20mm cannon each, were launched from Sitco Bay, CVE-86, in the middle of a kamikaze attack. 4 Corsairs caught up with a Lily bomber and hit the twin-engine attacker hard with their cannons, but the pilot continued toward the carrier, closing to 100 yards from the ship before the right wing folded up and the burning bomber hit the water 50 yards from the little carrier. The pilots of VMF-311, 224, and 441 had been used to the milk runs of the Marshalls. They learned quickly that the stakes were much higher at Okinawa. With the arrival of the Marines to supplement the carrier-based fighters, 2 task groups were kept on the line east of Okinawa, while the other 2 refueled farther east. The fighter squadrons maintained a 24-plane cap over the task groups, with 12 aircraft for each radar picket destroyer. With this indefinite flight schedule, pilot fatigue became a factor in maintaining operations. The CVE force of 14 escort carriers assigned to provide air support for the troops ashore saw similar operational schedules, with FM-2 Wildcat pilots flying 2 or 3 missions a day as combat air patrol or close air support. On April 11th, the bad weather finally lifted, and Admiral Ugaki ordered Kikusui No. 2 into action. Fortunately, Corsairs of Marine Air Group 33's VMF-312, 322, and 323 had landed at Yantan that morning, bringing the strength of the island-based Marine defenders to 100 F4U-1D, F4U-1C, and FG-1D Corsairs as reinforcement for the squadrons aboard the fast carriers and the offshore CVEs. Enterprise had joined TG-58.3 4 days earlier to provide night air defense and attack capability, following repairs at Ulithi to deal with damage suffered on March 18th and 20th during the Kyushu strikes. At 13:45 hours on April 11th, 2 large bogies were spotted closing on the task group from the north. Enterprise opened fire on 2 attacking Zeeks at 14:08 hours and shot the first down about 1,500 yards off the starboard quarter. The second Zeke dived on the port quarter, where it struck 2 40mm mounts and skittered across the deck to fall in the sea, while the bomb it carried detonated under the ship. The detonation lifted Enterprise bodily and whipped her so violently that the foremast struts supporting the SK radar broke and snapped off about 6 feet of the starboard yardarm. Damage repair crews attempted unsuccessfully to install a temporary support for the radar antenna. Further damage occurred in the engineering spaces, with the result that the foundations of numbers 3 and 4 main generators, numbers 3 and 4 main engines, and numbers 3 and 4 shaft spring bearings were forced inward and upward. Both generators broke loose from their foundations at the after ends of the turbines when the supporting pedestals broke away from the cast iron exhaust casings, of which they were a part, which left the ends of the turbines with no support. The number 4 generator that was carrying the load aft under split plant operation tripped out. Electricians attempted to carry the load on number 3 generator, but after 2 hours running, the vibration became so excessive that it was secured, leaving the ship dependent on numbers 1 and 2 main generators and the emergency diesel generators. In addition, the number 4 propeller shaft was bent slightly, while the supports for number 3 shaft were broken. This caused intense vibration when the ship attempted to turn. Fuel tanks were also damaged, and Enterprise trailed a fuel slick. A bomb-carrying Judy tried to attack at 1500 hours, but missed. Hit by defending fire, it struck the water 50 feet off the starboard bow and exploded. Water spray washed over the pilot house, and part of the plane's wing was hurled onto the flight deck. The explosion also resulted in additional shock damage and slight structural damage in 6 tanks and voids. A Hellcat positioned on the starboard catapult caught fire from the explosion. As the fire spread to the deck, firefighting was hampered owing to shock failure of the forward fire pump. The F6F5N was catapulted into the sea, while the small fire left behind was quickly extinguished. Enterprise gunners shot down 5 more attackers through the afternoon, but it was clear that the damage the carrier had suffered required her to return to Ulithi for repair. She departed the morning of April 12th and would be out of combat for the next 5 weeks. While Enterprise was under attack, one of the most famous kamikaze attacks of the war occurred when 16 kamikazes were spotted inbound. One Zeke took aim at the battleship Missouri, BB-64. It came in low off the stern and was hit repeatedly by anti-aircraft fire. As the pilots struggled to pull up, the Zeke's left wing caught the side of the battleship at the last instant, swinging the airplane hard against the hull and sending a wave of fiery debris onto the deck at 14:43 hours. The remains of the pilot, Setsuo Ishino, were found among the wreckage after the fire was brought under control. When Missouri's captain, William Callahan, ordered a military burial with honors for the pilot, he faced a near mutiny from the crew, who were angry that he would recognize the pilot as a worthy enemy deserving of a military burial at sea, when the crew wanted the body dumped overboard and disposed of with the garbage. Callahan had to explain his decision to his crew, who reluctantly accepted the order. The next day, a Marine Honor Guard fired a salute, and the body was buried at sea. On April 12th, the Tokotai resumed their attacks. Among 129 aircraft that took off from bases on Kyushu at midday were 9 G4M Betty bombers that left Kanoya Air Base, each carrying an Oka rocket-powered bomb. The Thunder Corps was about finally to enter combat. Over the East China Sea, the Bettys were intercepted by American fighters and 5 were shot down, but the surviving 4 escaped into the clouds and continued toward Okinawa. At 14:45 hours, lookouts in the Bettys spotted American ships. Oka pilot Ensign Saburo Dohi climbed down into the cockpit of his flying bomb. The first attempt to drop him was unsuccessful, but when the manual release was tripped, the Oka fell free. Dohi fired the 3 rockets and was soon arrowing toward the American ships at nearly 600 miles per hour. Manart El Abeli, DD-733, had been crashed by a Zeke 45 minutes earlier, which demolished an engine room, broke her keel, and snapped both propeller shafts, leaving the destroyer dead in the water. Most of the crew were standing by topside to abandon ship when Seaman Jim Morris spotted what looked like a flying torpedo speeding low over the water toward the ship. There was no time to shout a warning before Saburo Dohi's Oka struck below the No. 1 stack and split the destroyer in two with the explosion of the 2,000-pound warhead. Manart el Abeli went down in minutes, taking 80 men with her. Minutes later, Stanley, DD-478, approached RP-1. Suddenly, lookouts spotted something small and fast skimming the water and headed directly at them. The Oka penetrated the destroyer's thin skin at the bow with such force that it passed completely through the ship before exploding in the water 100 yards off the port side. Stanley was holed but still operational. As the ship evaded more air attacks, a second mystery bullet swept in. At the last minute, the Oka camelbacked over the forward gun mounts and bounced out of control into the sea, where it quickly sank before exploding. Bogies arrived soon, and for 10 minutes the waters of Kamikaze Gulch, as the ocean between Hagushi and Karamaretto was now known, became what sailor James Fahey later recalled as suicide at its best, as a pageant of destruction played out, with the last planes of Kikusui No. 2 hitting 3 destroyers and the battleship Tennessee, while Navy corsairs from VBF-83 chased attackers through a canopy of anti-aircraft fire the desperate sailors put up over their ships. For those aboard the targeted ships, being stationed above decks meant that at least one had some idea what was going on during these attacks, seeing the enemy shot down or a ship hit. For those below decks, from the men in the engineering spaces to the pilots in their ready rooms, an air attack was far more distressing. When a carrier's 5-inch battery opened up, enemy aircraft were approaching the task group, but the target was unknown. When the 40mm batteries opened up, it meant the enemy was within 4,000 yards, but might be aiming at another ship. If the 20mm commenced firing shortly after, it was certain that one was aboard the intended victim. At that point, there was nothing to do but wait and pray for survival. April 12th was the top-scoring day for the Marines aboard the fast carriers. By this point, the carriers had been at sea for 60 days, and the Marines had settled into their role aboard ship. Major Hap Hansen, CO of VMF-112, celebrated his 25th birthday by shooting down 3 kamikazes to make ace and win the Navy Cross, after spotting 30 inbound attackers over Anami-Oshima at 9,000 feet. First Lieutenant Bert Hansen shot down an Oscar and a Zero, and First Lieutenant John M. Callahan shot down 3 Oscars in 5 minutes. Altogether, the Bennington Marines shot down 26 enemy aircraft. Major Archie Donahue of Bunker Hill's VMF 451 shot down 1 kamikaze over Izunashima to bring his score to 14, while Lieutenants Raymond H. Swally, John E. Peterson, and John R. Webb shot down 2 each out of a total of 25 shot down by Bunker Hill's Marine Corsairs. The Navy Corsairs were also busy. Fighting 84 claimed 8 shot down, while VBF-83 claimed 7. Intrepid's Fighting 10 launched 12 Corsairs, whose pilots spotted 66 inbound enemy aircraft and engaged 27. In an extended combat, all 12 pilots scored victories, while 2 were lost, one of which collided with a Wildcat. 8 Marines who had served with VMF 216 and 217 aboard Wasp and were assigned to a pilot pool on a CVE heard that the Evil One needed replacements and had volunteered to come aboard despite the fact the carrier had no Marine squadrons. 4 of these pilots scored 9 of Fighting 10's victories, while overall the Intrepid Corsairs scored 26 victories in this fight. At Yantan, the muddy field complicated operations. The field was crowded because the Army engineers were under orders to construct bomber airfields rather than fighter fields. Still, VMF 312 managed to get into the fighting and scored 8 in their first combat. It eventually took the direct intervention of Admiral Spruance to get the airfield construction priorities changed. At dawn the next day, Friday, April 13, 1945, The teletypes in the radio rooms of the ships off Okinawa clattered with Alnav 69. It began, "I have the sad duty of announcing to the Naval Service the death of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the President of the United States, which occurred on April 12th. Within minutes, the duty radio men who decoded the message passed the word on the hundreds of ships. By the time commanding officers made the official announcements to their men, it was old news among the crews. For the overwhelming majority of sailors and Marines in the Fifth Fleet and the amphibious force, and the soldiers and Marines ashore, Franklin Roosevelt was the only president they had ever known. Shock and loss spread throughout the fleet, as many wondered who Harry Truman was. But in a matter of an hour, General Quarter's klaxon sounded as bogies appeared on the radar screens inbound from the north. Bad weather limited operations on April 13th, but Kikusui No. 3 made its appearance on April 14th. The rain of attackers continued for 2 days. Fighting 10 fought one of the great battles in the combat history of the F-4U Corsair on April 16th. Intrepid launched 3 divisions at 0645 hours for cap over northern Okinawa, each with a different orbit point. Marine First Lieutenant George A. Crum, who had scored 2 on April 12th, kept his division as high cover, while VF-10CO Lieutenant Commander W.E. Clark maintained station over a radar picket point. After 30 minutes, he was vectored northwest. The Corsairs were attacked by Zeeks and Tonys, but still managed to bag 5 Zeeks and 2 Tonys, including 4 downed by Lieutenant Junior Grade C.D. Farmer. Returning to the rendezvous point, Clark heard a distress call from radar picket Laffey, DD 724. Racing to the scene, he found a big fight involving Hellcats, Corsairs, and Wildcats over the ship. Spotting a milling formation of Vals and Nates, Clark led his pilots in low and burned 2 Vals. He and his wingman next spotted a Betty low over the water, pursued by Hellcats. Diving on the enemy bomber, Clark hit it solidly and saw it crash into the sea. When several crewmen emerged, the 2 Corsairs strafed them before heading home with a division score of 9. The 3rd VF-10 Division, led by Lieutenant Junior Grade Phil Kirkwood, was vectored toward a large bogey at about the same time Clark spotted his first bogey. Splitting into sections, Kirkwood and wingman Ensign Horace W. Heath went below the clouds, while Ensigns Norwald Keel and Alfred Lurch went in on top. In the ensuing fight, 3 Vals and a Nate went down. Heading back to the orbit point, Kirkwood and Keel heard the same distress call from Laffey that their commander did, and headed to help. Being closer, they arrived before Clark and ran into 20 kamikazes approaching the ship, which had already taken 1 hit. The 2 dived into the formation and fought off the attackers for an hour, later describing the fight as a question of trying to get the Japs before they attacked the DD in groups. Kirkwood, who had flown Hellcats off Intrepid in 1944 and scored 4, had added 2 more in this tour. In this running fight, he doubled his score, shooting down 2 Vals and 4 Nates, while Keel shot down 4 Nates. The action was so furious, neither noticed the other American fighters that joined in the battle over Laffey. In the meantime, Ensigns Heath and Lurch returned to the orbit point where they spotted 30 Nates inbound. The 2 broke up the formation and chased the obsolete fixed-gear fighters down to the water below, where the Nates milled around in confusion, while each American shot down 5. 3 managed to break away and head toward Okinawa, but were chased and shot down by Lurch, who ended the fight with a score of 7 shot down, a feat equaled by only 4 other American pilots in one mission. Over the course of 4 hours, Kirkwood's 4 Corsairs had shot down 20 kamikazes. Combined with Clark's division score, Fighting 10 had scored 29 confirmed for 2 F-4Us slightly damaged by debris striking them. Jubilation was short-lived. VF-10 shot down 13 more enemy aircraft on a late-morning mission over Kyushu for the loss of 1 plane and pilot. But, At 13:30 hours, 5 kamikazes dived on Intrepid just as the carrier had turned into the wind to launch 12 Corsairs for Cap. 4 of the attackers were shot down by the ship's gunners while the launch continued, but the 5th hit the flight deck aft. 20 aircraft were destroyed, while 10 sailors were killed and 100 injured. Intrepid burned for an hour before firefighters brought the fires under control. The hole in the deck was covered with steel plates, and her airborne chicks came home to roost. Damage was severe enough that Intrepid had to retire to the United States for the 3rd time. By the time she was ready to return, the war was over. The land-based Marines also saw plenty of action against the kamikazes. Corsairs from VMF 311, 312, 323, and 441 fought kamikazes over the pickets, with the 12 planes of Major Bob White's 3 divisions of VMF 441 shooting down 17 of the total 36 Marine claims when they sailed into a formation of 25 Bettys, Vals, and Zeeks, intent on sinking Laffey. Second Lieutenant William Eldridge shot down 4, while Second Lieutenant Selva McGinty and Captain Floyd Kirkpatrick scored 3 each in the battle over Laffey. Corsairs of VMF 311 arrived to help, which led to one of the 2 losses by 441, when one of the 441 Corsairs had its tail chopped off in a collision with a 311 Corsair. On her own, Laffey fought one of the epic battles of the radar picket line. The battle began at 0744 hours when radar picked up a single bogey that turned out to be a Val snooper that was driven off by 5-inch gunfire. At 0829 hours, radar picked up a swarm of incoming bogeys. Lookouts soon spotted over 50 Vals, Judys, Kates, and Oscars, which were the formation that the Corsairs of VF-10 and VMF 311 would fight it out with. 4 Vals broke off from the formation and split into 2 two-plane formations, with 2 Vals on the starboard bow and the other 2 angling astern. The 2 forward 5-inch mounts opened fire and splashed the 2 Vals ahead, but the 2 astern commenced their attack. Flying low, 1 Val caught its landing gear in the water and nosed in. Converging gunfire from Laffey's 20mm and 40mm guns and 40mm aboard LCS-51 destroyed the 4th. 2 Judys came in low and straight on the starboard beam. The starboard amidships 40mm mount shot down the first, and the destroyer turned to unmask the forward 5-inch guns, which hit the second Judy, but not before its bomb dropped and exploded close aboard, showering the weather decks with shrapnel and injuring 2 sailors in the 40mm mount. The 7th and 8th kamikazes, a Val to port and a Judy to starboard, bored in. Laffey's gunners knocked down both. As the Val closed in from dead astern, it clipped the after deckhouse and drenched the ship's stern with aviation gasoline before crashing alongside, touching off fires that were quickly doused. By 0842 hours, Laffey had downed 8 for 8. The 9th attacker, another Val, was the first to crash into the destroyer, smashing a 20mm gun tub atop the after deckhouse and killing 3. The deckhouse again caught fire, throwing off black smoke that concealed the 10th attacker, a Val approaching from dead astern. The airplane hit the main deck aft, spilling fire across the ship. At 0847 hours, stern 5-inch mount gun captain, gunner's mate first class Lawrence Ski Deluski, spotted a Val off the starboard quarter that was so low and so close that only the 20mm gunners on the stern had time to shoot. Their rounds broke off pieces of the wing and fuselage, but momentum carried the Val into the fantail, where it skidded past the 20mm mount and struck Deluski's mount. 6 sailors inside were killed when the engine wedged in the gunhouse. The impact slewed the gunhouse to starboard, wrenched the port gun skyward, and peeled back the gunhouse top deck. Deluski flew clear and landed 15 feet forward of the remains of his guns. Laffey's stern was now engulfed in fire. Running at flank speed only fanned the flames, so Captain Becton was forced to slow, but still managed to maneuver to dodge another oncoming Val on the starboard quarter. The plane's bomb came loose, however, and the resulting explosion jammed the ship's rudders to port, locking Laffey into a 26-degree port turn. 4 FM-2 Wildcats from Shamrock Bay, CVE-84, arrived and shot down 6 attackers before running out of ammunition. At about this time, the Fighting 10 Corsairs arrived overhead, but the sailors on Laffey were too busy to notice them. Even as the fighters went after the attackers, 2 more planes and another bomb struck the destroyer. When Lieutenant Junior Grade Carl Ryman, leader of the Wildcats, who had shot down a Val and 2 Kates while defending Laffey, returned to Shamrock Bay, he reported that Laffey was a goner. Laffey had now lost power to her main batteries forward, reducing her defense to 4 20mm guns. Conditions were so bad that the captain contemplated abandoning ship. With 30 kamikazes still overhead, the 2 Fighting 10 Corsairs were joined by Clark's 4, and shortly thereafter the 12 from VMF 311. One Marine flew so low chasing an inbound Val that he sheared off a radar antenna and sustained such damage he was forced to bail out. At 09:34 hours, Bryant, DD-665, arrived. Maneuvering at flank speed, her gunners splashed several kamikazes before one crashed the base of her forward superstructure, knocking out the CIC and radio room, killing 34 and wounding 30 more. Bryant managed to limp to Karamaretto on her own. At 09:47 hours, as the Corsairs continued their battle, Val No. 21 dived on Laffey and dropped a bomb that wiped out the port 20mm gun mount, killing the crew. Minutes later, the 22nd attacker in 80 minutes was destroyed in its dive by 40mm fire from LCS-51. The sky was finally clear of attackers as the Corsairs winged away. The crew set about firefighting in an attempt to save their ship. By 1100 hours, Laffey was down by the stern when LCS-51 came alongside to assist in firefighting and to take off wounded. LCS-51 took Laffey in tow, and by the next day, the ship that would not die, as Laffey came to be known, entered Karamaretto's boneyard. She had survived the most determined kamikaze attacks of the war, hit by 4 bombs and 6 kamikazes that wounded 72 crewmen and killed 31. 4 other radar picket destroyers had taken hits and casualties from the 165 kamikazes launched that day, though fortunately none was so seriously damaged. Temporary repairs were rushed, and Laffey departed 3 days later for Saipan, arriving on April 27th. On May 1st, she got underway for the Todd shipyard at Tacoma, Washington, via Eniwetok and Hawaii, arriving in Tacoma on May 24th, where she eased alongside Pier 48, 6 weeks after her ordeal in the East China Sea. The Navy delayed sending Laffey into the shipyard until nearly 93,000 civilians could visit the destroyer and see for themselves the results of the kamikaze attacks at Okinawa and the bravery of her crew. Her repairs were completed the week of the formal surrender in September. After serving in the Korean War and throughout the Cold War, Laffey was the last Sumner-class destroyer to be decommissioned on March 9, 1975. She was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1986 in recognition of her fight at Okinawa and is today moored in Charleston, South Carolina, alongside Yorktown, CV-10. While Laffey fought her epic battle, Pringle, DD-477, and Hobson, DD-464, DMS-26, were under siege at RP-14. When the first attackers swarmed in, Pringle shot down a Zeke. 3 low-flying Vals took aim at the destroyer and were spotted heading toward the ship at a range of 10,000 yards. One Val went in when its wing was clipped by 5-inch fire, while the other 2 circled. Then one turned toward the ship, twisting and turning as it was surrounded by anti-aircraft fire, while Pringle went to flank speed to outmaneuver the incoming attacker. The plane was obscured by smoke until it appeared suddenly and crashed at the base of the forward stack. The impact and huge explosion that quickly followed snapped the ship's keel. Broken in half, Pringle sank 5 minutes later, taking 65 of her crew down with her. LCS-34 and LCS-121 approached to rescue survivors. Other kamikazes were still around, and LCS-34 expended so much 20mm and 40mm ammunition in fighting them off that the gun crews were struggling through knee-deep drifts of expended shell casings, and men had to be called from below decks to clear the upper deck so the gun crew could continue to mount a defense. LCS-34 eventually pulled 87 men from the water, while 121 rescued another 28. Even when a ship managed to survive and make it to Kerama Retto, the horror was not over for the survivors. Men had to work their way through the damage to find the remains of their shipmates, most of them horribly mutilated and burned, some beyond recognition even by dental records. The effort was so agonizing that electrician's mate second class Henry Seba, one of the survivors aboard Bowers, DE-637, which had been hit by kamikazes south of Ieshima on April 16th, later wrote that he was convinced it would have been better to have switched places with the crew of another wrecked ship and let them handle Bowers's dead while he and the other Bowers survivors dealt with theirs. One of the men Seba identified was a sailor who had bunked near him. He was able to identify the remains only by the smell of the Aquavelva aftershave the man always wore, since the body was in 2 parts. The legs and hips were still in the trainer's seat of the No. 2 Mount's 3-inch gun, while his torso lay face down on the deck. Water tender Frank Martinez identified the ship's chief radio man by his wedding ring. On April 18th, shock ran through every American afloat and ashore when it was learned that Ernie Pyle, the GI's war correspondent, who had chronicled the lives of American soldiers in and out of battle from North Africa to the liberation of Paris, had been killed on Aishima Island, just northwest of Okinawa. Pyle had been awarded the 1944 Pulitzer Prize for his everyman perspective in his war reporting, and was beloved by all the men who had met him. After relocating to the Pacific, where he bucked the Navy's prohibition on using the names of sailors in reporting and received a special dispensation for him alone, he went aboard the light carrier Cabot during the first Tokyo strike. He said the crew had an easy life compared to the infantry in Europe and had written an unflattering report of shipboard life. Pyle had then joined the Okinawa invasion force and came ashore on Ieshima with the 305th Infantry Regiment of the 77th Liberty Patch Division on April 17th. Shortly before, the 45-year-old correspondent had confided to his friend, Time magazine's Robert Sherrod, that, "I'm getting too old to stay in combat with these kids." By the next day, enemy opposition had apparently been neutralized. In an effort to get to the front to talk to the troops, he was traveling with the 305th's commander, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph B. Coolidge, to the new command post when they encountered enemy machine gun fire and took cover in a nearby ditch. Coolidge later reported, "A little later, Pyle and I raised up to look around. Another burst hit the road over our heads. I looked at Ernie and saw he had been hit. He had been hit by a bullet that entered his left temple just under his helmet and was killed instantly." Ernie Pyle was buried with his helmet on between an infantry private and a combat engineer. The 305th Regiment erected a monument, which still stands at the site of his death on the island, inscribed, "At this spot, the 77th Infantry Division lost a buddy, Ernie Pyle, 18 April 1945. Eleanor Roosevelt, who had frequently quoted his dispatches in her newspaper column My Day, paid tribute to him in her column the next day. "I shall never forget how much I enjoyed meeting him here in the White House last year, and how much I admired this frail and modest man who could endure hardships because he loved his job and our men." President Truman wrote, "No man in this war has so well told the story of the American fighting man as American fighting men wanted it told. He deserves the gratitude of all his countrymen." Rear Admiral J.J. Jocko Clark, who had become a close friend of Pyle in the 1930s when he was aviation editor for Scripps Howard and had taken him flying many times while Clark commanded NAS Anacostia in Washington, later wrote that learning of his friend's death was one of the hardest personal losses I experienced in the war. The psychological stress sailors experienced as they fought to shoot down kamikazes grew worse as the campaign went on. Ship surgeons were forced to deal with something that had never before been seen on ships, combat fatigue, similar to that experienced by soldiers and Marines ashore. The fleet was relentlessly assaulted by kamikazes and conventional attackers. In daylight, sailors crewing 40-millimeter guns aboard radar picket destroyers were able to see the faces of the enemy pilots in the last split seconds before the plane struck the ship and exploded. Frequently, there were night attacks on moonlit nights. 19-year-old signalman first class Nicholas Floros, an anti-aircraft gunner on an LSM, recalled kamikazes looking like ghostly apparitions, like a giant bat gliding in. Admiral Spruance, who survived both his flagships sustaining damage from kamikazes during the campaign, described the night raiders as witches on broomsticks. Task Force 57, the British Pacific Fleet, arrived on March 26th and took station west of Okinawa to block kamikaze attacks from the Sakishima Gunto Islands and Formosa. The 4 British fleet carriers, with their armored flight decks, were better able to absorb a kamikaze hit with only slight damage that might put an American carrier out of action. During their tour of duty, all 4 of the carriers would be hit before the fleet withdrew to reprovision on April 20th. By the end of the Okinawa campaign, the 5 British carriers that participated had been hit by 8 kamikazes, which resulted in only 20 deaths, a testament to the value of their armored flight decks. Beginning with their arrival, the Hellcats and Corsairs flew escort missions for bombing attacks by Avengers and Fireflies against airfields throughout the islands, while Indefatigable's 2 Seafire 3 squadrons provided fleet cap. On April 1st, the first fighter ramrods, that is, fighter sweeps, had just been launched when an inbound raid appeared on radar at 0700 hours. Sub-Lieutenant Richard Reynolds of 894 Squadron, who had shared in the destruction of 2 German flying boats in the Arctic in August 1944, led the cap overhead. Just before 0730 hours, a Zeke machine-gunned the battleship HMS King George V, then took aim at Indefatigable. Reynolds dove through the shipboard anti-aircraft fire and pounced on the Zeke. He scored hits on the weaving attacker and set it afire just before he had to break off when the kamikaze hit Indefatigable and started a fire. 40 minutes later, the damage was under control, and the carrier resumed flight operations. 20 minutes after the first attack, Reynolds was vectored onto a Zeke that had just dive-bombed the anti-aircraft cruiser HMS Ulster Queen. He knocked this attacker down with 2 short bursts of 20-millimeter cannon fire, then latched onto a third Zeke that turned into him, but Reynolds knocked it down with 2 bursts of cannon fire. With these 3 and his 2 Atlantic victories, Sub-Lieutenant Reynolds became the only Seafire ace of the war. Lieutenant Commander Tommy Harrington, commander of 5 Naval Fighter Wing, scored his final victory of the war shortly after Reynolds's battle. He was flying out of range, and I carefully fired a good long blast over his port wing. He then very kindly obliged by executing a rather difficult turn to port, which enabled me to close and shoot this unhappy amateur down. The Oscar was another kamikaze. The British didn't have everything their way. 1834 Squadron lost their CO while South African ace Edward Wilson had his engine shot up over Ishigaki and was forced to ditch. Fortunately, he was picked up by Victorious's ASR Supermarine Walrus. 2 days later, Canadian Sub-Lieutenant Bill Atkinson of 1844 Squadron attacked a Betty and damaged it. On April 6th, he shared a duty with Edward Wilson, bringing his score to 7 and making him the leading FAA Hellcat ace. At Spruance's request, Task Force 57 hit Formosa on April 12th. Ronnie Hay was once again the strike coordinator when Victorious's Avengers bombed Matsuyama Airfield. That morning, Lieutenant Bill Thompson and Sub-Lieutenant Phil Stott of Indefatigable's 1770 Squadron spotted 5 JAAF Ki-51 Sonia dive bombers while they were escorting a U.S. Navy PBM Mariner on patrol. The 2 Firefly pilots immediately attacked, scoring 2 each with the 5th Sonia as a probable. In the process, Stott's 2 victories made him the only Firefly ace of the war. Thompson later wrote in his logbook, "Cap over Rescue Mariner, U.S., sighted 5 Sonias 12 miles northwest of southwest Point Kumi Island at 1,000 feet, claimed and attacked from 2,000 feet on port quarter, shot down port stern aircraft in flames, then chased his wingman, who evaded me for a while, finally closed, and at 50 yards he exploded in red flames. Resumed patrol. Number 2 got 2 more. I claim 2 Sonias certain." April 12th was also the best day for the Hellcat in FAA service, with pilots scoring a total of 6 victories. Sub-Lieutenant Bill Foster started the day's claims when he claimed an Oscar and a Tony at 0630 hours, while his wingman, Bill Atkinson, claimed a Tony probable and an Oscar destroyed. At about the same time, Sub-Lieutenant J.H. Kernigan of the Seafire-equipped 887 Squadron attacked a mixed formation of incoming enemy fighters that broke and evaded. Chasing after, he fired 2 long bursts at a Zeke that caught fire and went into the ocean as he turned away and damaged a Tony with the last of his ammunition. The fleet returned to Sakishima Gunto on April 14th. The next day, Bill Atkinson shot down a C-6N Mert reconnaissance plane. HMS Formidable had arrived and replaced Illustrious on April 16th, but 1842 Squadron lost their CO, Lieutenant Commander Judy Garland, when his Corsair was hit over Ishigaki. Bill Foster also shot down a shadowing Mert. When he shot down another on April 20th, he became an ace. Later that day, Task Force 57 retired to Leyte Gulf to replenish and refit. The FM-2 Wildcat might have been superseded by the Hellcat and Corsair on the fast carriers, but the stubby little fighters still had a lot of go in them. On April 28th, VOC-1 CO Bush Bringle and his wingman were vectored onto 2 kamikaze Vals whose pilots were wearing ceremonial robes and looking scared to death. The 2 Wildcats quickly gave them a final ceremony sooner than they had planned, as the kamikazes flew straight and level with the Americans flying formation as they performed the execution. The 18 CVEs of the Carrier Support Force were not limited to flying close air support for the troops ashore on Okinawa. Throughout the month of April, they also participated in the neutralization or occupation of outlying islands in the Ryukyu chain. The airfields on these islands might have been small, but they were defended with intense and accurate anti-aircraft fire. On one strafing mission, Bringle was hit in his engine on his second pass, with the Cyclone stopped cold. As he prepared for a water landing, the engine unexpectedly restarted when he was 50 feet over the water, showing 1,200 RPM and 35 inches in the instruments. It wasn't much power, but he took it happily, even though the R-1820 had no throttle or prop control. Following his wingman at 1,000 feet and 170 knots, he made it back to Marcus Island and trapped with a fast, flat approach despite having no flaps and no throttle control, which forced him to blip the magnetos for power adjustments to get a Roger pass from the LSO and catch the third wire. Shortly after, Marcus Island returned to Ulithi to replenish and replace aircraft and provide a rest for the busy pilots. Chapter 10. The Murderous Month of May. If anyone had any doubts prior to L-Day, the events of the past 30 days clearly demonstrated that the battle for Okinawa was the biggest fight of the Pacific War to date. Ashore, soldiers and Marines fought a grinding struggle in the south of the island against a well-organized defense willing to fight to the last man, with conditions made worse by increasing rain as the monsoon season approached. At sea, the Navy was engaged in a life-or-death struggle against an enemy equally determined to sacrifice everything if necessary. Those aboard the radar picket destroyers wondered why it was that the Japanese had centered their attacks on these relatively low-value ships, rather than continued to the main fleet where they could target the crucial carriers. Whether it was due to an actual strategy to knock out the early warning system, or just the inexperience of the attackers, the destroyers and their accompanying LCIs and LSMs at the picket locations were the front line of the naval battle at Okinawa. Aboard the destroyers, men were reading a mimeographed handout, Calling All Destroyers, which compressed the fundamental lessons of kamikaze warfare, originally created by the destroyer Wadsworth, DD-516, now distributed with the imprimatur of the Pacific Fleet Cruiser and Destroyer Command. Calling All Destroyers began, "So long, Frisco, must be the saddest words in the book these days when the buck-toothed bonsai boys are waiting out here to mess up that new paint job. But remember this, the Japs have sent out hundreds of these guys with their one-way ticket, but only a relative few have gotten hits. What's happened to the rest? Well, the same old ground rules still apply." For lookouts, the ground rules were, watch the clouds, watch the low haze over the water, watch the 20 degrees to either side of the sun. Radar doesn't always pick them up, so if a plane suddenly pops in on you, be able to tell in a split second whether it's a Zeke or an F-6F. For the fighter direction teams, let the cap take care of them. It's easier on the nerves, and the planes are built for it. Get out the bearing, course, speed, and angles in a hurry. For gunners, the more shrapnel you give him to come through, the less chance he has of making it. Fire early and save your ship. Keep shooting until his prop brushes your whiskers. In the last 1,000 yards, he still has a lot of smart flying to do to hit you. Work on the pilot. Aim for the cockpit with the 20s and 40s. A dead Jap can't fly a plane, and instead of making those last-minute corrections on his stick, he'll flop in the drink out of control. On May 1st, Admiral Ugaki ordered the launch of Kikusui No. 5. Weather intervened and the main attacks did not come for 2 days. However, May 4th would be memorable indeed as the beginning of the worst fight over the radar pickets yet. At RP-10, Aaron Ward, DD-773, and Little, DD-803, were accompanied by the LCSs and an LCM. Incoming attackers were spotted by radar shortly after 1800 hours, and at 1822 hours klaxons echoed across the water as the little fleet went to general quarters when the kamikazes drew within a few miles. Aaron Ward's gunners scored first, shooting down a Zeke close to starboard and a second farther out to port. The third Zeke came out of the lowering sun and dropped a bomb off the stern, cutting off steering and power to the No. 3 twin 5-inch mount. Action spread to the rest of the ships. Little waged a hopeless battle with 24 kamikazes overhead. Her gunners shot down 2, but a third crashed the port side at 1843 hours, followed by 2 more within a minute of each other, while a third hit the torpedo mount in a vertical dive minutes later. Within 7 minutes, Little's keel snapped and the ship was a goner. She sank at 1855 hours. Overhead, 4 Hellcats appeared in answer to the call for help from Ward's FDO. Gene Valencia's elite VF-9 division hit the 38 attackers at 15,000 feet. Valencia's wingman, Harris Mitchell, later remembered the epic battle. "I discovered the true meaning of anxiety as we closed that huge gaggle. But when I looked over at Gene, his expression was that of a young child who had just spotted his favorite toy under the Christmas tree." Valencia exploded the leader of 4 Zekes, and the other 3 dropped their bombs and dove away. The 2 Hellcat sections took turns attacking, while the other stayed high to provide cover. Mitchell shot 2 Zekes off Valencia's tail while he picked off a 4th on the tail of Clinton Smitty Smith. Over the course of 2 hours, the foursome shot down 11, claimed 3 probables and 1 damaged in a fight that went from 15,000 feet to sea level. The 4 Hellcats were so short of fuel they had to land at Yantan before returning to Yorktown. Harris Mitchell had to be towed off the runway when his engine quit, out of gas. Below, Aaron Ward was in bad trouble with steering gone, fires raging, and ready ammunition stores exploding. The ship collided with 2 LCSs attempting to close and assist in firefighting and evacuation of wounded. LSM-195 took a kamikaze that ignited the onboard rockets, shut down pumps, and cut water pressure. Unable to fight the fires, the crew went over the side, leaving the burning vessel adrift in the gathering darkness before it exploded and sank at 1920 hours. LCS-83's gunners shot down an attacker aimed at LCS-25, then splashed an attacker headed for their ship that crashed mere feet from the bow. LCS-14, followed by LCS-83, finally made it alongside Aaron Ward and removed the wounded, fought fires, and pumped flooded spaces. In the meantime, LCS-25 combed the sea for survivors of the sunken ships. After a 2-hour fight to stem the fires, Aaron Ward was taken under tow for the boneyard, where she arrived around midnight. As Aaron Ward was taken under tow, Maycomb, DD-458, DMS-23, at RP-9, was struck by a kamikaze that blew up when it hit the after gun mount and hurled dead and wounded into the sea. With Maycomb's 7 dead at RP-9, the casualty toll for May 3rd was just short of 250 dead and wounded. The next day was worse. At 0430 hours, VF-9's 4 Hellcat Night Fighter detachment was vectored onto bogies that turned out to be 4 Betty bombers. Ensign John Orth shot down 3 of them to bring his score to 6 as a night fighter pilot. The battle began over RP-12 at 0630 hours when Luce, DD-522, took a hit that knocked out her radar and guns, followed minutes later by a kamikaze that crashed amidships and blew up torpedoes and ready ammunition in the 40mm mounts. Luce sank in a matter of minutes. Next, it was the turn of Shea, DD-750, DMS-30. En route to radar picket duty 20 miles northeast of Zampa Misaki, she encountered 2 kamikazes, shooting one down for certain with her 5-inch battery and the other probable, before arriving on station at 0600 hours. Receiving reports of raids inbound, Shea sounded general quarters. Minutes later, a smoky haze from the Hagushi beaches enveloped the ship, reducing visibility to 5,000 yards. 90 minutes later, she was in the clear, and at 0854 a lone Betty was spotted 6 miles away. The FDO vectored the cap to the bomber, and the Hellcats shot it down at 0858 hours. An Oka was spotted a minute later, closing at better than 450 knots on the starboard beam. Moments later, the rocket-propelled bomb crashed into the starboard side of her bridge, where it entered the sonar room and traversed the chart house passageway and hatch before exploding just to port when it hit the water. The hit caused a fire to break out on the mess deck, inside the CIC, the chart house, the division commander's stateroom, and the No. 2 5-inch mount upper handling room. Internal communication was lost throughout the ship. All power was lost to mounts No. 1 and 2, while the forward 20mm guns were damaged. The main gun director was jammed, and the gyro and computer were inoperable. Casualties were 1 officer and 34 men killed and 91 others wounded. Shea listed to port 5 degrees. While the damage control parties fought the fires, the destroyer limped to the Hagushi anchorage, searching for medical assistance. After she arrived at 10:52 hours, the most seriously wounded were transferred to Crescent City, APA-21, while the 35 dead were taken ashore for burial on Okinawa. Shea then headed to Kerama-Retto. After holding a memorial service for the dead on May 11th, she departed for Ulithi on May 15th and ultimately returned to the United States for repairs. Starting at 0715 hours, Morrison, DD-560, and Ingram, DD 694, fought off what seemed an unending procession of kamikaze raids. Ingram shot down 4 attackers before a 5th crashed just above the waterline on the port side, with its bomb exploding in the generator room and knocking out power. Ingram was left with 1 operable gun. 36 sailors were wounded and 15 killed. Unable to offer any defense, Ingram was forced to leave station and head for Keramaretto. At the same time, Morrison was attacked by a Zeke that broke through heavy flak and dropped a bomb off the starboard beam that exploded harmlessly. A Val and another Zeke followed with unsuccessful suicide runs as they were shot down by the 40mm gunners, with both crashing alongside. At 0825 hours, a Zeke flew through intense anti-aircraft fire and crashed into the forward stack and the bridge, inflicting heavy casualties and knocking out most electrical equipment. Lookouts then spotted a formation of 7 twin-float biplanes low over the water on the horizon, identifying them as ALFs. The airplanes were so slow they couldn't be followed by the gun director, while their fabric construction made them nearly invulnerable to proximity-fused shells. One came in through 20mm and 40mm fire and crashed into the handling rooms of the forward 5-inch mounts, setting off fires. One of the attackers alighted on the water as the others continued to attack unsuccessfully, with Morrison shooting down 3 more. The 4th ALF then lifted off and under cover of smoke flew into the destroyer, hitting her No. 4 5-inch mount and igniting another fire. Morrison listed sharply to starboard. With the internal communications circuits knocked out, it was impossible to transit the order to abandon ship to all compartments. At 0838 hours, the fires set off 2 explosions in the 5-inch mount handling rooms. Morrison's bow lifted into the air, and 2 minutes later she sank so fast that 152 men below decks went down with her. Overhead of the destroyers, Hellcats of VF-9 shot down 29 attackers through the course of the day, while VF-83's Hellcats splashed 24 near Izena-shima, including 6 by Ensign Myron M. Truax, 4 Type 93 trainers, a Val, and an Oscar. VBF-12 and VF-46 shot down 20 between them to bring the Hellcat score for the day to 73, while Corsairs from Bunker Hill, Essex, and the newly arrived Shangri-La knocked down 30 more. Casualties on May 4th came to 1,000 dead and wounded, with the loss of 2 destroyers and 2 LSMs and another destroyer so severely damaged she was put out of action for the rest of the war. The Royal Navy's Task Force 57 returned to Okinawa on May 4th and resumed attacks on nearly empty airfields in Sakishima Gunto. Seafire pilots Sub-Lieutenant Reynolds and his wingman, Sub-Lieutenant Randall Kay, shot down a Hamp, which was Reynolds's final success of the war. Just after 11:30 hours, a wave of suicide attackers bore down on the British carriers. One kamikaze made a steep dive at Formidable and was engaged by the carrier's anti-aircraft guns. Although it was hit and crashed into the sea nearby, its bomb came loose as it roared over the flight deck and detonated on the flight deck, producing a crater 9 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 2 feet deep. A long steel bomb splinter speared through the hangar deck and the main boiler room, rupturing a steam line before it came to rest in an aviation fuel tank near the aircraft park. 8 sailors were killed and 47 wounded when a major fire broke out that destroyed 1 Corsair and 10 Avengers. The fires were brought under control over the course of several hours, after which the crater in the deck was repaired with concrete and steel plate. By 1700 hours, the ship was able to resume flight operations. At 1700 hours on May 9th, kamikazes struck from Formosa. Both Formidable and Victorious were hit with aircraft on deck preparing for takeoff, while the battleship HMS Howe also took a hit. The 2 carriers lost 47 Corsairs between them in the resulting fires, but once again their armored decks protected them, and both were ready to resume operations in a few hours. This proved to be the final kamikaze strike against the Royal Navy at Okinawa. A U.S. Navy liaison officer aboard Indefatigable reported, "When a kamikaze hits a U.S. carrier, it means 6 months of repair at Pearl. When a kamikaze hits a Limey carrier, it's just a case of sweepers man your brooms." Post-war analysis showed several carriers, including Formidable, had suffered more structural damage than had been originally apparent, which led to the ships being scrapped as beyond economic repair. On May 25th, Task Force 57 flew its final strikes of the Okinawa campaign, then retired to Australia to refit its battered ships and replenish aircraft. The British Pacific Fleet had spent 62 days at sea during the campaign, while the fighters had shot down 42 Japanese aircraft and destroyed many more during airfield strikes. May 10th saw one of the more unusual aerial fights in the Pacific War, one that showed just how tough the Corsair was. 4 F-4U-1D Corsairs of VMF 312 on a dawn cap over Ieshima spotted the contrails of a twin-engine Ki-45 Nick recon plane at 25,000 feet. As the Corsairs climbed, so did the Nick, which had obviously spotted them too. 2 of the Corsairs abandoned the chase when they topped out at 36,000 feet, but Captain Kenneth Reusser and First Lieutenant Robert Klingman continued the chase. Both fired off most of their ammunition to lighten their fighters and closed in on the Nick at 38,000 feet. Reusser expended the last of his ammo and damaged the port engine, while the rear gunner returned fire and hit the Corsair, forcing Reusser to break off. Klingman pulled within 50 feet of the Nick and opened fire, but nothing happened. His guns were frozen in the sub-zero stratosphere. Careful not to stall out, Klingman approached the Nick and began chewing up the airplane with his propeller, taking pieces off the rudder and destroying the rear cockpit. Positioning himself again to the rear, he approached and chewed off what was left of the rudder. Uncertain now that he could return to Okinawa 150 miles to the south, and with his fighter vibrating badly from damage to the prop, Klingman executed a third buzzsaw attack and took off the Nick's right stabilizer. The Nick fell off into a spin it did not recover from and shed its wings at 15,000 feet before it hit the ocean 5 miles below. Klingman held his altitude and turned back for Okinawa. 20 miles north of the island, he ran out of fuel and glided the rest of the way to Yontan, where he executed a dead-stick landing. The tips of his propeller were gone, and the Corsair's airframe was punctured and dented from debris and bullet holes. Southern Japan was covered with low clouds the morning of May 11th. Despite the likelihood of rain, Kikusui No. 6 was ordered to strike the Americans. At 0640 hours, the 1st Zeke of the 306th Showa Special Attack Squadron of the 721st Naval Air Group lifted off the runway at Kanoya Airfield on southern Kyushu. This Zeke was followed by 5 more, with the last one departing at 0653 hours. Each Zeke carried a 250-kilogram bomb. The small formation joined up and stayed low, as far away from the clouds as possible, as they headed east in search of the American aircraft carriers that had been spotted the previous day southeast of Kyushu. Squadron leader Lieutenant Junior Grade Seizo Yasunori was determined to find the American carriers. As the formation crossed the coastline and headed out to sea, one of the Zekes suffered engine trouble. As the inexperienced pilot attempted to turn back, he stalled his airplane, then entered a spin from which he didn't recover before the Zeke struck the sea below. The 5 survivors headed on. Ensign Kiyoshi Ogawa, a Waseda University graduate who had been drafted the previous summer following his graduation, put all his attention into following his leader. Ensign Ogawa had graduated from flying school only the previous February. Flying a Zeke with fewer than 150 total flying hours was difficult, but he was determined to do his duty as a subject of the Emperor when the moment came. Task Force 58 had been fortunate, since Kikusui No. 3 had claimed Intrepid. Kikusui No. 4 on April 16th had hit the radar pickets hard, as had Kikusui No. 5 at the beginning of the month, but the suicide attackers had missed the fast carriers. Lieutenant Yasunori spotted the dark silhouettes of American Navy fighters in the distance and led his flight into the clouds, where they managed to evade the defenders. Other Toko formations were not so fortunate when the Americans found the inexperienced pilots and shot them into the sea. Ensign Ogawa was concerned about the clouds since he had no skill at flying blind. Neither did any of the others, but Yasunori was successful in evading interception. The 5 Zeeks headed on. 8 VF-84 Corsair pilots were on cap over Kikai when they spotted and jumped 30 kamikazes, shooting down 11. VF-17 veteran Lieutenant John M. Smith was the top scorer with 2 Nates and a Zeke to finish his wartime score at 10. The Corsairs turned to head back to Bunker Hill. The morning sky over Task Force 58 was covered with a 6/10 cloud cover. Bunker Hill, flagship for Task Force Commander Admiral Mark Mitzer, had just finished her respot to begin landing 8 VMF 451 Corsairs of the Cap, with Smith's 2 VF-84 divisions inbound. Major Archie Donahue was in the groove with a Roger pass from the LSO and caught the 3-wire. Enterprise, which had returned from repairs at Ulithi only 2 days before, steamed in formation several thousand yards distant. Radar operators in Bunker Hill's CIC strained to get returns in the stormy skies, but their work was made more difficult by the many rain squalls in all quarters, which reduced the ability of the ship's radar to spot inbound attackers. Lieutenant Yasunori led his formation between several large clouds, then broke into clear skies. There before him were the American carriers and their escorts, wakes white against the blue sea. He spotted 2 big aircraft carriers near each other and led his Zeeks in to attack. Suddenly, dark puffs of anti-aircraft explosions surrounded the formation, and one plane fell away on fire. Ensign Ogawa closed up on his leader and followed him into his dive. At about 07:45 hours, the men aboard Bunker Hill were suddenly aware they were under attack when Yasunori opened up with his machine guns and strafed the deck, as Archie Donahue taxied up the flight deck after the Airedales had freed his hook. Donahue pulled to the side, shut down, and exited his Corsair quickly. The ship had a matter of seconds to mount a defense once the enemy aircraft appeared out of the clouds. The crewmen manning the 20mm anti-aircraft guns that lined the deck edge opened up, spraying tracers skyward. Yasunori was hit, but still he came on. The Zeke caught fire, but still he held his dive. When he realized his plane was out of control and he might not crash the carrier, he pulled his bomb release. Yasunori's 550-pound bomb struck Bunker Hill near the No. 3 elevator and penetrated the flight deck, exiting the port side at gallery deck level before exploding in the ocean. Yasunori's Zeke struck the deck a moment later, destroying several aircraft and causing a large fire as the wreckage of his burning Zeke careened through several other aircraft before it went over the side into the water. Ensign Owada had also been set on fire by defending AA when he dropped his bomb 30 seconds later. It struck forward of the island on the flight deck and penetrated into the spaces below. Owada's Zeke then hit the forward part of the island and exploded, starting a second fire. An instant later, Owada's bomb exploded in Air Group 84's ready rooms at the gallery level above the hangar deck, killing many. On the flight deck above, the fire sent backdrafts of flame into the island's narrow passageway and up the access ladders. As fire began to spread from the wrecked ready rooms to the hangar deck, the firefighters sprayed water and foam on the airplanes on the deck to keep them from exploding. Captain Gene A. Seitz ordered Bunker Hill into a hard turn to port in an attempt to clear some of the worst of the burning fuel and debris. Below, the fires spread and the carrier fell out of formation. Wilkes-Barre, CL-103, closed on the burning carrier as her crew broke out fire hoses and turned them on Bunker Hill. The light cruiser came close enough that men trapped on the catwalks could jump to her main deck as other crewmen went into the sea to get away from the fires. Cushing, DD 729, came alongside and began fishing survivors from the sea as her damage control teams added their firefighting to the defense of the carrier. Fires raged for hours below decks as men struggled through the toxic air to find the wounded and lead them up to fresh air while fighting the fires. Above, the pilots of VMF 221 who had been patrolling as CAP were directed to land aboard Enterprise. In the engineering compartments, Chief Engineer Commander Joseph Carmichael managed to keep his team together despite 99 of the 500 men there having been killed and wounded, and was able to keep the boilers and engines operating, which saved the ship. The worst of the fire was contained by 1530 hours. The cost of the attack was staggering: 396 dead and 264 wounded. For the survivors of Air Group 84, the worst was to come the next day, when they had to enter the ruined ready rooms to locate, tag, and remove the bodies of their flying mates. Many had died of smoke inhalation, and their bodies were piled in gangways or jammed into the ready room hatchways. Sadly, Chief Engineer Carmichael discovered that while the fire was being fought, someone had taken an acetylene welding torch and cut through the safety deposit boxes in the ship's post office and had then stolen the money they contained. The thief was never caught. Ensign Owado was identified that same morning when salvage diver Robert Schock volunteered to go into the bowels of the ship where the remains of the Zeke had finally settled. The wreck was half submerged when Schock found it and came face to face with the dead pilot. He searched the body and found papers he removed that later turned out to be photographs and a letter. Schock also removed the pilot's blood-soaked name tag and a smashed watch embedded in his chest, as well as the buckle from his parachute harness. The diver hid these and brought them home after the war. In 2001, Schock's son found the items following his father's death, and these were later returned to Ogawa's niece and grandniece in a ceremony in San Francisco. Admiral Mitzer was forced to relinquish command. He and his staff were transferred by Breach's buoy to English, DD 696, for transport to Enterprise, where he broke his flag and resumed command. 13 of his staff had died in the fires in Bunker Hill's Island. While Bunker Hill fought for her life off Kyushu, the radar picket destroyers north of Okinawa again came in for attack. The attackers appeared over RP-15 at 0750 hours. At 0755, radar operators aboard Hugh W. Hadley, DD 774, command ship at RP-15, were tracking 150 bogies. The 3 accompanying LCSs went to general quarters as their crews manned the 40mm mounts. Hadley's FDO separated the bogies into 4 raids and vectored a 12-plane cap of Corsairs and Hellcats to intercept the attackers. By the time the flyers called Tally-Ho, Hadley and Robley D. Evans, DD 552, were under attack by multiple kamikazes. During the next 100 minutes, Hadley shot down 12, while Evans shot down 15. Evans was hit 4 times, which exploded 2 boilers and flooded all engineering spaces and left her dead in the water. Hadley took an Oka, a Zeke, and a bomb that flooded her engineering spaces, while exploding ammunition threatened to sink her. Her captain, Lieutenant Commander Baron Mullaney, kept 50 men aboard to fight fires and ordered the rest to abandon ship. LCS-83 and LSM-193 began rescuing men in the water, while LCS-84 came alongside Hadley to assist in firefighting. LCS-82 came alongside Evans and rigged pumps to control flooding, while her damage control party cut a hole in the destroyer's forecastle to free a dozen sailors trapped below who were badly burned. Both destroyers were towed to Keramaretto. Evans suffered 30 dead and 30 wounded, while Hadley lost 100 killed and wounded. Jean Valencia's circus fought their last battle on May 11th. vectored with divisions led by Lieutenant Marvin Franger and Lieutenant Bert Eckard into a formation of 55 kamikazes over the northern Ryukyus, Valencia's team fought 18 Zeeks and Franks in 2 groups and shot down 9 without loss, though Valencia pressed one attack so close that his radio was jarred loose by the exploding Frank. Valencia's circus had scored 43 victories during the deployment, 1/3 of the Fighting Nine total, including 34 in their 3 combats in May. Bert Eckard and his wingman Ensign John Kalin tangled with 30 Zeeks for 20 minutes, during which Eckard shot down 5 to bring his score to 7, becoming the 42nd and last Hellcat ace in a day in the Pacific War. Marv Franger's division saw only 1, a Frank that Franger shot down to become the only Navy pilot of the war to have scored on 3 deployments. He began by shooting down a Vichy French Armée de l'Air Curtiss Hawk 75 during the invasion of North Africa in November 1942, followed by 5 more during Essex's 1943-44 tour, and the 3 he scored on the 3rd deployment in 1945. His score included 6 different Axis aircraft types: Hawk 75A3, Kate, Zeke, Nate, Jake, and Tony. Fighting Nine ended their deployment in June, following the return of Task Force 38 to Ulithi. During this 3rd tour, the squadron claimed 128.75 aerial victories and 47 on the ground. During 2 tours in the Pacific, the squadron had claimed 250.75 victories, plus 6 scored over North Africa, to become the 2nd-ranked Navy fighter squadron after VF-15. 20 pilots had become aces during these tours, putting the unit in 3rd place behind VF-2 with 27 aces and VF-15 with 26. At war's end, Gene Valencia's score of 23 tied him with Lieutenant Cecil Harris of VF-18 for 2nd top-scoring ace behind Ace of Aces commander David McCampbell's 34. May 11, 1945 was the 5th Fleet's 3rd worst day of the Okinawa campaign. That night, Air Group 90 went to work on the Kyushu kamikaze airfields. The Avengers attacked unwary military airfields and other facilities that left lights on. The next night, the Japanese were prepared with radar-directed searchlights. Some pilots had their night vision ruined, but the searchlights were defeated when the pilots dropped window, aluminum foil strips cut to the radar wavelengths. During the 2nd night, Hellcat night fighters patrolled Kagoshima Bay and Kanoya Airfield, where they scored 8 victories in the early pre-dawn hours. Lieutenant Owen Young nearly became the first ace in a night when he shot down 3 Jakes and a Tony, then shared a Pete with Lieutenant Junior Grade Charles Latrobe. Lieutenants John Kenyon and K.D. Smoth also scored singles for Fighting 90's best night of their tour. In the early morning of May 13th, Charles Henderson probably shot down a George and scored a Roof, an amazing feat for an Avenger pilot. May 12th saw the war's first Hellcat ace score his final victory when Lieutenant Hamilton Mac McWhorter's Cap Division received a vector from Randolph's fighter direction officer. We were orbiting at 12,000 feet when my division was given a vector to intercept a high bogey. We applied full power and started climbing. As we were passing through 20,000 feet, I spotted a single airplane about 2 miles ahead at about 24,000, just making a bit of a contrail. The crew of the Mitsubishi C6N Sayun, MIRT, probably didn't even know they'd been spotted. The speedy reconnaissance plane, fast enough to outrun almost all Allied interceptors, was flying at high cruising speed, headed toward the American fleet off Kyushu. I came right up behind it, and about 100 feet below when I opened fire. It never made a move, but the engine went up, and then his fuel tank flamed. I was so close when he blew up that I had engine oil all over my canopy. The MIRT went straight in as a fireball all the way down. That evening, Admiral Spruance's flagship, the battleship New Mexico, was attacked by 2 kamikazes while she was anchored at her berth in the Karama-Reto anchorage. The attack came just after sunset as the rising new moon silhouetted the ships. Shortly after 1900 hours, Admiral Spruance took a walk on deck with his physician, Commander Morton D. Willicotts, who commented on the beauty of the night and the Indian springtime weather. "Good kamikaze weather," the admiral replied. At that moment the ship's klaxon went off. 2 kamikazes were several thousand yards distant, headed toward the flagship with 2 corsairs in vain pursuit. As the first dived on the battleship, it was near missed by a 5-inch shell and lifted just enough that it passed over the ship from port to starboard and plunged into the water alongside. The gunners were unable to follow the second through the smoke as it made a wide circuit and bored in from starboard. Volleys from other ships hit New Mexico's superstructure, killing 6 as the 20-millimeter gunners fired in vain. The second kamikaze struck amidships. Its bomb came loose and exploded in the Jap trap cluster of 20-millimeter guns as the plane plowed into the aft stack, tearing open a 30-foot hole. The ready ammunition in the Jap trap caught fire, and flames rushed through the hole and up the stack, causing a blowtorch Venturi effect that probably saved the ship as the fire was pulled away from the rest of the ammunition. Dr. Willicotts excused himself to join the ship's surgeons and treat the wounded. Spruance disappeared into the smoke with a final word that he was heading for the bridge. When he couldn't be found, Flag Lieutenant Cy Huey went searching for his commander. He found the 4-star admiral manning a fire hose with the crew, fighting the fire amidships. Through swift action by the damage control parties, the fires were out in 30 minutes. By midnight, 54 badly injured sailors had been evacuated to the hospital ship, while the 51 dead were gathered through the night for identification in the morning. Many were so badly burned they could be identified only by dental records. A further 55 injured men were treated on board. New Mexico's crew effected repairs, and the battleship remained on the line to provide fire support for the fighting ashore until she finally departed Okinawa on May 28th. Back at Ulithi, an important milestone in the history of the Grumman Hellcat played out when Ticonderoga brought aboard the aircraft of newly arrived Air Group 87 as she steamed outside the atoll. VBF 87's CO, Commander Porter W. Maxwell, landed his Hellcat. When he climbed out, Grumman Tech Rep Ralph Clark was on hand to give Maxwell a check for $500 for the Squadron Welfare Fund. Maxwell's Hellcat was the 10,000th Hellcat delivered by Grumman since production had begun 2.5 years earlier. While this Hellcat had been moving down the production line at Bethpage, a bucket hanging from its tail, the workers had dropped in their spare change as a contribution to the squadron that would receive the fighter, and signed their names on the airframe. The names were later covered by the glossy blue paint job, but 10,000th Hellcat was written in white on the cowling. It was a remarkable achievement of industrial production. Monthly Hellcat production by Grumman had peaked at 600 in March 1945 when this Hellcat was produced, and was at this time holding steady at 400 per month. Air Group 87 would put the Hellcat to good use when they joined Task Force 58 on May 17th and entered combat. Enterprise went to general quarters at 0400 hours on May 14th. At 0530 hours, the sun rose over the East China Sea to reveal good flying weather, with a 15-knot southerly wind driving scattered cumulus with bases at 3,000 feet. Hellcats of VFN 90 were inbound, having downed 3 more bandits since 0100 hours to give the squadron a dozen victories in 3 nights. Some Japanese airfields were beyond the range of Air Group 90, but the Enterprise's radar registered them as they climbed out of their hidden airfields on Kyushu and headed toward the fleet. Formations and singles flew different altitudes and courses in an attempt to confuse American radar. Enterprise's Hellcats had just entered the pattern to land when radar picked up a kamikaze gaggle inbound. The FDO assigned several pilots to take up defensive positions to the northwest, despite their low fuel status. The bogey resolved itself as 26 inbound attackers. Other task force Hellcats were vectored toward them, and over 20 minutes of aerial combat, 16 were shot down. 6 more became victims of the task group's anti-aircraft gunners. 3 of the 4 survivors turned away. One Zeke, flown by the strike leader, 22-year-old Lieutenant Junior Grade Shunsuke Tomiyasu, kept on, ducking in and out of clouds. Tomiyasu was a member of the same air group that had struck Bunker Hill 3 days earlier. At 06:23 hours, radar found 20 more bandits 20 miles out and closing. Tomiyasu's Zeke was lost in the clutter. At 06:53 hours, he popped out of the clouds directly over the task force and initiated a run from the fleet's starboard side. Anti-aircraft fire from alert gunners drove him back into the clouds. For several minutes he popped in and out of the clouds as he assessed the situation. He was now 2 miles from Enterprise on the same course when he reversed for a minute before turning directly toward the veteran carrier, sole survivor of the pre-war fleet. Tomiyasu was spotted when he popped out of the clouds at 1,500 feet. Enterprise turned hard to port to present her stern to the attacker, unmasking her guns on both sides of the flight deck. The sky was laced with tracers, and black puffs of anti-aircraft surrounded the green Zeke as Tomiyasu dived, heedless of the defenses, heading straight in as every gunner on the ship took aim and cut loose. At 06:57 hours, he entered a 30-degree dive. Realizing he would overshoot to starboard, he snap-rolled left to inverted and pulled back on the stick in the first quarter of a split S. At that moment, Flag Air Operations Officer Jimmy Flatley stepped out of the flag bridge. He saw the Zeke coming in and threw himself back inside, yelling, "Hit the deck!" Men aboard the escorting ships saw Tomiyasu perform an inverted 45-degree dive into Enterprise's flight deck, hitting the ship just aft of the forward elevator. Men throughout the ship felt the tremor that went through the hull when the Zeke and its 550-pound bomb exploded. The explosion was so powerful that it lofted a large section of the 15-ton elevator 400 feet into the air, while the rest flipped over and fell upside down into the elevator well. The instant was caught by a photographer aboard the nearby battleship Washington. The pilot's staterooms were obliterated, while the flight deck was bulged upward nearly 5 feet. 25 aircraft were destroyed, and fires raged. Hangar deck officer Lieutenant Junior Grade Charles B. Wilkinson barely missed death owing to the good fortune that he was standing behind a girder when the Zeke exploded in the hangar. Had he been 3 feet nearer to the elevator, he figured he would have been killed. Had that happened, no one would ever have known legendary Oklahoma University football coach Bud Wilkinson. The hit was worse than that which the Enterprise had taken at Santa Cruz. There was a serious fire in the forward hangar bay, threatening ammunition lockers, while the aviation fuel system was ruined, with lines severed and tanks leaking avgas. Seawater streamed in through breaches in the hull, and 3 6-inch water mains were broken. Any one of these would have been serious. Combined, the threat was catastrophic. Enterprise's crew responded. Men picked up 5-inch shells and powder bags and passed them hand to hand until they were thrown overboard. Firefighting teams fought the fire. Through their combined efforts, the worst of the fires was out in 17 minutes, with the last out 2 hours later. Power was lost to the forward gun mounts, but the rest responded and dispatched 2 more attackers during the battle to save the venerable carrier. Enterprise lost 14 dead and 60 wounded, 30 seriously, a fraction of Bunker Hill's losses. 3 of the dead had been aboard since the Doolittle raid in 1942. Lieutenant Tomiyasu's body was found the next day. Ship surgeons sutured the wounds, and the body was sewn into a mattress cover, then buried at sea with military honors. His name was incorrectly recorded as Tomizai, but later researchers discovered his real name and his personal effects, and some parts of his airplane were returned to his family in 2003. In 5 months of action, Night Air Group 90 had lost 32 pilots and aircrew. 85 Hellcats and Avengers were written off to all causes, 31 of which had been destroyed on deck by the 2 kamikaze attacks. On May 15th, Admiral Mitzer and his staff transferred to Randolph, their third flagship in 5 days. A dark joke circulated through the fleet that their commander was now a Jonah, a shipboard source of bad luck. The next day, Enterprise set course first for Ulithi, then on to Pearl Harbor and the West Coast for repairs. She was still under repair at the end of the war. Enterprise, the only pre-war carrier to survive the Pacific War, the ship that had single-handedly held the line in the South Pacific after the Battle of Santa Cruz, was the last carrier to be hit by a kamikaze. Her war from Pearl Harbor to Okinawa by way of Midway, Guadalcanal, Truk, the Marianas, Leyte, and Iwo Jima was finally over. Marcus Island and VOC-1 returned to Okinawa on May 21st, where the artillery spotters concentrated on spotting destroyer gunfire on the southern peninsula around Shuri Castle, site of the bloodiest fighting. The pilots were in such demand that when Marcus Island withdrew out to sea to refuel and replenish, 2 divisions were sent to operate from Yantan, where the rain and mud that was ever present did little to improve their morale. When the ship finally departed on June 21st, after organized resistance on the island had collapsed, the big guns of the Navy stopped firing for the first time in 82 days. VOC-1 had logged more combat hours per pilot than any other Navy squadron. Out of 26,000 flying hours, an average of 800 flying hours per pilot, accumulated since the unit was commissioned in December 1943, 12,664 were recorded as combat, with the majority in the Philippines, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. The squadron had scored 20 victories and was tied for 3rd place among CVE squadrons with VC-84, a remarkable achievement for a unit devoted to artillery spotting. 8 pilots, 1/4 of the authorized strength, had been killed in combat or operational accidents. Shortly after midnight on May 25, 1945, 165 kamikazes lifted off from their airfields on Kyushu for Kikusui No. 7, timed to support the 32nd Army's withdrawal from Shuri Castle to the final defense line on Okinawa. Among them were 12 Betty bombers, each carrying an Oka of the Thunder Corps. Torrential rain between Kyushu and Okinawa intervened, and the attackers were forced to turn back since their pilots could not fly in such weather. Only 9 of the Bettys regained their base. At 0:25 hours, a lone kamikaze found destroyer escort O'Neill, DE-188, south of the Higuchi beaches and crashed into the ship at deck level forward of the bridge. Fortunately, there was no fire. A few hours later, Stormy's, DD-780, at RP-15 was hit, as well as the minesweeper Spectacle, AM-305, and destroyer transport Bates, DE-68, APD-47. Each hit caused heavy casualties, and Bates was sunk. The next 4 days were the final mass act of the kamikaze war off Okinawa. That night, the Japanese struck Yantan Airfield with 5 Ki-21 Sally bombers loaded with commandos. 4 were shot down, while the 5th crash-landed on the runway, and 10 commandos emerged from the wreckage. Before being killed, the grenade-wielding suicide attackers managed to destroy several airplanes and an aviation gas storage tank. On May 25th, the Marine Corsair squadrons of the Tactical Air Force on Okinawa had their most successful day when they scored 39 kamikazes shot down. The combined Tactical Air Force, including P-47Ns of the U.S. AAF 318th Fighter Group based on Ieshima, had their biggest day, with 165 attackers shot down. Still, 2 ships were sunk and 9 others damaged. At 0730 hours, 4 Corsairs of VMF 312 intercepted 20 inbound attackers, who were so inexperienced they flew straight and level while the Marines methodically shot down 12 of their number. An hour later, 2 other VMF 312 divisions intercepted a larger formation and shot down 16 for the loss of 1 Corsair. Captain Herbert J. Valentine shot down 3.5 Vals and 2 Zeeks to become the last Corsair ace in a day, while his wingman, Lieutenant William Farrell, shot down 4.5 enemy aircraft, including a Val and 3 Tojos. On May 26th, Brain, DD-630, and Anthony, DD-515, were attacked at RP-5. Brain took 2 crashes at the No. 2 mount and the stern stack, and fires broke out. The ship lost steering control and power, and men began abandoning her. There were sharks in the water, and at least 1 dead sailor was retrieved by LCS-82 with an arm and leg bitten off. Brain survived to be towed to the boneyard. That day, Admiral Spruance handed over command to Admiral Halsey on the orders of Admiral Nimitz, who was concerned that both Spruance and Mitscher were exhausted from the campaign, and the Fifth Fleet became the Third Fleet. The next day, monsoonal rains brought the kamikaze attacks to an end. On Okinawa, the rain turned an already miserable battlefield into something reminiscent of the flooded fields of Flanders in World War I. On May 29th, Marine Major General Pedro Del Valle, commander of the 1st Marine Division, ordered Captain Julian D. Dusenberry of Able Company, 1st and 5th Marines, to capture Shuri Castle. Despite serious casualties, the Marines were successful. Seizure of the castle, which had been the center of Japanese resistance, represented both a strategic and psychological blow to the enemy. The castle had been bombarded by the battleship Mississippi, BB-41, for 3 days before the Marine assault, which forced the Japanese to withdraw to the south. Captain Dusenberry received the Navy Cross for his leadership. Shuri was outside the Marines' assigned zone on the front line, and only a last-minute intervention by the commander of the 77th Infantry Division stopped an American airstrike and artillery bombardment of the position after it had fallen. Following the fall of Shuri Castle, the Japanese organized a skillful night retreat, aided by the monsoonal storms and despite being harassed by artillery fire. Nearly 30,000 men took position in the last defense line on the Kion Peninsula, where the greatest slaughter of the battle occurred, including the deaths of thousands of civilians. On June 4th, the 6th Marine Division made an amphibious assault on the peninsula. 4,000 Japanese sailors, including their commander, Admiral Minoru Ota, committed suicide inside the tunnels of the underground naval headquarters on June 13th. By June 17th, the last of General Ushijima's shattered army had been pushed into a small pocket at the far southern end of the island. On June 18th, 10th Army Commander Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner, Jr., was killed by enemy artillery fire as he watched the progress of his troops. He was replaced by Major General Roy Geiger, a World War I Marine aviator commanding the Marines' 3rd Amphibious Corps, who became the only Marine to command a numbered army of the U.S. Army in combat until he was relieved by General Joseph Vinegar Joe Stilwell. The last organized resistance came to an end on June 21st, though some Japanese continued hiding. Generals Ushijima and Cho committed seppuku in their headquarters on Hill 89 in the closing hours. The bloodiest battle of the Pacific War came to an end. The American experience of the battle would lead to a complete change of plans of how to finish the war. The fleet that came to stay was battered but victorious. Everyone knew the final act was still ahead of them. Chapter 11. Admiral Nimitz writes a letter. Following the success of the Marianas invasion, which established bases from which the B-29 Superfortress bombers could strike the home islands of Japan, the American political and military leadership had come to a consensus about the need to plan and prepare for an invasion, though some ranking civilian officials believed there was a good chance such an operation would not have to be carried out, despite the fact that the declared policy of the United States throughout the war had been the unconditional surrender of the Axis powers. The Joint Chiefs of Staff approved a report by the Joint Planning Staff, JPS, in early July 1944, declaring that the undermining of Japanese ability and will to resist by sea and air blockades to cut the country off from its sources of raw material in China and Southeast Asia, following intensive aerial bombardment and destruction of Japanese air and naval strength, would lead to unconditional surrender. The report pointedly stated that when these objectives were achieved, it would ultimately be necessary to invade and seize objectives in Japan itself. Following the successful invasion of the Marianas, the final step in the Central Pacific Campaign was the invasion of Okinawa, which would allow the U.S. to establish a base for the invasion of the home island of Kyushu. That invasion, in turn, would allow establishment of bases for a decisive ground invasion of the Tokyo Plain. President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill stated at the Second Quebec Conference in September 1944 that Allied military objectives in the Pacific theater were invading and seizing objectives in the heart of Japan after establishing a sea and air blockade, conducting intensive air bombardment, and destroying Japanese air and naval strength. Army Chief of Staff General George C. Marshall and the service planning staffs who agreed with his view of the war saw the JCS-JPS report and Quebec statement as a commitment to plan, prepare, and carry out the home island's invasion they believed would be necessary to bring about the end of the war on the Allied terms of unconditional surrender. The top U.S. military leadership did not see the issue of invasion versus blockade and bombardment as an either-or choice, but perceived that the plan combined the two strategic concepts. For Admiral King and U.S. AAF General Hap Arnold, the Quebec Declaration was seen as a solid commitment to both the continuation and intensification of the campaign of aerial attack and naval blockade. Both were committed to an invasion of Kyushu, should it prove necessary, to gain bases to launch an even greater air and sea campaign against the heart of Japan, and thus produce a surrender without the necessity of mounting the ultimate ground invasion of the Tokyo Plain. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945, agreement was reached with Marshal Stalin that the Soviet armed forces would enter the war against Japan with an invasion of Manchuria 90 days after the surrender of Nazi Germany. Russian participation was seen as crucial in keeping the large Japanese Kwantung Army from being transferred to the home islands to mount a defense to an Anglo-American invasion. In fact, the Quebec Statement and the JCS-JPS report were not seen as final by all of the top leadership. The debate on how to obtain a Japanese surrender continued unofficially through the rest of 1944 and the first months of 1945. While Admiral King remained publicly committed to the invasion of the Japanese homeland, nevertheless he was personally a strong advocate of operations by the Navy and Marine Corps following the seizure of Okinawa and before the invasion of Kyushu, such as taking the other islands of the Ryukyus and coastal areas of Japanese-occupied China between Formosa and Japan. It has been argued he advocated these operations to gain time for the bomb and blockade campaign to bring about surrender without an invasion. In late February 1945, General Arnold learned of the proposal by 21st Bomber Command Commander General Curtis E. LeMay that the B-29 bombing campaign be changed from daylight precision attacks at high altitude to nighttime low-level area attacks, with the objective of burning out Japanese cities. In fact, the daylight strategic campaign had proven to be unsuccessful owing to the discovery of the jet stream, the high-altitude, high-speed winds that circulated over Japan at the operational altitudes of the B-29s, and largely prevented accurate bombing of the kind employed by the 8th Air Force against Germany. The 6 major missions 21st Bomber Command had mounted between January 23rd and February 19th had not been successful. This failure contrasted with the success of an incendiary raid flown on February 4th against the city of Kobe, which had caused significant damage to the city and the factories there. A series of precision bombing attacks on aircraft factories was mounted by 21st Bomber Command between February 19th and March 3rd. The goal was to tie down Japanese air defense units and prevent their participation in the Iwo Jima invasion. The jet stream's high winds and cloud cover prevented success, and the attacks produced little damage. An incendiary raid against Tokyo on February 25th by 172 B-29s burned and damaged approximately 1 square mile of the urban area, demonstrating the success of the Kobe mission. With this success, LeMay decided to adopt firebombing as the main strategy for the B-29s. Additionally, he decided to have the bombers attack at night from an altitude of 4,000 to 6,000 feet. In his after-action report for Mission 40, the firebombing of Tokyo, LeMay laid out the reasons for the change of tactics. 1. Better weather conditions. At lower altitudes, the bombers experienced winds of 25 to 35 knots as opposed to winds of 120 to 150 knots experienced at altitudes of 25,000 to 35,000 feet, and cloud conditions were better at lower altitudes. 2. Better use of radar equipment, since scope definition was better at lower altitudes. 3. Greater bomb loads, since missions would not involve a climb to altitude and formation flight, which led to lower fuel consumption and greater bomb loads, with the additional loss of weight for the bombers resulting from the removal of defensive armament. 4. Improved maintenance, since low-level flight would not put the strain on the delicate R-3350 engines. 5. Greater bombing accuracy, since the bombers would not be operating in high winds that could disperse the bombs beyond their targets before they struck the ground. LeMay also cited less stress on crews and the fact that such a change would be a complete surprise to the enemy, which would lead to even less effectiveness of his already inadequate defenses against the B-29s. The 73rd, 313th, and 314th Bomb Wings provided the attacking force. Tokyo, with a 1940 population of 7 million, was one of the 3 largest cities in the world, and was seen as not only the political capital of the Empire of Japan, but also the heart of its industrial and commercial life, the site of a majority of the Japanese war industries, as well as a vital transportation and communications center, the terminus of 70% of Japanese railroads in the empire. Mission 40 was flown against Tokyo the night of March 9th and 10th. Codenamed Operation Meeting House, it was the first full-scale fire raid. 346 B-29s left the Marianas the afternoon of March 9th, with the first of the force arriving over the city at 0200 hours Guam time on March 10th. 279 B-29s dropped 1,665 tons of M69 incendiaries from altitudes of 7,000 to 8,000 feet over the following 3 hours. A massive firestorm overwhelmed the civil defenses and destroyed 7% of the Tokyo urban area, 16 square miles. Meeting House was the most devastating air raid of World War II. Captain Tom Bell, a pilot of one of the lead crews which dropped special incendiary munitions that provided pathfinder lights to those following, remembered 30 years later that the smell of burning flesh penetrated his B-29 flying nearly a mile above the conflagration. Japanese authorities estimated 83,793 people were killed and another 40,918 injured, while just over 1 million lost their homes. After the war, the United States Strategic Bombing Survey estimated casualties at 80,000 to 100,000. War production was substantially damaged, while the defenses were weak. Only 14 B-29s were lost to enemy action or mechanical faults, with 42 damaged by anti-aircraft fire. The Japanese government ordered evacuation in the weeks following the attack of all school children between 7 and 12 years of age from the main cities. By early April, 87% had been moved to the countryside. 21st Bomber Command followed Operation Meeting House with further such raids. On March 11th and 12th, 310 B-29s bombed Nagoya. The resulting fires spread wider than at Tokyo, but caused less damage. 2.05 square miles of the urban center were burned out, with no American losses. On March 13th and 14th, 8.1 square miles of Osaka were burned down by 274 superfortresses for a loss of 2. On the night of March 16th and 17th, 331 B-29s bombed Osaka's twin city of Kobe. As had happened at Tokyo, winds created a firestorm, and half the city was destroyed, with ruins from the raid still visible 18 years later. 8,000 civilians died, while 650,000 were made homeless. The night of March 18th and 19th saw Nagoya attacked a second time, with a further 2.95 square miles of the city destroyed. The crew of the one B-29 lost were rescued after they ditched at sea. With this attack, 21st Bomber Command had exhausted its supply of M69 incendiaries. The loss of only 5 B-29s out of 251 in an unsuccessful night precision attack on the Mitsubishi Aircraft Engine Factory in Tokyo the night of March 23rd and 24th demonstrated the success of the fire raids. During the March missions, propaganda leaflets were dropped calling on the civilian population to overthrow their government or be further bombarded. With the first campaign having demonstrated the success of the new tactic, the Joint Target Group, JTG, created a plan for a two-stage campaign against 22 Japanese cities. The plan also recommended that daylight precision attacks on important industrial facilities continue in coordination with the area raids. LeMay and some members of Arnold's headquarters staff believed carrying out this campaign would be enough to force a Japanese surrender. The success of the raids demonstrated to the Japanese public that the armed forces could not protect the nation. In addition to extensive physical damage, there was increased absenteeism afterwards, since civilians were afraid to leave their homes. While it is true that the Japanese were not able to mount an effective defense against the B-29 fire raids, there were individual successes by Japanese pilots. Chief among these were pilots of the 244th Sentai, which had been assigned to the defense of Tokyo following the Doolittle raid on April 18, 1942. The unit saw little action until November 1944, when the B-29s and the Marianas were finally able to target Tokyo. Equipped with the Kawasaki Ki-61 Heian, known as the Tony to Allied flyers, and its later radial engine development, the Ki-100, several pilots of the 244th became known as B-29 killers, and some of them scored victories at night over the bombers, despite lack of specialized night-fighting equipment. They operated in a manner similar to the German Wildesau night fighters, flying single-seat aircraft and depending for visual location of the enemy on the light of the fires set by the bombers. Chief among these was the leading ace of the 244th, Captain Nagao Shirai, leader of the 3rd Chutai. By the end of the war, Captain Shirai was credited with the destruction of 11 B-29s, 5 of them at night. During the Tokyo raid the night of March 9th and 10th, Sergeant Nobushi Negishi shot down 2 B-29s that were illuminated by searchlights on his first mission as a fighter pilot. Negishi flew a twin-engined Ki-45 Toryu, codenamed Nick by the Allies, specially modified as the Dragon Slayer by the 53rd Sentai, with 2 upward-firing 20mm cannon similar to the Schlagermusik installations used by Luftwaffe night fighters. During the Osaka raid on March 13th and 14th, Captain Chuichi Ichikawa, a veteran of New Guinea now flying a new Ki-100 with the 244th Sentai, damaged 1 B-29 and destroyed 2 others. He took down the second by ramming it, then parachuting out, badly injured. Warrant Officer Tadao Sumi of the 56th Sentai shot down 4 B-29s and damaged a further 3 before he was forced to bail out of his Tony when he ran out of fuel. When the B-29s hit the Mitsubishi aircraft factory in Tokyo the night of March 23rd and 24th, Second Lieutenant Sadamitsu Kimura of the 4th Sentai set the highest score of any Japanese pilot in a single night when he shot down 5 B-29s and damaged 2 more over the course of 3 missions that night, flying a Ki-45 Nick. Captain Yoshio Yoshida of the 70th Sentai was credited with the destruction of 6 B-29s during the night raids between March 10th and May 25th to become the top-scoring B-29 killer of his unit, flying a Nakajima Ki-84 Hayate, known to the Allies as Frank. Tom Bell recalled that the skies over the Japanese cities were almost as bright as day during the fire raids. I was surprised the Japanese didn't manage to shoot down more of us, since they didn't have the problem of climbing to 30,000 feet to get us. We didn't have any defense but the tail guns, which meant spotting them wasn't easy. Following the successful American invasion of the Marianas, Prime Minister General Hideki Tojo, the architect of the Pacific War, was relieved of his position as Prime Minister owing to not-so-discreet pressure by Emperor Hirohito. This did not signal a lessening of influence in the government by the Army and Navy. In fact, the Army and Navy ministers, as well as the operational leaders of the Army and Navy, increased both their power and influence in the government. This continued despite the defeat of both Army and Navy in the Philippines and was enhanced by the adoption of the kamikaze strategy, with the government actively supporting the kamikazes and promoting the idea that the young men of the country become suicide attackers out of loyalty to the emperor. The Supreme War Direction Council, known as the Big Six, was now led by Prime Minister Kantaro Suzuki, who accepted the office on April 7th after the resignation of Prime Minister Kuniaki Koiso, and would oversee the government until the end of the war. A former naval officer who had seen action at the Battle of Tsushima Strait, commanding a destroyer squadron that attacked the Russian fleet, Suzuki had been Vice Navy Minister during World War I and was appointed commander of the Combined Fleet in 1924. He had served as chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy General Staff from April 15, 1925 to January 22, 1929, after which he served as Privy Councillor and Grand Chamberlain to the Emperor from 1929 to 1936. He had narrowly escaped assassination during the February 26th incident in 1936. The would-be assassin's bullet remained in his body for the rest of his life and was revealed only when he was cremated. Admiral Suzuki was opposed to war with the United States before and throughout the conflict. Suzuki had to deal with Navy Minister Admiral Mitsumasa Yonai, Army Minister General Korichika Anami, Army General Staff Chief General Yoshijiro Umesu, and Combined Fleet Commander Admiral Soimo Toyoda, who were all dedicated to carrying on the fight to the bitter end. Suzuki's only ally in opposition to continuing the war was Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo, who had created the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact in April 1941. Fully opposed to a war he believed could not be won, Togo had worked closely with Mamoru Shigemitsu in a last-ditch, unsuccessful attempt to bring about face-to-face negotiations between Prime Minister Fumimaro Konoe and President Franklin Roosevelt. After he was appointed Foreign Minister in October 1941, he signed the declaration of war, accepting personal responsibility for the failure of diplomacy. Following his resignation in 1942, he lived in retirement until Suzuki asked him to return to the Foreign Ministry. 2 men dedicated to finding a way to end the war, and 4 men dedicated to fighting to the last ditch and potential national suicide, embodied the choice that faced the country. Following the invasion of Okinawa, American leaders were under growing pressure to finalize the next step in the Pacific strategy. With Stalin's Yalta commitment to enter the war, the Joint Chiefs formally directed General Douglas MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Army Forces in the Pacific, and Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet and the Pacific Ocean area, to draw up plans to invade Kyushu on April 3rd. Even with this decision, Admiral William Leahy, Chief of Staff to President Roosevelt and ex officio Joint Chiefs Chairman, and CNO Admiral King were still both reluctant to consider such an invasion unavoidable. They could not directly oppose invasion, but they supported the seizure of intermediate objectives on the Chinese coast. Following the death of Franklin Roosevelt on April 12th, new President Truman, who had never been told anything regarding the conduct of the war while he was vice president, agreed to General Marshall's plan, since he was the man he knew and respected the most. The Joint Chiefs agreed to issue instructions to invade Kyushu before the end of 1945 in their meeting at the end of April. The Japanese were increasingly aware of the probable events, particularly after the Soviet Union formally notified them at the end of March that there would be no renewal of the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact in April. Allied intelligence intercepted communications that showed the Japanese were expecting an invasion. One such message was intercepted in March from the German naval attaché in Japan, which described a Japanese report concerning their preparations for such an invasion. They expected an assault on Okinawa shortly and anticipated an Allied attack on the Tokyo plain. It was obvious to anyone who could read a map that Kyushu was the next objective. The Japanese could easily identify the 6 beaches on the island sufficient in size to allow a large-scale invasion. American intelligence learned in early April, through intercepted messages, that the Japanese were mining harbors and coastal areas of Kyushu and were evacuating civilians from the areas of coastal defense. What American intelligence did not know was that the Japanese army intended to bring the strongest units still left in the Kwantung Army to Kyushu to strengthen the defenses, though messages detailing what appeared to be the transfer of 30,000 to 60,000 troops were intercepted. By mid-April, intercepts confirmed that units of a division previously located in Manchuria were already on Kyushu. Other messages reported units moving from the Kuriles to the home islands. By the end of April, MacArthur's intelligence staff concluded, "It is apparent that the Japanese now consider invasion certain, if not imminent," citing information regarding troop movements and unit dispositions that demonstrated they were preparing for a full-scale defense of their homeland. 2 weeks later, Intelligence Chief Major General Charles Willoughby informed MacArthur that he estimated there were 246,000 Japanese troops on Kyushu, including 128,000 in ground force units, and that 4 additional divisions expected to be in place by November 1st would add approximately 100,000 reinforcements. Admiral Spruance arrived at Guam on May 31st, where he met with Admiral Nimitz. The two men had grown close during Spruance's tour in Nimitz's headquarters in the year between Midway and his assumption of command of what became the Fifth Fleet in the summer of 1943, and Nimitz was glad to have Spruance directing the plans for the coming invasion, now scheduled for November, when he would return to command the invasion fleet. Spruance had supported the invasion of Okinawa only as a base to enforce a blockade of Japan, and had been adamantly opposed to the idea of an invasion of the home islands before the Okinawa invasion. He was now even more strongly opposed as the result of his recent experience. His first-hand account of the battle against the kamikazes, reinforced by others on his staff, made stark for Nimitz the stakes that faced the Navy. 6 days after Spruance arrived on Guam, the Big Six met in Tokyo. For the first time, the question of ending the war was formally raised. Navy Minister Anami and Army Minister Umesu argued so passionately for an honorable national death that their argument carried the day, with Prime Minister Suzuki agreeing with them. The meeting issued a final policy statement declaring that the people of Japan must pursue the war to the bitter end. 2 days later, on June 8th, they recited their decision to Emperor Hirohito, who formally committed the country to a decisive battle on home soil, a national gyakusei, The word means to die gallantly as a jewel shatters, fighting to the last, giving and accepting no quarter. While U.S. signals intelligence never broke the Japanese Navy code after the series of changes made in June and July 1942 that had reduced intelligence on naval movements to traffic analysis, which provided limited warning of the gathering of naval forces, the Japanese Army Code had been broken in the spring of 1943 and had provided good intelligence since. Between May 1st and June 15th, intercepted Japanese Army messages disclosed the movement of one division from Hokkaido and one from Korea to Kyushu. Additional intercepts revealed the existence of an Army-level headquarters in southern Kyushu with another in the north. Since Japanese organizational practice subordinated 3 combat divisions under an Army headquarters, roughly similar to a U.S. Corps, analysts saw these headquarters as confirmation of their estimates that the Japanese defenses comprised 6 divisions evenly divided between northern and southern Kyushu. The intercepts also revealed the Japanese Army Air Force was preparing to use as many as 2,000 outdated aircraft and trainers in kamikaze missions. Analysts predicted there could be even more kamikazes available after the discovery the Japanese were constructing concealed airfields and underground hangars on Kyushu. A reference in a decoded Army message to the progress report by a Japanese naval base commander revealed the construction of suicide boats and the existence of a base for piloted suicide torpedoes, Kaiten, in southeastern Kyushu. Additional intercepts revealed the assignment of naval ground support personnel to duties and missions, including operation of anti-aircraft sites around key bridges and roads and static defense of depots and bases, which were normally performed by soldiers. The movement of a unit specially trained to oppose amphibious assaults from the Kuriil Islands to southern Kyushu was discovered at the end of the month. 2 days before President Truman met on June 18th with his senior military advisors to discuss planning for an invasion, the estimate of Japanese military forces on Kyushu by the War Department was increased to 300,000. The meeting was attended by General Marshall, Admiral Leahy, Secretary of War Henry Stimson, Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, Assistant Secretary of War John J. McCloy, and Admiral King, with Lieutenant General Ira Eaker representing General Arnold. Using casualty figures from earlier Pacific operations, General Marshall concluded, "There is reason to believe that the first 30 days in Kyushu should not exceed the price we have paid for Luzon." Admiral Leahy countered that a Kyushu invasion would more likely resemble the 35% casualty rate experienced on Okinawa, and suggested that applying a similar percentage to the Kyushu invasion would result in a more realistic casualty estimate. Leahy then directly queried Marshall about what that number would be, but he merely replied that total U.S. personnel would be 766,700, a number the Joint Planning Staff had removed from the Joint War Plans Committee draft of June 15th. General McFarland, who took detailed notes of the meeting, did not record that anyone calculated what would be 35% of this number. Had they done so, they would have been confronted with the fact that 268,345 casualties was only 96,000 fewer than the eventual total of U.S. casualties in the Pacific War. In comparison, the combined casualty figure for the Philippines, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa was 133,000. The figures for 48 days of conflict after D-Day in Normandy were 63,360. For the Battle of the Bulge, the U.S. Army's bloodiest battle in its history, they were 59,000. Citing the long-standing planning estimate, Marshall stated there would be 350,000 Japanese military personnel on Kyushu by November. Previous experience of amphibious invasions, including Normandy, demonstrated the attackers needed to outnumber the defenders by a factor of 3 to 1. Even with the low estimate of defenders, the U.S. force would be too small to achieve success. The discussion then focused on the capability of American air and naval forces to cut off Kyushu and prevent Japanese reinforcement. Marshall cited the Joint Planners' estimate that movement of Japanese shipping had already been reduced, and it would be cut to a trickle, if not choked off completely, by November 1st. Marshall's statement that our sea action and air power will have cut Japanese reinforcement capabilities from the mainland to negligible proportions was opposed by Admiral Leahy, supported by Admiral King. President Truman's questions and comments show that he remained uneasy about U.S. casualties. At one point he asked if there might be a racial connotation to the Japanese, with an American invasion uniting them to fight to the end. Citing the Japanese government's June 8 statement, Secretary Stimson stated there was every indication this would be the case. At the conclusion, Truman said that while he agreed the circumstances rendered this the best plan available, he had hoped there was a possibility of preventing an Okinawa from one end of Japan to the other. What the other participants in the meeting of June 18th did not know was that Admiral King had a letter from Admiral Nimitz in which he recommended that the invasion of Kyushu be canceled. Nimitz's reasons were simple. Operation Olympic had been planned on the assumption that Kyushu would be defended by roughly 200,000 troops. A 3-to-1 superiority was a rule of thumb for a successful operation with minimal casualties, which meant the invasion would field approximately 780,000 troops. Nimitz, unlike MacArthur, was a discerning consumer of intelligence, and he was aware that intelligence had picked up signs Kyushu was being heavily reinforced. By mid-June 1945, Nimitz's intelligence analysts believed Kyushu was already defended by 600,000 Japanese troops, meaning there was already a rough parity between attackers. While this did not mean failure of the invasion, it did mean American casualties would be very heavy. As a result, the Pacific commander recommended that the invasion be canceled in favor of Operation Coronet, the invasion of Honshu in 1946, while the blockade and strategic bombing campaign continued. Nimitz also stated that, as a result of the Navy's experience at Okinawa, the requirement that the fleet remain within striking range of Japan throughout the Kyushu invasion, in the face of what was now seen as a major increase in forces dedicated to kamikaze attacks, was untenable. For Nimitz, the Navy could no longer support the invasion. Admiral King kept Nimitz's letter to himself at the time, awaiting the opportunity to present it when Washington became aware of the intelligence Nimitz cited and would thus believe him. The month of July would demonstrate Nimitz's prescience. In later post-war accounts of this meeting, John J. McCloy was shown to have first raised the possibility of ending the war by guaranteeing the preservation of the position of the emperor, though as a constitutional monarch rather than the deity he was held to be. McCloy went further and proposed that, if United States' willingness to preserve the emperor failed to persuade the Japanese government, then the United States should disclose to the Japanese the secret of the atomic bomb, with a firm declaration of American willingness to use it against Japan to secure unconditional surrender. President Truman departed for the Potsdam Conference on July 7th. At the time of his departure, only 3 divisions had been confirmed present on Kyushu as of the meeting of June 18th. But by the time he reached Potsdam on July 15th, a 4th division on Kyushu was confirmed, and intelligence had discovered 2 newly created divisions. On July 17th, the President received the report that the Manhattan Project, the largest scientific industrial development project in history to that time, had successfully tested a plutonium implosion atomic bomb in New Mexico. He then asked Marshall what the expected casualties in carrying the planned invasions through to the Tokyo Plain in 1946 would be. 8 years later, in a 1953 letter to an historian, Truman said that Marshall told him it would cost, at a minimum, 250,000 casualties and might cost as much as 1 million. The number was shocking, since it was more than double the total casualties killed and wounded suffered by the United States in all theaters of the war. Intelligence continued to reveal the Japanese were preparing for extensive deployment of suicide weapons and tactics. The most recent report was that 940 aircraft had been deployed to 18 concealed bases on Kyushu in the first 2 weeks of July. The Imperial Japanese Navy Air Force had been completely turned over to the suicide mission. These force buildups were within the original projections. However, they had been achieved much earlier than expected. The estimated manpower level had now increased to 375,000, which was 25,000 higher than Marshall's June 18th forecast for November 1st. When a 5th and 6th Division were discovered on Kyushu, it was determined they had been there since the first week of May. This meant that, at the time of the June 18th meeting, the number of divisions stationed on Kyushu was at the level estimated for an invasion date 4 months in the future. The sudden discovery of 3 entirely new divisions on Kyushu, reported in the July 21st Daily Intelligence Summary, caused consternation. The discovery of yet another on July 23rd brought the confirmed total to 10 combat divisions. This nearly equaled the planned invasion force. On the same day, an intercept provided evidence that an 11th Division was moving from Honshu to Kyushu. Radio traffic analysis next disclosed the existence of a 3rd Army headquarters that had likely been there since it moved to Kyushu from Formosa in June. The presence of an 11th Division on the island was confirmed on August 2nd. Total Japanese forces on the island were now estimated at 534,000, and 2 other divisions were believed to be en route. Major General Charles A. Willoughby circulated a report on July 29th that now demonstrated a palpable sense of alarm over the implications of these figures. The rate and probable continuity of Japanese reinforcements into the Kyushu area are changing that tactical and strategic situation sharply. At least 6 additional major units have been picked up in June and July. It is obvious that they are coming in from adjacent areas over lines of communication that have apparently not been seriously affected by airstrikes. There is a strong likelihood that additional major units will enter the area before target date. We are engaged in a race against time by which the ratio of attack effort vis-à-vis defense capacity is perilously balanced. Unless the use of these Japanese land and sea routes to Kyushu is restricted by air and or naval action, enemy forces in southern Kyushu may be still further augmented until our planned local superiority is overcome, and the Japanese will enjoy complete freedom of action in organizing the area and in completing their preparations for defense. This threatening development, if not checked, may grow to a point where we attack on a ratio of 1-to-1, which is not the recipe for victory. The Willoughby report shocked the planners in Washington. A Joint War Plans Committee memorandum to the Joint Planning Staff on August 4th, which contained the increased number of defenders presented in the August 2nd report, recommended the possible effects on Olympic operations of this buildup and concentration of Japanese forces should prompt U.S. field commanders to review their estimates of the situation and prepare plans for operations against alternate objectives. While cautiously worded, the message was clear. The increased size and scope of the opposing forces and the defensive preparations on Kyushu required a fundamental re-examination of the invasion plans. On August 5th, the official estimate of the size of the Japanese defensive force was raised to 600,000. The buildup was primarily in southern Kyushu, where the landings would occur. A later confirmation of the signals evidence brought the total number of divisions on Kyushu to 14. In fact, Japanese documents obtained after the war showed that, at the time American military intelligence was estimating 600,000 troops on Kyushu, there were in reality 900,000 soldiers on the island to repel the invasion. At this time, Admiral King delivered Admiral Nimitz's letter to General Marshall. The military leaders of the United States were now forced to confront the fact that an invasion was most likely impossible. The major problem facing the United States was the American policy of unconditional surrender, which had been imposed on both Italy and Germany in their surrenders. Americans familiar with Japan, such as former Ambassador Joseph L. Grew, were certain the Japanese would never accept a surrender that involved the decapitation of the country's government through removal of the emperor. On July 2nd, Secretary of War Stimson wrote a letter to President Truman after conferring with as many experts as he could find on the subject. Stimson was no dove on the war. He had been among the strongest initial supporters of an invasion. As one of the few senior American leaders to have visited Japan, Stimson knew personally the geography of the two proposed invasions, and thereby understood their difficulty. In his memorandum, he informed the President that the terrain to be attacked would favor the defense, and that American military strength would be sapped in continuous battles with determined enemy forces in small units, where the defenders could inflict serious casualties on the attackers before they were overcome. He stated his belief that, owing to the terrain and also the national character of Japan, which would lead to last-ditch resistance, such a campaign would be far more difficult than the final campaign in Germany. Stimson then pointed out that now Japan had no allies, that her cities lay open to bombing, and that her armed forces were unable to threaten American forces outside of Japan itself following an invasion. In such a situation, he recommended that the blockade and the bombing campaign be maintained, while an olive branch be extended to the Japanese in the form of a call to the Japanese people to surrender, with the guarantee by the Allies that they had no intention of destroying the country, and a decision to allow Japan to rebuild as a modern industrial state once the militarists had been removed from power. Stimson's proposal pointedly did not reference the emperor, and included a statement that the Allies should state a willingness to accept a government under a constitutional monarchy composed of the present dynasty. Stimson's memorandum to the President was preceded by one written to President Truman by former Ambassador Grew, dated June 13, 1945. Grew, who had extensive knowledge of Japanese politics and culture resulting from his extended service in the country, that informed his stance toward unconditional surrender, believed it was essential that the United States declare that it intended to preserve the institution of the emperor. In his memorandum, he argued that failure on our part to clarify our intentions regarding the status of the emperor will ensure prolongation of the war and cost a large number of human lives. On July 7th, Ambassador Grew engaged in a heated debate with Undersecretary of State Dean Acheson about the terms of a Japanese surrender as it would be presented in the coming Potsdam Declaration. Acheson and Archibald McLeish, Assistant Director of the Office of War Information, argued that the emperor had been used by the militarists to control the Japanese people, and that as a result Hirohito was as guilty as the militarists in promoting the war, and that the institution of emperor would always be vulnerable to such use in the future. Acheson asked why, if the emperor was as unimportant in the war-making capability of the government as Grew maintained, the retention of the emperor was so important to the Japanese militarists as they had made plain in recent pronouncements. On July 15th, General Marshall added his thoughts in a memorandum on ending the Japanese war that suggested face-saving actions for the Japanese. Marshall pointed out that, outside of using gas attacks and a campaign of starvation, it was impossible for the United States to declare that it would defeat the Japanese people. Marshall suggested that any declaration be founded on previous Allied statements, such as the Cairo Declaration, in order to maintain support of the Allies. Surprisingly, as a man who had held the position that Japan must be militarily defeated, he was open to the idea that the imperial system could be maintained after the war. The position of McCloy, Stimson, and Grew regarding modification of the terms of unconditional surrender to allow the Japanese to retain their emperor in some changed political form was not unopposed. One of McCloy's aides, Colonel Fahey, argued passionately against such a position regarding the emperor on the grounds it would separate the United States from China and the Soviet Union on the topic. Former Secretary of State Cordell L. Hull let it be known just prior to the commencement of the Potsdam Conference that he favored saying nothing about the post-war nature of any Japanese government until the bombing campaign against the cities had reached its height and the Japanese people were fully aware of the future that awaited them if they supported continued resistance. The United States government was well aware of Japanese efforts to find a way to end the war, primarily through the intervention of the Soviet Union, since the Americans had broken the Japanese diplomatic code prior to the outbreak of the war in 1940. On July 12, 1945, a cable from Japanese Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo to Ambassador Naotaki Sato in Moscow concerning the emperor's decision to seek Soviet help in ending the war and proposing a peace agreement to be brokered by the USSR was intercepted. The Japanese did not know of the Soviet commitment to declare war on Japan, planning for which was already underway. At the time, Ambassador Sato was directed to see if he could obtain Soviet support and assistance in such an effort to end the war. The Japanese government would fruitlessly pursue this option for the rest of the month. On July 13th, Brigadier General John Wood Curling prepared a memorandum for General Marshall regarding the Japanese peace proposal, pointing out that the proposal seemed to demonstrate that the emperor had personally intervened in favor of peace against the militarists, and that possibly conservative elements opposed to the war and the militarists had triumphed in getting imperial support. He also pointed out that the proposal could be seen as an attempt by the Japanese government to stave off defeat by making an attractive peace proposal that would appeal to war weariness in the United States. He stated his belief that the latter point appeared to be the primary motivating force behind the move, and pointed out that Ambassador Grew agreed with this analysis. On July 17th, another intercept of a cable from Togo to Sato revealed that the foreign minister had rejected the call for unconditional surrender, and that the emperor was not asking the Russians' mediation in anything like unconditional surrender, stating that, if, however, they insist unrelentingly upon unconditional surrender, the Japanese are unanimous in their resolve to wage a thoroughgoing war. In the summer of 1944, Navy Minister Yonai had ordered Rear Admiral Sokichi Takagi to undertake a secret mission to discover a way to end the war. After finding himself among a cabal of civil servants, academics, and defense officials, the admiral decided that it would ultimately be necessary for the emperor to impose his decision on the military and the government. Admiral Takagi wrote in the detailed diary he kept regarding a meeting held on July 20th between the Prime Minister, the Navy Minister, the Chief of the General Staff, and the Foreign Minister, in which Togo read a cable from the Russians stating that the Japanese proposal was too unclear regarding the nature of the proposal to have Prince Konoe sent as a special envoy. The foreign minister also read a report from Ambassador Sato stating that there appeared to be little possibility of obtaining Russian support for the Japanese peace proposal. There was agreement among those present that the Soviet Union should be informed that the message was the emperor's formal proposal to end the war through the offices of Premier Stalin, which the emperor formally committed himself to personally, and that the purpose of Prince Konoe's visit was to conduct direct talks with Stalin regarding the proposal. There was additional discussion regarding the meeting between the Japanese naval attaché in Switzerland with officials of the Office of Special Services, in which he had been told directly that the United States would agree to retaining the emperor. The meeting broke up following the agreement to send the letter directly to Stalin requesting peace mediation. Ambassador Sato sent a message to Foreign Minister Togo shortly after this exchange, arguing passionately that the government should consider unconditional surrender with the sole condition that the national structure, the position of the emperor, would be maintained. He argued that Japan had entered a war it could never win, and that it was the responsibility of those who led the nation not to wreck it. Togo responded to Sato that the Japanese people would resist to the utmost any unconditional surrender. American signals intelligence regularly decoded all Japanese diplomatic communications, and the highest levels of the U.S. government were aware of the Japanese attempt to negotiate a peace settlement through the offices of the Soviet Union. It was determined in Washington that no change could be made to the demand for unconditional surrender, since there had been no negotiations with either Italy or Germany regarding their surrenders and the maintenance of any existing government system. For the United States and its allies, the problem was to find a way to force a government publicly committed to national suicide rather than surrender, whose armed forces had demonstrated time and again throughout the war their willingness to fight to the death, taking as many of their enemies with them as possible, to do the unthinkable and surrender without their national territory being invaded and subjugated, which had been necessary to obtain the surrender of Germany earlier that year. This problem was exacerbated by the experience at Potsdam. By July, 2 months after the German surrender, the Red Army was in effective control of the Baltic states, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. Fearing a Stalinist takeover, refugees continued to flee to the areas under control of the Western Allies. A pro-Soviet government had been established in Poland that effectively shut out the London Poles. Stalin insisted that Soviet control of Eastern Europe was necessary as a defensive measure against possible future attacks from Western Europe, and claimed that the Soviet actions in Eastern Europe were legitimate since the region was naturally a part of the sphere of Soviet influence. The United States was largely in no position to oppose these moves, since the Americans still believed they would require the participation of the Red Army in the final stage of the defeat of Japan. With signals intelligence now revealing to the Americans that the Japanese army had stripped the best units from the Kwantung Army in Manchuria, there was a growing body of belief that the Soviets would quickly overwhelm the region without any significant losses. It was seen as likely that the Red Army might be in a position, as early as September, to mount an invasion of the Japanese home islands from the north through Hokkaido, which could come well before the planned American invasion of Kyushu in November. This could result in the Soviets having a significant share of the post-war occupation of Japan. The naval blockade had isolated Japan from its overseas territory, while the aerial campaign was systematically destroying the ability of the Japanese to resist further. With the possibility of major Soviet action against Japan proper happening sooner than originally expected, events were now pushing toward a need to find some way to end the war as rapidly as possible. Chapter 12. Finale. Admiral Halsey arrived at Okinawa on May 26, 1945, to relieve Admiral Spruance as fleet commander, and the Fifth Fleet was once again the Third Fleet. Admiral John S. McCain Sr. replaced Admiral Mitscher as commander of the fast carriers, and Task Force 58 was now Task Force 38. This command structure would remain to the end of the war. The Okinawa campaign was so stressful that pilot fatigue became a factor, and the Navy was forced to reduce the normal 6-month squadron tour to 4 months. Second and third tour pilots now questioned the necessity of chasing a lone enemy plane inland as they weighed risk against benefit. Many agreed with the feelings shared by a double ace after the war. I wasn't score happy, and I knew that one more kill wasn't going to end the war any sooner. Lieutenant Commander William Bill Leonard, a fighter pilot veteran of Coral Sea, Midway, and Guadalcanal, who served on Admiral McCain's staff, summed up the struggle against the kamikazes. Instead of the classic formations making their brave approach, we would have singles coming in on us from all directions, from all altitudes. It would have been much more hairy, save for the fact that many of the kamikaze boys were pitifully short on flight experience and got lost or fouled up. The few that did get through were bad enough. By early June, the monsoon was in full swing throughout northern Asia, which reduced flight operations on both sides. The bad weather delayed the launch of Kikusui No. 9 until June 3rd, and even then the weather was sufficiently bad that only 50 kamikazes were able to fly south to Okinawa, most without escorts. No hits were scored by kamikazes until June 6th, when 8 suicide attackers found the destroyer minesweepers J. William Ditter, DD-751, DM-31, and Harry F. Bauer, DD-738, DM-26, on patrol southeast of Nagagasuku-1. Both ships were veterans of the picket ship campaign and had each been damaged by kamikazes in different actions in April, being repaired at Karama-Reto and returned to service in May. Over the course of a 30-minute battle with the attackers, the two ships were able to shoot down 5 of the attackers between them. Ditter was hit by the 6th attacker, which glanced off her rear stack before opening a long strip of plating on the port side, which flooded the after fire room and forward engine room. The 7th attacker crashed into the ship's port side near the main deck. Ditter lost all power, with many casualties caused by the fires. With expert damage control, she was kept afloat through the rest of the day and night until the next morning, when the tug Ute arrived to tow her to Karama-Reto. The 8th attacker crashed close aboard Bauer, tearing a 12-foot gash in her starboard side with 2 compartments flooded. What was thought to be an unexploded bomb was discovered in the forward fire room. It was identified as the attacker's engine by a bomb disposal expert dispatched from Karama-Reto. Despite being damaged herself, Bauer escorted the crippled Ditter to Karama-Reto. On June 10th, William D. Porter, DD-579, faced the divine wind. Owing to an unfortunate series of accidents that happened in November 1943, when the destroyer was one of the escorts for Iowa, BB-61, during a voyage to Casablanca, Morocco, to take President Roosevelt to the Cairo Conference, the ship was notorious throughout the Navy. Backing astern as she departed Norfolk on November 12, 1943, the ship's anchor tore the railing and lifeboat mounts off a nearby docked destroyer. When she joined the Presidential Task Force on November 13th, a depth charge fell from deck into the rough sea and exploded. This caused Iowa and the other escorts to take evasive action owing to the belief they were being attacked by a U-boat. Porter next experienced the failure of No. 3 boiler, causing her to fall out of position until No. 4 boiler was brought online. Next day, President Roosevelt requested that Iowa perform an anti-aircraft drill. Several balloons were released as targets, most of which were shot by Iowa's gunners, but a few drifted toward Porter, which shot them down, a breach of naval etiquette. The escorts then made a simulated torpedo attack on Iowa that went awry when Porter accidentally launched a torpedo that headed toward Iowa. Since the ship was required to maintain radio silence, the battleship was warned by a signal lamp. The first message gave an incorrect direction for the torpedo. The second mistakenly informed Iowa that Porter was backing, rather than warning a torpedo was headed at the battleship. In desperation, a radio message was finally sent warning of the incoming torpedo. Iowa turned hard and avoided the weapon, which detonated 3,000 yards astern in her wake. The Navy's embarrassment was heightened by the knowledge that President Roosevelt had observed everything. Porter's crew was placed under arrest, and the destroyer was ordered to Bermuda for an official inquiry. Chief Torpedo Man Lawton Dawson was sentenced to hard labor in a subsequent court-martial for failing to remove the torpedo's primer, which allowed it to fire at Iowa. He was pardoned by President Roosevelt on the grounds the incident had been an accident. Porter had joined the Pacific Fleet that December and served in the Aleutians, where she participated in raids against the Kuriil Islands in northern Japan. She then transferred to the Western Pacific and took part in the Philippines operations before joining the Fifth Fleet for the Okinawa operation, where she successfully operated as a radar picket ship during May and avoided kamikazes until her luck ran out at RP-15. A Val dive bomber that had evaded radar detection dived out of the clouds straight at the ship at 08:15 hours. Porter evaded the attacker and took it under fire, though it continued and struck a glancing blow to the radar mast before hitting the water nearby. Porter continued her evasive maneuvers, ending up directly over the crash as the Val's bomb exploded immediately beneath her. She was lifted out of the water by the explosion, with the after half of the hull torn up by the explosion. She lost all power as several fires broke out and the ship began flooding. The battle to save her lasted 3 hours as her crew fought to put out the fires and repair the damage to keep her afloat. 2 LCSs came alongside to fight the fires and the flooding. There was more damage when several jettisoned depth charges exploded. Finally, the captain ordered abandon ship, and sailors were evacuated by LCS 122. At 11:19 hours, William D. Porter heeled over to starboard and sank by the stern. Miraculously, there were no fatal injuries. The next day, LCS 122 took a direct hit to her conning tower after evading another kamikaze. The crash and explosion killed 11 and wounded 29, including her captain. Despite heroic efforts to fight the fire, LCS 122 had to be abandoned 20 minutes later. This was the last kamikaze attack for a week. Admiral Halsey had taken the Third Fleet north of Okinawa to strike Kyushu in an attempt to destroy as many kamikazes as possible, as well as damage the airfields from which they operated. The first strikes were flown on June 2nd and 3rd before a typhoon hit the Third Fleet early on the morning of June 5th. This was a repeat of Halsey's typhoon of the previous December. Again, the event was the result of bad weather forecasting and Halsey's misjudging the course of the typhoon. Again, the event involved the ships replenishing, as had been the case in December. On the morning of June 4th, Task Group 38.1 assumed fueling disposition 5 Fox to commence replenishment at 0550 hours, and fueling started shortly thereafter. Task Group 30.8, the oilers and escort carriers bearing replacement aircraft, closed on TG 38.1 to commence fueling. By 0815 hours, the sea was heavy, and Task Group Commander Admiral J.J. Clark ordered the ships to return from fueling and secure for heavy weather upon receipt of information that a tropical storm was approaching from the south. At 0945 hours, Halsey ordered all task groups to secure for heavy weather. Throughout the day, the fleet ran before the storm as Halsey attempted to get firm information on the storm's location and estimated course in order to evade the worst of it. At 1630 hours, the weather was reported better, and both TG 38.1 and 30.8 requested permission to resume fueling, which was granted at 1700 hours. At 1735 hours, information was received that there were 2 storm centers moving northward, one bearing 215 degrees, distance 270 miles, and the other 285 degrees, distance 175 miles. At 1745 hours, the carriers were instructed to secure aircraft for heavy weather. Fueling was complete at 1930 hours, and the task groups separated but remained in company per orders, both on a heading of 110 degrees east-southeast. Writing of the typhoon in his autobiography, Carrier Admiral, Admiral Clark recalled, "About the same time, we got a weather report from Radio Guam reporting 2 storm centers to the west and southwest of us. Our course of 110 degrees was taking us well to the eastward, so I felt satisfied that we were certain to avoid this storm." Shortly after, Admiral McCain took over the tactical command of all the task groups in Task Force 38. Clark continued, "We continued eastward, with the storm still generally to the southwest." At 2230 hours, Halsey messaged McCain, suggesting the fleet change course to 150 degrees, to which McCain replied, "Analysis of present weather indicates best solution is increasing speed to the east." At 050 hours on June 5th, Halsey sent a second message. "Do not approve going east. which will only keep us in front of the storm area. I recommend a course of 300 degrees until weather improves, then west." He then ordered the fleet to change course to 300 degrees without waiting for McKane's reply. Clark recalled, "We were already well clear to eastward of the storm, and if we had continued to the east, the storm would have passed well astern. But now Halsey was taking us right back into the track of the storm. Because Halsey was quite as well aware of the situation as I, there was nothing for me to do but carry out orders." During the early morning hours of June 5th, Task Group 38.1 passed through the center of an intense, although small typhoon, officially known as Typhoon Connie, but later known in the Navy by the apt name Typhoon Viper. When Hornet's captain Austin K. Doyle retired to his sea cabin the evening of June 4th, the ship was on a course away from the storm track. At 01:30 hours on June 5th, Doyle was informed by the officer of the deck that a fleet course change to 300 degrees had been ordered, which put the ship heading back into harm's way. At 02:40, radar located the storm centers 60 and 63 miles west-southwest respectively. Clark recalled, "The typhoon was powerful, with dark seas and dark, almost black skies merging as one, accompanied by a deafening roar of wind." Doyle was finally able to confer with Task Group Commander Clark and exchange messages with Task Force 38 Commander McKane, which finally resulted in permission to change course to due north, but it was too late. At 03:36 hours, 2 destroyers in Hornet's screen reported severe damage. By 0400 hours, the wind was increasing in intensity. By 0500 hours, the barometer read 28.98 inches, and wind gusts were as much as 90 knots. The light carriers reported they were rolling heavily. The destroyer Maddox reported she had just rolled 60 degrees. Clark described what then happened. At 0420, I signaled McKane, "I can get clear of the storm by heading 120 degrees. Please advise." McKane replied that they had nothing on their scope to indicate the storm center. I replied, "We very definitely have. We have had one for 1.5 hours." Clark then intercepted a message from McKane to Halsey requesting his advice, to which Halsey replied, "Posit," which means keep your relative position with respect to the guide. Clark wrote, "This same order necessarily applied to me also, and was tantamount to a directive for me to continue the prescribed course and speed. To record the path of the storm, I had ordered continuous photographs made of the radar screen, which clearly showed its exact path. By that time there was no doubt about it. We were in the heart of the storm." Doyle ordered Hornet to head into the wind on a course of 270 degrees. He later recalled that he placed the seas about 2 points on the starboard bow and kept the position by alternately backing my engines. Hornet continued to plow through the angry sea. Admiral Clark ordered the task group to maneuver independently to avoid collisions at 0535 hours. Hornet's OOD later wrote in the log that heavy continuous rain fell and mountainous pyramidal seas were encountered with waves 50 to 60 feet from crest to trough. The highest winds reached were observed at 0545 with a steady wind of 110 knots and gusts to 120 knots. A Marine orderly later remembered, "Never have I seen waves so high. Our great big ship was no more than a peanut shell in that big storm." At 0630 hours, Pittsburgh, CA-72, reported her bow had broken off with a clean vertical break at frame 26. Damage control was able to establish a watertight boundary at frame 33. The cruiser was still able to proceed under her own power by backing down and holding her stern into the wind. At 0636 hours, all the ships of the task group were ordered to stop engines and lie to at the captain's discretion, and maneuver independently to keep the best possible position into the sea. At 0639 hours, Admiral Clark ordered Baltimore, CA-68, to stay with Pittsburgh as her broken bow was now reported to be floating down on the port side of the ship. At 06:15 hours, as the carrier plowed through heavy seas, the forward section of Hornet's flight deck collapsed back from the edge to frame 4, a distance of 24 feet, while the heavy seas demolished a 40mm gun mount. At 06:48 hours, Belleau Wood reported a man overboard. At 07:04 hours, Admiral Clark informed the task group that, "We are now in the center of storm and expect heavy weather and high wind later. All ships make minimum speed keeping into the sea." At 07:15 hours, the battleship Indiana, BB-58, reported she had lost rudder control. The huge ship drifted out of control until the rudder was repaired at 07:30 hours. By 07:45, the task group had passed out of the danger zone, and the winds fell to 10 knots as the sea subsided. At 09:17 hours, Pittsburgh reported she was riding comfortably. Baltimore had managed to capture the broken bow. By 15:30, the heavily damaged cruiser and her damaged bow were under tow by the fleet tug Muncie, ATF 106, escorted by 2 destroyer escorts from TG 30.8 on her way to Guam for emergency repairs before returning to Pearl Harbor. Pittsburgh was out of the war. Hornet was not the only carrier to sustain flight deck damage in the storm. Bennington also suffered a collapsed forward flight deck. The damage these 2 fleet carriers sustained would lead to post-war modification of the Essex-class carriers to enclose the open bow in what was known as a hurricane bow to prevent such events in the future. There were no flight operations by Task Force 38 on June 5th as the fleet maneuvered to evade the typhoon. On the morning of June 6th, Captain Doyle ordered Hornet to commence launching aircraft to search for several LSTs that had been lost in the storm. A Corsair was launched and spun in on takeoff. It was quickly determined that shifting air currents created by the collapsed flight deck section had caused the mishap. Doyle ordered the carrier into reverse. Backing down at a speed of 18 knots, she launched 24 fighters. Over the rest of the day, holes were cut in the overhanging section of the flight deck to improve airflow, and Hornet was able to launch aircraft over the bow on June 7th, as did Bennington. In addition to the damage to the 2 carriers, Task Group 38.1 lost 25 aircraft as a result of the storm, while 23 other ships had suffered damage that ranged from the loss of whaleboats to significant structural damage, such as that suffered by the light cruiser Duluth, CL-87, to her bow, which reduced her top speed to 15 knots. 1 sailor had been washed overboard from Belleau Wood, while 10 others were injured. The CVE force, Task Group 30.8, was also hit by the full force of the storm. The task group suffered damage, most notably to its escort carriers, which lost numerous aircraft overboard. The forward flight deck of Salamaua, CVE 96, was devastated, while 1 man was lost overboard and 4 seriously injured. On June 8th, Task Force 38 flew strikes against kamikaze bases on Kyushu, but little aerial opposition was encountered. In the 3 days of strikes, the fleet's fighters only claimed 77 for losses of 14 to heavy anti-aircraft fire. That day saw the last combat missions by Marine Corsairs from the fast carriers when Major Hap Hansen led VMF 112 and 123 off Bennington to strike airfields on Kyushu. Hansen was glad to see the last of Kagoshima Bay, the best defended place he'd found in the war. It was a major jumping-off place for kamikazes to Okinawa. How I hated that place. Task Force 38 arrived in Leyte Gulf for replenishment on June 14th and stayed for 2 weeks, during which time Bennington's Marines departed the ship to return to the United States. In nearly 4 months of constant combat, the Wolfpack and the 8 Balls had flown 2,500 sorties from Bennington. They had destroyed 231 enemy aircraft, including 82 in the air. They had fired 4,000 rockets, dropped 100 tons of bombs, and shot off 1 million rounds of 50 caliber ammunition in fighter-bomber strikes. Between them, the 2 squadrons had lost 18 pilots, 1/3 of their original complement. 48 corsairs had been lost, 31 to enemy action. The 10 Marine Corsair squadrons that had operated aboard the fast carriers since January had collectively shot down 201 enemy aircraft for a loss of 80 Corsairs and 46 pilots to all causes. Hap Hansen recalled after the war that of the 10 carriers the Marines had served on, every one of them except the Bennington had been hit by the kamikazes by the end of the Okinawa campaign. The Marine squadrons of the Tactical Air Force on Okinawa shot down a total of 436 enemy aircraft between their arrival 10 days after the invasion and the end of the campaign 72 days later. VMF 323 led the scoring with 124.5, followed by VMF 311 with 71, VMF 312 with 59.5, and VMF 224 with 55. While at Leyte, Air Group 12 was knocked out of the war when 2 U.S. AAF P-38s buzzed the fleet and one misjudged his height. The airplane struck Randolph's flight deck in a hit many remembered as worse than any kamikaze. 11 men were killed, 14 were injured, and 9 planes were destroyed. Fortunately, most of the flight crews were ashore on leave where they commented on the strange plume of smoke on the horizon. VBF-12's commander, Lieutenant Commander Rube Denoff, returned to the carrier to find one of the Allison engines of the Army fighter smoldering in his bunk. With no other carrier available, the group returned home aboard Randolph, their war over. For Hornet, the strikes against Kyushu in May marked the end of her participation in the Pacific War. The damage to the flight deck was sufficient that she was ordered back to the United States for repair. The war was over before she was ready to return to the Western Pacific. Bennington's damage was not as severe, and the carrier was repaired at Ulithi in time to rejoin Task Force 38 when the fleet sailed for the final campaign of the war. The Navy had to deal with the issue of Admiral Halsey running into trouble with a second typhoon, in which 2 fast carriers had been badly damaged, one sufficiently to remove it from the fleet at what was seen as the most crucial moment, with the Navy preparing strikes against Japan that would lead up to the invasion, as well as significant damage to a battleship and numerous other ships. While the fleet was at Leyte, a court of inquiry was convened. Admiral Clark, as the on-scene commander, was also a defendant at the proceeding. He wrote later, "Knowing that a court of inquiry was certain to follow, I set my staff to work preparing a chronological record of the events relating to the storm. I transferred on 6 June by Breach's buoy to call on Admiral McCain in the Shangri-La. His personal loyalty to Halsey made him non-committal when I said that if he released me, I could have avoided the eye of the storm. But he did say, as I was leaving, 'I am sorry you had to get your ships damaged.' This nettled me because, I reflected, only a day or so before, when these ships were dropping bombs on Japanese islands, they were his ships. He certainly took credit for their performance in his press releases, but when they got damaged, they were no longer his ships. They became my ships." Next, I paid my respects to Admiral Halsey on board Missouri. There was very little conversation. He knew and I knew who was to blame for my ships turning back into the typhoon. Clark was well aware that he was being set up by his commanders to take the fall for what had happened to Task Group 38.1 and prepared accordingly. When called to testify, Clark had detailed answers to all questions regarding decisions made and when and what the results had been. My legal counsel during the inquiry was my flag secretary, Herman Rosenblatt, a lawyer in civilian life. When Admiral Halsey took the stand, Herman questioned him in detail, establishing the blame squarely on his shoulders. Herman's attitude in court worried me. After the session with Halsey on the stand, I took Herman aside to caution him, "Herman, you can't talk to a 4-star admiral like that." He replied, "Admiral, that's the only way I know to prove your innocence. If you think this is embarrassing, just say the word and I'll pull out. But I can tell you your throat is going to be cut from ear to ear unless I can hang the blame on the one man who is responsible, and that is Admiral Halsey. As I highly respected Herman's opinion, I let him handle my defense in his own way. He established the fact that Halsey alone had made the decision to turn northeastward. He did not even call his aerologist. The Court of Inquiry recommended that Admirals Halsey and McCain be assigned to other duties. Secretary of the Navy James V. Forrestal supported the decision and tried to retire Halsey. Nimitz refused Forrestal's demand, citing Halsey's service throughout the war and stating he could not lose such an experienced leader at such a time, citing the fact that damages and losses from Typhoon Connie were much less than those suffered in Typhoon Cobra, where the Court of Inquiry had not found Halsey at fault for more than inability to know the facts of the typhoon, which Nimitz believed was the same situation here. The issue went back and forth, and was finally decided on the basis of the potential impact on morale that the heroic Admiral Halsey, well loved by his men, was not to be retired from the service. Admiral McCain was also retained, though he relinquished command of Task Force 38 2 months later, immediately upon conclusion of the war. Clark remembered Nimitz's personal reaction to the typhoon when Clark stopped through Guam on his way to the States. He questioned me at length regarding the typhoon and expressed his sympathy to me for the damage to my ships, but expressed his great displeasure with Halsey and to a lesser degree McCain. He minced no words in charging Halsey with stupidity in both typhoons, especially the latter where Halsey had good weather information. In reviewing the event in later years, Clark wrote, "Keeping all this in mind, I must say that since my midshipman days I have always entertained a high admiration and deep affection for Admiral Halsey. Unstintingly and unhesitatingly, I accord him full credit for his tremendous contribution to victory. I subscribe completely to the Navy's custom of honoring rather than belittling its heroes, and I concur that exposing Halsey's faults publicly in the summer of 1945 would have served no useful purpose." The departure of the Marine Corsair squadrons from the fast carriers did not signal the end of Marines flying off aircraft carriers. The program to create Marine air wings to operate from escort carriers for support of the troops ashore in an invasion had proceeded after the decision had been made in the fall of 1944 to create such a force. Block Island, CVE 106, named for one of the first CVEs, CVE 21, which had been sunk by U-549 off the Canary Islands a year earlier on May 29, 1944, arrived with VMF 511's 8 F4U-1Ds, 8 F5F5Ns, and 2 F6F5Ps. VMTB-233's 12 TBM-3 Avengers flew their first combat mission with takeoff at 06:35 hours on May 10th, a strike by 4 TBMs that attacked positions around Shuri Castle. A second mission was flown with 8 TBMs, 4 F4Us, and 4 F6Fs to strike the kamikaze bases at Hirara and Nobara airfields on Miyako-jima in the Sakishima Islands, where they took their first loss when a TBM flown by Second Lieutenant Douglas M. Herron and crewed by Sergeant Joseph L. Buthorn and Staff Sergeant Edward T. Gunning was shot down during a rocket-firing pass over Nobara. A second TBM was hit by flak and had to ditch alongside the destroyer Butler, which picked up the crew. The Marines flew through the rest of the month without further losses until May 27th, when VMF 511's commander, Major Robert C. Mays, was lost when his Corsair was shot down during a rocket attack against Ishigaki-shima. 2 days later, the Ishigaki flak claimed a TBM flown by Second Lieutenant Jack Marconi and crewed by Staff Sergeants Joe Sorovi and Ben Kanan when its left wing was blown off during a low-level bombing run. Block Island was accompanied by her sister ship, Gilbert Islands, CVE 107, which embarked VMF 512 and VMTB 143 and arrived at Okinawa on May 21st. The air group flew 42 missions for close support of forces attacking the port of Naha on Okinawa during the last week of May. The Third Fleet sailed from Leyte Gulf on July 1, 1945, headed back to Japan. The ships would not see port again before the end of the war. While the Third Fleet was dealing with the kamikazes of Kyushu and surviving Typhoon Caroline, Operation Barney, one of the most dramatic actions of the Pacific Fleet submarine force, took place. The real submarine offensive in the Pacific did not truly happen until the submarine force successfully cured the unreliable Mark 14 torpedo, the operational vagary of which reduced the effectiveness of the fleet by nearly 80%. Over the first 2 years of the war, the submarines were forced to develop an entirely different operational doctrine, since the pre-war concept of the submarines acting as auxiliaries of the fleet was discarded with the outbreak of war when the submarine force was directed to execute unrestricted submarine warfare against the Empire of Japan on the second day of the conflict. The torpedo problem was an ineffective exploder, which deformed under impact and led to a dud. The Bureau of Ordnance had never really tested the torpedo before the war, and had resisted all reports of failure until Admiral Charles Lockwood, commander of the Pacific Fleet Submarine Force, COMSUBPAC, instituted a test program in early 1944 that involved firing torpedoes at an underwater cliff in Maui, then recovering and examining them. Faced with the incontrovertible evidence of the faulty exploder, a crash program finally resolved the problem. More submarines, with more aggressive commanders and reliable weapons, finally allowed the submarines to come into their own. In the end, the submarines had performed the most successful undersea campaign of the war and were responsible for sinking 80% of Japanese merchant shipping. By 1945, the blockade of Japan was complete, save for the Sea of Japan, the body of water between Japan, Korea, and Siberia. Known to the American Navy as Emperor Hirohito's private ocean, entry and exit from the body of water was nearly impossible, since access was only through the Straits of Tsushima between Kyushu and Korea, or La Pérouse Strait in the north between the islands of Hokkaido and Sakhalin. Currents were difficult in both, and they were narrow and easily patrolled. The Japanese had also mined the straits to block them to shipping. The result was that the Japanese could move supplies and troops from Korea and Manchuria to the home islands without the threat of submarine attack. Admiral Lockwood had long wanted to cut Japan off from Manchuria in the Sea of Japan. The first attempts were made in 1943. That July, Plunger, SS-179, Permit, SS-178, and Lapon, SS-260, entered the sea through La Pérouse Strait and were able to chart the minefields. In August, Plunger and Wahoo, SS-238, made a combat patrol into the enclosed waters. Penetrating the shallow Sea of Okhotsk and transiting La Pérouse Strait, Wahoo found a dozen targets within 4 days and attacked 9, with no results. 10 of the dreadful Mark 14 torpedoes broached, ran erratically, or hit their targets without exploding. Wahoo's captain, Commander Dudley W. Mush Morton, who was the leading candidate for most aggressive American submarine commander of the war, volunteered to return with better weapons. The new Mark 18 electric torpedo, based on captured German G-7E torpedoes, had just been placed in production. Carrying a full load of Mark 18s, Wahoo left Pearl Harbor for her 7th patrol on September 9th, accompanied by Sawfish, SS-276. Both boats topped off their fuel tanks at Midway. The two arrived in the Sea of Japan via La Pérouse Strait on September 29th. The campaign began on October 2nd, and over the next 7 days the Japanese lost 4 ships. With success demonstrated, Admiral Lockwood ordered Wahoo home. Morton headed toward La Pérouse Strait, but was spotted running on the surface by a Japanese anti-submarine air patrol on October 11th. Following the attack, the submarine was seen either to dive or sink below the surface. Sawfish successfully transited the strait on October 13th, and when she returned to Pearl Harbor, reported poor performance from her electric torpedoes. On November 6, 1943, Wahoo was declared overdue, presumed sunk. In 2004, a search for Wahoo on the western side of the strait using side-looking radar discovered an object shaped like a Gato-class submarine in 213 feet of water. In 2006, Boris Postovalov and Andrei Doroshenko led a Russian team that found Wahoo. The Japanese report of a hit with a single bomb was confirmed when the wreck was examined and the hole was found. In early 1945, Admiral Lockwood was informed of a new FM sonar device that could detect minefields at close range. This was immediately seen as the tool that would allow submarines to penetrate the Sea of Japan. Commander W.B. Barney Seagliff was put in charge of developing an operational capability in the form of a group of submarines able to use the new FM sonar technology to get into the Sea of Japan. 9 submarines were chosen and fitted out with the new sonar in April and May. During the last week of May, the submarines were sent to Guam for final preparations. They were equipped with external and internal equipment to make the perilous trip through the treacherous minefields. Many days were spent testing and learning to operate the gear, which became known to the crews as Hell's Bells from the distinctive bell-like sound made when the sonar detected a mine. The attack was named Operation Barney in honor of the man who planned it. The plan had the submarines enter the Sea of Japan submerged via Tsushima Strait. This allowed them to take advantage of the swift-flowing Kuroshio Current, an underwater river that started in the East China Sea and passed through Tsushima Strait into the Sea of Japan. The boats would exit via La Perouse Strait, using the Kuroshio Current to give them added speed. While Admiral Lockwood claimed this attack would lower Japanese morale and confidence in the nation's leaders, most of the staffers and captains involved were certain Lockwood's primary motivation was to avenge Mush Morton's loss, since he had been the Admiral's favorite skipper. During their time in the Sea of Japan, the crew of Creval, SS-291, celebrated the second anniversary of the submarine's commissioning with a huge cake bearing the inscription, "Was this trip necessary?" Plans were changed when Seahorse, SS-304, one of the original 9 boats, was subjected to a 16-hour depth charging in the East China Sea that left the periscope, radio, and radar gear badly damaged while causing numerous leaks. The FM sonar gear was transferred from Seahorse to Sea Dog, SS-401, commanded by Commander Earl T. Heidemann. Sea Dog's executive officer, Lieutenant Commander James P. Lynch, remembered how the boat became part of Operation Barney. The Sea Dog was refitting in Guam, and the decision was made by Admiral Lockwood to transfer the FM sonar mine detection equipment to the Sea Dog and have her replace the Seahorse. This was accomplished on an emergency basis, and Sea Dog commenced a frantic period of approximately 1 week learning to operate the FM sonar under the guidance of Commander Barney Seagloff. A practice minefield had been set up offshore, just west of Guam, to afford realistic conditions for our training in using the FM sonar mine detecting equipment. So, in the course of 2 weeks' time, the Sea Dog went from what was to be a normal refit in preparation for a routine Fourth War patrol to the lead submarine in the war's most adventurous and daring submarine operation. As the senior commander, Heidemann was the leader of what became known as Heidemann's Hellcats. The 9 submarines were further divided into 3 operational wolf packs. Heidemann's Hepcats included Sea Dog, Creval, and Spadefish. Bob's Bobcats was named for Lieutenant Commander Robert D. Bob Risser, commander of Flying Fish, SS-229, with Bowfin, SS-287, and Tinosa, SS-283. Pierce's Polecats was led by Lieutenant Commander George E. Pierce, commander of Tunny, SS-282, with Skate, SS-305, and Bonefish, SS-223. The officers who were aware of the full details of the mission called the force the Mighty Mine Dodgers. The submarines departed Guam on Monday, May 28th at 0400 hours, bound for Tsushima Strait. En route, Tinosa picked up 10 flyers from a downed B-29. When the airmen found out where the submarine was going, they were unanimous in their desire to be put back into their rubber life rafts and take their chances on the open sea. Tinosa was able to arrange a rendezvous with Scabbardfish, SS-397, which was returning to Guam, and transfer the rescued flyers. The Hellcats arrived at the strait on the evening of June 3rd, and the wolf packs went through Tsushima Strait on 3 different nights. In the early morning of Monday, June 4th, Heideman's Hepcats entered the Nishi-Suido, West Channel, of Tsushima Strait. The minefields protecting the entry into the Sea of Japan were ahead of them. The plan was that each of the boats would enter the minefields at a minimum depth of 160 feet, which was, hopefully, deeper than the mines, with the submarine depending on the FM sonar to warn them of the mines. When Sea Dog began her run through the minefields, Captain Heidemann suggested that all personnel not on watch stay in their bunks to prevent confusion as well as to conserve oxygen, as the submarine would be submerged for longer than usual. The submarine was rigged with diversion cables over the bow and stern planes to prevent them from snagging a mine and pulling it down to the submarine, where it would explode on contact. There was additional concern that even if the cables worked properly, side currents could push the submarine over far enough that it could pull a mine down. The current was running through the strait between 3 to 4 knots. Sea Dog's XO, Lieutenant Commander Lynch, recalled, "The passage through the straits will always remain one of the most vivid of my wartime experiences. I knew from the intelligence reports that 3 anti-submarine warfare minefields were present in the straits. We were depending on the FM sonar to locate any mines so that Sea Dog could maneuver to avoid. During our submerged passage through the straits, the FM sonar gear appeared to be functioning normally. The CO and I divided the time in transit, monitoring the FM sonar and navigating the straits. At no time did the FM sonar make a positive contact on a mine. On one of my off-watch periods, I was in my bunk when I heard what sounded like a cable scraping alongside the hull. I held my breath and prayed. I was never more relieved than when we surfaced after completing the transit and opened the hatch to let in the sweet night air. We had compensated accurately for the current and were right on schedule. Our immediate task was to charge batteries and get on station. The amazing postscript to the story of our passage through the straits was that all of the other 8 boats that followed Sea Dog detected several mines on their FM sonar. Had Sea Dog passed through gaps in the minefields, or were we just lucky? It was later learned that the submarine had indeed been fortunate, since the FM sonar was not operating correctly. Pierce's polecats entered the strait on June 5th, and the next day Risser's bobcats made their voyage through the deadly minefields. All were successful. Skate discovered a mine 400 yards ahead and maneuvered past, with the cable scraping her hard from bow to stern. Tinosa came upon a mine so close she couldn't maneuver to miss it. Her captain ordered the engine stopped in order that the motionless screws would not catch the cable. As the submarine slid past, the cable scraped slowly along the starboard side, past the stern planes and then the screws, and finally clear of the boat. All had made it into the Sea of Japan by nightfall of June 6th, under orders to avoid enemy contact until sundown on the 9th, thus allowing each to arrive at its assigned position. Just after sundown at 2000 hours, Sea Dog was preparing to surface 10 miles northeast of Himisaki Light on Sado Island when the sonar picked up noise from enemy ships. Captain Heidemann raised the periscope and sighted a small freighter running with its lights on. He fired a torpedo 15 minutes later at a range of 1,200 yards. The fish hit 45 seconds later, sinking the ship in just over a minute. Sea Dog found 2 empty lifeboats after she surfaced at 20:23 hours. Moments later, the radar operator reported, "SJ contact, bearing 060 true at 10,000 yards. A saturation pip, Captain." Heidemann ordered the helm to bring the boat to course 135, telling the radar operator to keep his range reports coming in and ordered the forward torpedo room to make ready all tubes. A few minutes later, the saturation pip was visually identified as a large, fully loaded 10,500-ton tanker. Heidemann ordered the first of 4 torpedoes fired at 20:44 hours. The first hit the ship's stern 90 seconds later, while the others missed astern. While fire and steam billowed from the target's stern, Sea Dog pulled off to see what would happen. The ship's crew extinguished the fire in a few minutes and got underway at 5 knots. Sea Dog moved in to finish the job. A 5th torpedo was fired at 21:12 hours that veered off course 25 degrees right and missed. The 6th was fired at 21:13 hours and hit forward of amidships with a big explosion that broke off the bow, which sank. The remaining half burned brightly before sinking. Both attacks drew no reaction from defensive forces, despite the fact they happened with Himesaki Light on Saido Island burning bright, while the glare of the lights from the city of Niigata were visible to the southeast. When Sea Dog surfaced at 20:10 hours on June 13th to charge batteries, word came from the after torpedo room that they had heard a loud noise that sounded like an explosion, and that the starboard shaft was vibrating with excessive noise. It was quickly determined that the starboard clearing wire had come loose from its attachment point forward of the stern plane and was now wrapped around the shaft. Captain Heidemann maneuvered Sea Dog for an hour at various speeds to determine the problem's extent. At slow speeds, there was a loud thump and clanking noise. The reason was that the cable with its eye bolt was striking the hull with each shaft revolution. At higher speeds, the thump wasn't heard, but the vibration became heavier. Sea Dog pulled away from the coast and stopped at midnight. Though the water was close to freezing, Engineering Officer Lieutenant Junior Grade William Duckworth and Chief of the boat Andrew Dell, who were both experienced divers, volunteered to go in and try to remove the cable from the shaft. When they went underwater, the masks of their Momsen lungs filled with water, and they were unable to use the cutting torch in the rolling swells. After an hour's effort, the captain ordered a halt, since it was too dangerous to risk a possible surprise attack with swimmers in the water. Sea Dog was forced to run on her port shaft only in order to reduce noise. Tuesday, June 19th, was memorable. The submarine was patrolling between Benki Misaki and Koma Misaki on Hokkaido at periscope depth at dawn. Haze over the water cut visibility. Suddenly, the officer on the periscope watch spotted 3 cargo vessels through the haze. The crew went to Battle Station's torpedo and readied the forward tubes. 9 minutes later, they fired 2 torpedoes at the first ship. As the next salvo was ready to fire at the second ship, the first target went up in a huge explosion. Just as the second salvo was fired, the captain of the second ship put her helm hard over. 1 hit was heard, but not observed. As the third ship turned into shallow water, Captain Heidemann spotted an aircraft approaching over the sinking first freighter. Sea Dog had land to starboard, a sinking ship to port, and needed to get out of the cove fast. As they turned to starboard, Heidemann ordered, "Take her deep." The sound man replied there were only 3 fathoms, 18 feet, below the bow. Sea Dog hit the bottom a minute later. Lieutenant Commander Lynch remembered, "As navigator, I was conscious of our position inside of the 50-fathom curve and had been keeping track of the water depth. When the CO spotted the aircraft and ordered the diving officer to take her deep, I warned him we were in shallow water, but it was too late to prevent grounding. After grounding, we took stock and realized we had little room for maneuvering. When we had taken the necessary damage control measures and, not getting any indication that the aircraft knew our location, we figured the best course was to back off from our position rather than go forward and risk a collision with the sinking ship while turning away from the coast." The depth gauges read 116 feet. A leak was reported in the forward torpedo room, and the forward watertight hatch was quickly slammed closed and dogged shut. Radioman Third Class Eddie Griffith remembered, "It was really frightening when we had a leak in the forward torpedo room and the watertight door was closed. After the door was closed, we were not sure if we would be able to stop the water leak." The leak was caused by the sound head on the forward keel shearing off when the boat had bottomed, and the water was coming in through the packing around the head shaft. The packing gland was tightened and the leak stopped. Machinist's mate first class, George Gressman, explained, "While the boat was stuck in the mud was exerting pressure on the shaft. That made it impossible to tighten the packing glands properly. After we backed off the bottom, pressure was relieved and the sound head shaft was allowed to go back into proper position, and the inflow of water stopped." Sea Dog was in a very serious situation. The sinking cargo vessel was 400 yards north of her, while a point of land extended into the cove from the south. The water was too shallow for her to maneuver, and the bow was soundly stuck in the mud while the stern was only some 50 feet under water. Heidemann ordered the electric motors into reverse, but this succeeded only in making enough disturbance in the water that the second ship could correct its fire on them. The officers conferred and determined they could abandon ship if they were unable to pull free of the mud by having the crew go out of the after torpedo room deck hatch and use inflatable life rafts to get ashore. If that succeeded, there was the unwelcome prospect of surrender to the Japanese. The problem was finally solved by blowing the bow ballast, lightening the bow sufficiently that the motors could pull her free. Bow and stern plainsmen traded positions, and Sea Dog backed out of the cove at 5 knots. It had been a tense hour. Just as she cleared the cove and turned to head out to sea, several patrol craft and a destroyer escort showed up. With the enemy pinging to spot her, Sea Dog silently crept out into the Sea of Japan. Over the next 5 days she looked for more targets, but they had suddenly become scarce after the appearance of the submarines in the closed sea. Lynch later remembered, "When the newspapers in Hawaii got word of this incident, they credited the Sea Dog with being the first U.S. warship to make a landing and invade the soil of the Japanese Empire in World War II. Among the Hepcats, Spadefish, SS-411, spent only a year in the Pacific, but she scored a record 88,091 tons and 21 ships in that time. The Sea of Japan operation was her 5th war patrol. On June 10th, outside the breakwater of Tarakawa Wharf, she intercepted Daigen Maru No. 2 and blew the ship apart with 2 hits. By the end of the day, she had also sunk Unkai Maru No. 8 and Jintsu Maru. On June 12th, she sank 3 trawlers by surface gunfire. The next day, she accidentally sank the Soviet merchant ship Transbalt. On June 14th, Seizan Maru was sunk before Spadefish scored her final victory on June 17th when she sank the mine layer Aijo Maru. Creval sank a freighter a day on June 9th, 10th, and 11th, and on June 22nd she inflicted heavy damage on an escort ship. Bonefish sank Oshikayama Maru, a 6,892-ton cargo ship, on June 16th. 2 days later, she conducted a daylight submerged patrol of Toyama Bay on the Honshu coast. Japanese records revealed after the war that the 5,488-ton cargo ship Kanzan Maru was torpedoed and sunk in Toyama Bay on June 19th. The Japanese escorts Okinawa, CD-63, CD-75, CD-158, and CD-207 counterattacked, and debris and a major oil slick came to the water's surface. Bonefish was the next to last U.S. submarine lost, with Bullhead, SS-332, being the last on August 9, 1945. Tunny wasn't so successful. On June 9th, she attacked a cargo ship with a Dud torpedo. 3 days later, she entered the harbor of Etomo-ko shortly before 2400 hours, but failed to find a target. An hour later, she approached within 5,000 yards of the mouth of the harbor at Upuriwan, but retreated when she was located and illuminated by searchlights. On June 16th, she sighted rafts filled with the survivors of a successful attack by Bonefish and took prisoner a chief petty officer who had escaped the sinking ship. The following night, Tunny and Bonefish closed a target, but Tunny was suddenly taken under fire by a destroyer. She attempted to attack a 4,000-ton cargo ship on June 19th, but was foiled by shallow coastal water. Skate caught a Japanese submarine on the surface the morning of June 10th, which she sank with 2 torpedoes. On the night of June 12th, while off the Nantou Peninsula, she spotted an enemy convoy of 3 cargo ships with a single escort. Making a night surface attack, she evaded gunfire and an attack by the escort to sink all 3 merchant ships. Operation Barney was Flying Fish's 12th war patrol. The leader of Bob's Bobcats took her station off the east coast of Korea. She sank the 2,220-ton Tagamaru on June 10th and the 3,095-ton Meisei Maru the next day. On June 16th, she sank 10 fishing boats with gunfire and sent 2 of them onto the beach. The Sea of Japan operation was Bowfin's 9th war patrol. While she found few targets, she made the most of her 2 opportunities, sinking the 1,898-ton transport Shinyo Maru with 4 torpedoes on June 11th and the 887-ton freighter Akiuro Maru with 2 hits on June 13th. One of the few World War II fleet submarines to retain her original wartime configuration throughout her service, Bowfin has been a memorial at Pearl Harbor since 1971. Operating off Honshu, Tinosa was able to make 6 torpedo attacks in which she sank 3 cargo ships. On June 12th, she engaged in a surface gunnery fight with the Keito Maru, a Japanese sea truck. Overall, she sank 4 Japanese ships and damaged a 5th during the operation. The night of Sunday, June 24th, was cold, dark, and creepy, with wisps of fog and mist slowly floating by when the submarines rendezvoused at 2400 hours west of La Pérouse Strait. Bonefish, which failed to arrive, had not been heard from for several days since requesting permission to move to a new area. The submarines headed into the strait at flank speed, hoping the minefields were set deep to catch submerged submarines. Each had demolition bombs in place, and all deck guns were fully manned. When Sea Dog's radar failed, Creval took the lead. Commander Heidemann recalled, "You have never seen such a straight line of boats traveling in formation in your life. I could see the formation they were traveling by the phosphorescence illumination as they passed in the water. If the boat in front of you made it, then we should make it also, if you passed exactly where he did." Lieutenant Commander Lynch, who was on the bridge, explained, "I'll always remember the feeling I had standing on the bridge as we cranked up flank speed and headed out through La Pérouse Strait. We were ready to fight our way out if necessary. Thank God it wasn't. And it was with great relief and thanksgiving that we cleared the straits and entered the Pacific Ocean. When the little fleet was halfway through the straits, they came across a large ship headed into the Sea of Japan with all running lights on." Lynch remembered, "As we passed alongside the ship, they turned on their spotlight and moved it up and down on the 8 submarines going past at full speed. If there were any enemy gunboats in the area, we were sunk or would have had a very hard time of it. The weather was cold. This was a hair-raising and chilling experience." The ship was a Russian cargo vessel, which was there on purpose as the result of a special request by the American government, assigned to distract the enemy from detecting and firing on the submarines as they fled through the strait. Additionally, on June 24th, 2 other submarines shelled buildings at Tsushima Strait to create a diversion. At 02:35 hours on June 25, 1945, the submarines cleared La Pérouse Strait and moved into the Sea of Okhotsk. Tunney's captain, Lieutenant Commander George E. Pierce, requested permission to remain behind and see if Bonefish appeared. Tunney remained on station as the other 7 boats headed out of the Sea of Okhotsk and into the Pacific. 3 days later, Pierce was forced to concede that Bonefish was indeed missing and followed the others. That submarines had been able to evade the minefields and escape from the Sea of Japan through La Pérouse Strait was considered one of the most difficult and dangerous submarine operations of the war by former submariner Admiral Nimitz. He said of Operation Barney, "It was one of the best planned and successful blows against the Japanese Empire. The objective of this operation was to cut Japan off from the Asiatic mainland whence came her absolutely essential raw materials, petroleum, food, and other supplies that she was receiving from China and Korea. The 9 submarines that took part in Operation Barney sank a total of 31 ships and 16 small craft in the Sea of Japan for a total of 108,230 tons. The Hellcats arrived at Midway on Saturday, June 30th, and headed on to Pearl Harbor the next day, where they tied up at the submarine base on July 5th. While the carriers of Task Force 38 bore the brunt of operations once the Third Fleet returned to Japanese home waters on July 5th, the fleet's heavy surface forces also participated in the attacks, bombarding coastal targets in northern Japan that had previously been out of range of attack by B-29s from the Marianas. Most of these bombardment missions involved the new fast battleships of Task Force 34. While the attacks caused heavy damage to many of the targeted factories and other facilities, damage was also inflicted on nearby civilian areas, with the result that industrial absenteeism skyrocketed, while the people were given further demonstrations of the government's inability to defend them from attack. A major goal of the attacks was to provoke commitment of at least some of the reserve force of kamikaze aircraft into battle, where they could be hacked down before the invasion. The defenders did not rise to the bait, and none of the warships involved suffered any damage. An additional reason for turning the surface ships loose was the weather. The monsoon occurs between May and November, with increased rainfall and storms nearly every day in some parts of northern Asia. Thus, there were many days when flight operations were either canceled or severely constricted owing to weather conditions. The heavy surface forces were not so adversely affected by the weather as was the fleet's aerial component. Following Task Force 38's opening strikes against Tokyo on July 10th, Task Force 38 sailed north to commence strikes against northern Honshu and Hokkaido on July 14th. These regions were beyond B-29 range, and by this point had not yet come under attack. During several days of strikes, American aircraft met little opposition while sinking 11 warships and 20 merchant ships and damaging a further 8 warships and 21 merchant ships. The carrier flyers claimed 25 Japanese aircraft shot down. On July 14th, the first naval bombardment of Japan occurred. Task Unit 34.8.1, led by Rear Admiral John F. Shafrath, attacked the ironworks of the Nippon Steel Company at Kamaishi in northern Honshu. The ironworks were among the largest in Japan, but a shortage of coking coal and other raw materials had forced them to run at less than half capacity. The battleships South Dakota, BB-57, Indiana, BB-58, and Massachusetts, BB-59, accompanied by heavy cruisers Quincy, CA-71, and Chicago, CA-136, escorted by 9 destroyers, made the attack. Unfortunately, U.S. intelligence had not discovered that Allied prisoners of war were working in the factory and were housed in 2 nearby camps in Kamaishi. The fleet opened fire at 12:10 hours, firing initially from a range of 29,000 yards before moving close to the 100-fathom line. They did not cross owing to the danger of mines. Over 2 hours, the ships made 6 passes across the mouth of the harbor as they fired a total of 802 16-inch shells, 728 8-inch shells, and 825 5-inch shells. While the majority hit within the ironworks, the explosions started kitchen fires across Kamaishi owing to the concussion from the hits. Shipboard aircraft were prevented by smoke from spotting fire for the warships, which were thus forced to fire on predetermined targets. There was no defensive response. When the shipboard aircraft photographed the target following the attack, the damage was underestimated by photo interpreters who gave too much weight to the fact that no buildings were destroyed. After the war, the Navy discovered that, in fact, the ironworks had been extensively damaged. 4 weeks' production of pig iron and 6 weeks of coke were lost. 5 POWs who had been forced to work in the ironworks were killed. At dawn on July 15th, Rear Admiral C. Badger's Task Unit 34.8.2, which was composed of the newest and biggest battleships in the fleet, Iowa, BB-61, Missouri, BB-63, and Wisconsin, BB-64, accompanied by the light cruisers Atlanta, CL-104, and Dayton, CL-105, and 8 destroyers, shelled the Wanishi Ironworks and the Japan Steel Company in the town of Muroran on Hokkaido's southeast coast. 3rd Fleet Commander Admiral Halsey, with his flag on Missouri, was also present. 4 other cruisers and 6 destroyers sought Japanese shipping along the east coast of Honshu, but failed to locate anything while this attack was underway. Firing from 28,000 to 32,000 yards, the 3 battleships fired 860 16-inch shells over a period of 6 hours. Hazy conditions hampered aerial observation, and only 170 shells hit the targets. All the same, the 2 facilities were badly damaged, losing 10 weeks of coke production and 9 weeks of pig iron production. The city was also extensively damaged. Photo interpreters again underestimated the damage. During the attack, the ships were very vulnerable to air attack since they were visible from the shore. Halsey later recalled these hours as the longest of his life. The lack of response convinced him the Japanese were preserving aircraft for use against the invasion. While the bombardment went on, Task Force 38's aircraft struck shipping ports on Hokkaido and northern Honshu, which devastated the fleet of ships carrying coal between the islands. 3rd Fleet withdrew to sea to refuel following these attacks. On July 16th, the Americans rendezvoused with the British Pacific Fleet, which had returned from its refit in Australia. On July 17th, British and American carriers of Task Forces 37 and 38 attacked targets north of Tokyo. HMS Formidable sent a ramrod of 8 Corsairs of 1842 Squadron, and 8 of HMS Implacable's 1771 Squadron Fireflies hit airfields at Sendai, Masuda, and Matsushima. The target was 250 miles north of Tokyo, and the Corsairs and Fireflies were the first British aircraft to fly over the Japanese home islands. Later, an 8 Corsair ramrod from Victorious's 1834 Squadron crossed Honshu and attacked targets on the Sea of Japan. While Seafires from Implacable flew cap over the fleet, the cloudy weather prevented any enemy attacks. That night, Iowa, Missouri, and Wisconsin, along with North Carolina and Alabama and 8 American destroyers accompanied by HMS King George V and 2 British destroyers, attacked Hitachi, 80 miles northeast of Tokyo. Target location was difficult owing to rain and fog that also prevented the use of spotting aircraft. At 23:10 hours, the 6 mighty battleships opened fire at a range of 23,000 to 35,000 yards, directing fire by use of radar and the Loran electronic navigation system against 9 industrial facilities. When the shelling ceased at 01:10 hours on July 18th, the Americans had fired 1,238 16-inch shells, while King George V fired 267 14-inch shells. Additionally, Atlanta and Dayton fired 292 5-inch shells at radar installations south of the city. Only 3 of the 9 targets were hit, and overall damage to the industrial area was assessed as slight. Nonetheless, the bombardment had inflicted considerable damage to essential services and the civilian urban area. The following night, a B-29 fire raid destroyed or damaged 79% of the urban area. Many Japanese later told American interviewers they considered the battleship bombardment more terrifying than the fire raid. On July 18th, the British and American carriers flew more airstrikes in the Tokyo area. The main objective was to sink the battleship Nagato, moored at Yokosuka Naval Base. That night, Rear Admiral J. Carey Jones's Cruiser Division 17, composed of the light cruisers Astoria, CL-90, Pasadena, CL-65, Springfield, CL-66, and Wilkes-Barre, CL-103, and 6 destroyers attacked a radar station on Cape Nojima, firing 246-inch shells in 5 minutes, but scored no hits. The Allied fleet withdrew to the east following these attacks and conducted replenishment from July 21st to 23rd. The fleet then moved to a point east of Shikoku Island, from where strikes against the Japanese naval base at Kure and shipping in the inland sea were flown between July 24th through 28th. Cruiser Division 17 entered the Kii Channel on the night of July 24th and bombarded the naval seaplane base at Kushimoto, an airfield near Cape Shionomisaki, and a radio station in a 4-minute attack that caused only light damage. The attack on Kure was the last large-scale American attack against the Imperial Navy of the war. Critics have wondered why it was that Admiral Halsey sent his flyers into such a heavily defended base as Kure, since the ships there were unable to sortie because of a lack of fuel, and the fact that many of the ships had yet to be repaired from previous damage going back to the battles of Leyte Gulf the previous year. They were in use primarily as immobile anti-aircraft batteries. Task Force 38 Commander Admiral McCain and his staff strongly opposed the attack on the grounds the ships posed little threat. Halsey justified it on the grounds that he believed the attack would boost morale back home and be a retaliation for Pearl Harbor, that it would ensure no disruption of the Soviet invasion of Hokkaido planned for the fall, that destruction of the fleet would prevent Japan from using its fleet to secure better peace terms, and finally, that Admiral Nimitz had ordered the attack. Despite the fact it was operating as a task group of the Third Fleet, Halsey directed that the British Pacific Fleet was to be excluded from attacking Kure in order that the British would not be able to claim any part of having destroyed the Imperial Navy, and ordered that the British carriers attack the port of Osaka on the inland sea. Kure was a sitting duck. The city and the naval base had been subjected to earlier aerial attacks by B-29s, which had successfully destroyed the Hero Naval Aircraft Factory on May 5th. Aerial mines had been dropped in the port's approaches on March 30th and May 5th, which prevented any movement of the ships out of the harbor, since the mines were of mixed versions that prevented successful minesweeping. On July 1st, 40% of the city had been razed in a major fire raid. However, as the flyers would discover, the defenses were still sharp and dangerous. On the first day of attacks, Task Force 38 aircraft flew 1,747 sorties, sinking the carrier Amagi and the combined fleet's flagship, the cruiser Oyodo. The battleships Haruna, Hyuga, and Issei, heavy cruiser Tone, and the old training cruisers Iwate and Izumo were all heavily damaged and settled to the bottom in the shallow water of the port. The heavy cruiser Ioba, badly damaged when she was attacked, was beached by her captain. The anti-aircraft guns in the area were attacked with variable time-fused bombs to go after the crews. The British attack on Osaka resulted in damaging the escort carrier Kaiyo and the sinking of escort ships No. 4 and No. 30, while 4 aircraft were shot down by the heavy flak. The Seafires of Implacable's 880 Squadron participated in a strafing attack on the seaplane base at Tokushima at the northern entrance of the inland sea. Squadron Commander Lieutenant Commander Mike Crosley later described the mission. Our target was easy to find on the coast since it was in a clear patch of weather. None of us stayed around long enough to find out how we had got on. On the way back, we dived at Konatsushima. Here the flak was very easy to see. They had obviously had warning from our attack further up the coast, so the gunners were ready for us. There were several twin-float seaplanes, Jakes, drawn up on the slipways, and we hit many of them. It was rewarding to see our cannon shells exploding in bright flashes in the dawn light as they hit the concrete slipways around the target. Once again, the attack was over in 10 seconds, and none of us were hit by flak. Crosley had damaged a Mavis at Tokushima and a Pete at Konatsushima. That afternoon, Crosley led another attack. Our target was Takamatsu Airfield, supposedly crammed with 50 aircraft. We were briefed it was defended by 120 guns and there might be fighters. The weather was much better than we had expected, and we once again did a quick in and out and hardly saw any flak. Weather prevented further heavy attacks until July 28th, though on July 25th, VF-31's Hellcats engaged in what turned out to be the last major fight with fighters of the Japanese Army Air Force. Fighting 31 on Belleau Wood was on its second Western Pacific deployment, having first entered combat aboard Cabot when it participated in the invasion of Kwajalein 19 months earlier. The squadron had been on the front line for the fast carrier offensive across the Central Pacific, participating in the Marianas Turkey Shoot and Admiral Halsey's rampage through the Philippines, Okinawa, and Formosa before returning home just before the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The squadron went aboard Belleau Wood at Leyte in June and re-entered combat on July 10th with an attack on Kumagaya Airfield outside Tokyo. Now commanded by newly promoted Commander Bruce S. Weber, a veteran of the Rabaul campaign, the pilots considered themselves lucky to be members of the top-scoring light carrier fighter squadron of the war and fourth-ranked of all carrier fighter squadrons. The fleet carrier squadrons had 3 times as many pilots in their units, with the highest victory ratio per pilot of any Navy fighter squadron ever. Lieutenant Cornelius N. Noy, now the senior division leader, had scored 15 victories during their first tour. VF-31's Hellcats were assigned to attack Yokkaichi Airfield, where, unknown to them, 2 Chutais of the elite 244th Sentai were based. The unit's 18 Kawasaki Ki-100 Goshiki-sen Type 5 fighters, modified Ki-61-2 Kai Tonis with a more reliable Mitsubishi HA-112-2 14-cylinder radial engine, were so new they were unknown to the Americans. Warned of the approaching attack, they took off under the lead of the Sentai commander, the legendary 24-year-old Major Teruhiko Kobayashi, the youngest Sentai commander in the JAAF, as the Hellcats arrived overhead shortly after dawn. A swirling dogfight quickly ensued at low altitude over the hangars on the field. The cloudy conditions restricted visibility, and Captain Sutai Obara collided with the F-6F-5 flown by Ensign Ed White, with both pilots killed. A Hellcat then shot down Warrant Officer Shin Ikuta, while Ensign Herbert Law was shot down by another Ki-100. Ikuta died in the crash of his Goshiki-sen, while Ensign Law successfully bailed out of his stricken Hellcat, surviving to return to his comrades from a POW camp a month later. While the Japanese claimed 12 Hellcats shot down, and the Americans claimed 8 shot down and 3 probables, each side lost only 2 each. Lieutenant Connie Nui claimed 4, though he was the likely victor of the 2 actually lost, which confirmed his status as the top-scoring light carrier ace of the war. Kobayashi had been under orders to keep his unit on the ground and await an incoming bomber raid. Newspapers quickly published details of the fight, since the 244th Sentai was very popular with the press, and Kobayashi's superiors decided to court-martial the young commander. He was rescued from this fate when news of the event reached the Emperor, who let it be known he approved of Kobayashi's actions, and the court-martial was dropped. Also on that night of July 25th, as the British were withdrawing to refuel, a group of bogies appeared on radar. 4 Dusk Patrol Hellcat 2s from Formidable's 1844 Night Fighting Squadron detachment were on cap. They were vectored onto 4 Aichi B-7A Grace torpedo bombers, a new type, flying at 20,000 feet and headed for the fleet. Canadian Sub-Lieutenant Bill Atkinson and his New Zealander wingman, Sub-Lieutenant Mackey, suddenly found themselves alone when Sub-Lieutenant Foster suffered engine failure and returned to the carrier with his wingman, Sub-Lieutenant Taylor. The Japanese torpedo bombers were spotted under the full moon, and Atkinson led Mackey into the attack. Atkinson shot down 2, while Mackey shot down a 3rd, and they both took care of the 4th in a quick battle. Mackey lost his electrical system and radios in the fight, and became disoriented in the dark and unable to find the carrier. Fortunately, he spotted the flash of light when Atkinson was cleared to land and made his way back to the ship. With these 2 victories, Bill Atkinson became the last Commonwealth pilot to become an ace in World War II. On July 28th, Task Force 38 returned to Kure. The flyers again hit the battleships Issei and Haruna and the heavy cruiser Aoba. The aircraft carrier Katsuragi, which had escaped attack in the earlier raid, and the light aircraft carrier Ryuho, which had been near missed during the mission Beyond Darkness the year before, were attacked. Katsuragi was heavily damaged. 79 B-24 Liberators of the 5th Air Force based on Okinawa raided Kure shortly after the Navy flyers departed. The B-24s scored 4 hits on the beached Aoba, which damaged the cruiser and caused her stern to break off. The heavy flak resulted in the loss of 2 B-24s shot down, while 14 others suffered varying damage. During the 2 days of strikes, the fast carriers lost 133 aircraft and 102 aircrew in combat or accidents. These were the highest losses suffered by the Third Fleet in any of its operations. Other than the 2 VF-31 Hellcats lost in air combat on July 25th, all the other losses were the result of the heavy anti-aircraft defenses at the base. The only Japanese capital ship to escape destruction was Nagato at Yokosuka. With the Kure raid, the Imperial Navy was destroyed. The attacks allowed the Soviet Pacific Fleet to operate without fear of interdiction in the Sea of Japan following the Soviet declaration of war on August 9th. While the final day of strikes was flown against Kure, HMS Formidable launched a ramrod of 8 Corsair 4s from 1841 Squadron led by another Canadian pilot, Lieutenant Robert Hampton "Hammy" Gray, senior pilot of the squadron, in an attack against the naval base at Maizuru on northern Honshu. Gray led the Corsairs as they sank 4 ships and downed 3 defending aircraft. Gray's aggressive leadership of the mission resulted in his being awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. The night of July 29th, South Dakota, Indiana, and Massachusetts, accompanied by the heavy cruisers Quincy and Chicago, attacked the city of Hamamatsu between Nagoya and Tokyo. HMS King George V joined the task group, escorted by the destroyers HMS Ulysses, HMS Undine, and HMS Urania. At 23:19 hours, King George V opened fire on the Japan Musical Instrument Company Plant No. 2, which was currently used to manufacture aircraft propellers from a range of 20,075 yards. With aircraft spotting her fire, the battleship fired 265 14-inch rounds in 27 minutes, but inflicted little damage. It marked the last time in history that a British battleship ever fired its guns in anger. Massachusetts fired at Plant No. 1, scoring only a few hits. South Dakota and Indiana shelled the Imperial Government Railway Locomotive Works, as well as 3 other industrial facilities. Despite the lack of physical damage, the attack increased labor absenteeism and disrupted vital services, which resulted in the Hamamatsu factories ceasing production while the locomotive works was out of operation for the next 90 days. 2 bridges on the Tokaido main line were fired on, though not hit, but the damage to railroad infrastructure closed the line for 66 hours. Japanese defenses offered no response. During the night of July 30th and 31st, Destroyer Squadron 25, under the command of Captain J.W. Ludwig aboard John Rogers, DD-574, entered the Suruga Gulf in an unsuccessful search for Japanese shipping. At 0200 hours, the destroyers sailed deep into the Gulf and fired 1,100 rounds of 5-inch shells over 7 minutes, targeting a rail yard and aluminum plant in Shimizu. At the end of July, the Allied fleet pulled away from the coast to replenish fuel and ammunition. A typhoon was detected southeast of Okinawa on August 2nd during this operation, but fortunately, it was tracked accurately and information was provided to the fleet in time for the ships to take evasive action. With the replenishment operation completed by August 7th, the Third Fleet sailed north to attack Japanese airfields in northern Honshu over August 9th and 10th. 1841 Squadron's Lieutenant Hammy Gray led a mission from Formidable to strike Matsushima Airfield with 8 Corsairs on August 9th. The mission was changed to seek out targets of opportunity at the last minute, since the airfield had been heavily damaged in earlier attacks. Ships in Onagawa Bay were chosen as the target. Intelligence was unaware that all these were heavily armed and prepared for an air attack. The anti-aircraft positions in the surrounding hills created a killing zone over the bay. Gray dived to attack the ocean escort vessel Amakusa. As he leveled out of his dive, one 500-pound bomb was shot away by a hail of cannon and machine gun fire from Amakusa, Minesweeper 33, Ohama, and Subchaser 42 that set his Corsair 4 afire. Gray bored in and scored a direct hit on Amakusa that penetrated the engine room and triggered a massive explosion in the after-ammunition magazine, sinking the ship in minutes. The other pilots of the flight reported that Gray's Corsair, enveloped in smoke and flame, flying at an altitude of 50 feet, rolled to the right into the sea in an explosion of debris and water. They continued the attack, sinking several other ships. On November 13, 1945, Lieutenant Robert Hampton Gray became one of 16 Canadians awarded the British Victoria Cross during World War II. It was the only VC awarded to a member of the Royal Canadian Navy and the last awarded to a Canadian, since the Canadian government had recently created its own version of the Victoria Cross. While the flyers claimed destruction of 720 Japanese aircraft in this operation, a major tragedy occurred on August 9th when South Dakota, Indiana, and Massachusetts, accompanied by Boston, CA-69, and St. Paul, CA-73, and the Commonwealth light cruisers HMS Newfoundland and HMNZS Gambia, escorted by the destroyers HMS Terpsichore, Termagant, and Tenacious, attacked Kamaishi a second time in the mistaken belief that the ironworks had not been badly damaged. In what would turn out to be the final surface bombardment of the war, the task group opened fire at 12:54 hours and made 4 passes across the harbor over the next 2 hours, while firing 803 16-inch shells, 1,383 8-inch shells, and 733 6-inch shells from an average range of 14,000 yards. The bombardment resulted in more damage than the July attack, and the sounds of the bombardment were broadcast live on radio in the United States through a radio relay on Iowa. Unfortunately, one of the 2 POW camps was destroyed, and 27 Allied POWs were killed. On August 13th, a final bombardment planned to be carried out by King George V and 3 Commonwealth light cruisers was canceled, owing to the battleship's mechanical problems and the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. While the naval bombardments did not get the reaction hoped for from the Japanese air forces, they resulted in the disruption of what was left of the Japanese steel industry. Post-war assessment found the damage caused to industrial buildings, even by 16-inch naval shells, was less than the result of a hit by a 1,000 to 2,000-pound general-purpose bomb, which supported Admiral McCain's view that the aircraft protecting the attacking ships should have caused more damage. The post-war United States Strategic Bombing Survey judged that the naval bombardments also affected Japanese morale, resulting in a significant loss of production from absenteeism. Additionally, the fact that Allied warships could operate off the coast with impunity convinced many civilians the war had been lost. On August 5th, the Wildcat, which had served in the front line of naval aviation since the first day of the war, fought its final battles of the war. Task Group 95.9, a unit of the Carrier Support Force, the CVEs that had provided close air support for the Okinawa invasion and were now attacking Japanese targets on Kyushu, were in the East China Sea that morning. A division of 4 FM-2 Wildcats of VC-41 aboard Makin Island, CVE-93, was overhead on Cap at 14:53 hours when radar detected an inbound bogey at 7,000 feet, and the 4 stubby fighters were vectored to investigate. Nearing the bogey, Division leader Lieutenant H.L. Hokanson identified 2 Francis bombers and ordered the division to drop their wing tanks. Only Ensign Frank Yates was able to drop both tanks, which allowed him to pull ahead of the others as they pursued the speedy Japanese bombers. When one of the enemy nosed down and headed for the ocean surface, Yates followed. That Francis escaped, but the second, which had followed its leader, was near enough that he was able to close within 1,000 feet of the raider. His first burst from the .450 caliber machine guns in the Wildcat's wings lit the port engine aflame. A second burst chopped pieces from the fuselage, while the next 2 bursts wrecked the starboard engine. As the Francis steepened its dive, Yates fired into the cockpit, shattering the canopy. It hit the ocean and exploded 40 miles from the ships. 3 hours later, at 1710 hours, Task Force radar plotted a single bogey bearing 070 degrees, headed southwest at 180 knots. 4 Wildcats of VC-98 from Lunga Point, CVE-94, led by Lieutenant E.R. Beckwith, closed in and identified it as another Francis. The enemy pilot put his throttle to maximum as all 4 FM-2s managed to drop their tanks and chase the bomber more than 100 miles until they were able to catch up to it, at which point the No. 4 wingman tried to saw off the rudder with his prop. Lieutenant Beckwith opened up with his machine guns and set the Francis on fire. It crashed into the sea 55 miles from the task force to become the Wildcats' final victory. The last 60 FM-2 Wildcats of 5,280 produced over the preceding 2 years had come off General Motors' Eastern Aircraft production line in New Jersey in May. British FAA fighter pilot and later world-famed test pilot Eric Winkle Brown said of Grumman's first fighter to enter combat, "I would assess the Wildcat as the outstanding naval fighter of the early years of World War II. I can vouch as a matter of personal experience, this Grumman fighter was one of the finest shipboard aeroplanes ever created." Despite all the efforts of the Navy, when what would turn out to be the final carrier attacks of the war were over, it appeared on August 10th that a surrender by the Japanese was no closer than it had been when Task Force 38 commenced their attacks against the home islands 30 days earlier. Chapter 13. Gyokusen. The B-29 fire raids against Japanese cities and the naval blockade of the country on all sides brought increasing misery to the people of Japan, but failed to dissuade the Big Six and the armed forces that surrender was now the only viable option. Even the dropping of the atomic bomb on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, did not bring the militarists on the War Council to step back from the cliff of national suicide and accept the Potsdam Conference call for unconditional surrender. One more act was required. Prior to the arrival in Japan of Portuguese explorers in 1543, Nagasaki, which was originally a small fishing village in a secluded harbor in southern Kyushu, had been of no significance in Japanese history. Fearing too much involvement with the Westerners, the Japanese government restricted them to Nagasaki as their port of entry. Trade expanded when the Portuguese were followed by the Spanish, and the fishing village began to grow. The samurai warrior ruling class had little interest in the Western goods brought by the Portuguese and Spanish until they discovered the power of firearms. Japan, at the time, was in the throes of civil warfare between warring clans, and the daimyos who equipped their samurai with muskets were soon ascendant. Jesuit missionary St. Francis Xavier arrived in Kagoshima, South Kyushu, in 1549 and began to evangelize throughout Japan. He was successful in attracting several of the southern daimyo on Kyushu to convert to Christianity and bring their people with them before he departed to evangelize in China, where he found martyrdom in 1551. Most important of the converted daimyo was Sumitada Omura, who controlled the majority of Kyushu. His grant of a permit to develop a port at Nagasaki in 1569 led to the full flowering of the city when it was completed in 1571. The work was supervised by the Jesuit missionary Gaspar Villela and Portuguese Captain Major Tristão Vaz da Veiga, personally assisted by Lord Omura. Nagasaki quickly grew to become a diverse and cosmopolitan port city. Western cultural influence expanded as the use of Portuguese products such as tobacco, bread, textiles, and a Portuguese sponge cake called castelas became widespread and were assimilated into popular culture. Tempura was derived from a Portuguese recipe originally known as peitinho da horta. The Japanese name comes from the Portuguese tempero. Politically, what is known as the Sengoku period saw widespread instability in Japan. Before his death, Lord Omura passed administrative control of Nagasaki to Jesuit Alexandro Valignano and the Society of Jesus, rather than see what was now a Catholic city dominated by a non-Catholic daimyo. In 1580, Nagasaki became a Jesuit colony and a place of refuge for Japanese Christian refugees who experienced discrimination and maltreatment in other regions. The campaign of national unification, led by Hideyoshi Toyotomi, arrived in Kyushu in 1587. The Jesuits were expelled, and he placed the city under his direct control. The expulsion order was largely unenforced since Toyotomi soon left to continue his military conquest, and the majority of the city's population remained open Catholics. Following the wreck of the Spanish galleon San Felipe off Shikoku in 1596, Toyotomi discovered the Spanish Franciscans planned to land in Japan and contest the Jesuits for followers. On February 5, 1596, Toyotomi ordered the crucifixion of 26 Catholics in Nagasaki, who became the 26 Martyrs of Japan. He allowed Portuguese traders to remain since they provided the muskets and cannon he needed. Nagasaki continued to thrive, and Augustinian missionaries arrived in 1602. Toyotomi was defeated the following year by Ieyasu Tokugawa, who became the founder of what would become known as the Tokugawa shogunate. Since Tokugawa's victory would have been impossible without the support of the Catholic daimyos who had allied with him at the Battle of Sekigahara, he could not move against them until Osaka Castle was captured and the murder of Toyotomi's children assured his dominance. Since Dutch and English traders who had no interest in bringing their religions with them had arrived in Japan, Tokugawa could move against the Christian forces without fear of losing access to Western trade. Shogun Tokugawa officially banned Catholicism and ordered all missionaries to leave in 1614. Faced with the shogunate's military power, a majority of the Catholic daimyo abandoned Christianity, forcing their subjects to follow their example. Those who refused were forced to leave the country, moving to the Portuguese colony at Macau or the Spanish colony of Luzon, where they founded Japan towns that spread throughout European-dominated areas of Southeast Asia. The shogunate's brutal campaign of persecution in Kyushu and the neighboring regions of Shikoku resulted in thousands of Christians being killed, tortured, or forced to renounce their religion. The Christian Shimbara Rebellion of 1637 was the last major military action in Japan before the Meiji Restoration in 1880. Defeat saw the death of several 100,000 Catholics on Kyushu, and the religion was banned throughout the country. With this final victory, the shogunate closed Japan to the outside world. The only contact with the West was a single Dutch ship that was allowed to come to Nagasaki once a year. All Portuguese were expelled, and the Dutch traders were ejected from their base at Hirado and forced to live in the specially constructed island prison of Dejima in Nagasaki harbor. The shogunate lifted the ban on Dutch books in 1720. Following this, hundreds of scholars moved to Nagasaki to study European arts and sciences, and the city became the center of Rangaku, or Dutch learning. Throughout the 200 years of the Edo period, Nagasaki was able to maintain Western traditions and an outward focus, unlike the rest of Japan. Throughout these 2 centuries, Catholicism continued underground, though the form of worship changed without Western priests. Followers were known as Kakure Kirishitan. In the rest of Japan, Nagasaki was known in contemporary art and literature as a cosmopolitan port filled with the exotic products of the West. The city was also the center of underground resistance and opposition to the shogunate throughout the period, a tradition of opposition to imperial power that continued following the opening of Japan to the West in 1854. In 1859, Nagasaki became a free port, with modernization starting in earnest in 1868. The Meiji Restoration in 1880 saw Japan open once again to diplomatic relations with other nations and foreign trade. Christianity was legalized, and Nagasaki returned to its earlier role as a major center of Roman Catholicism in Japan. The city was proud of the fact that a visit to Nagasaki by Puccini, which led to a prolonged residence, resulted in the renowned opera Madame Butterfly. Throughout the period between the Meiji Restoration and the outbreak of the war, however, the city and its citizens, with their westernized cultural beliefs, were viewed with suspicion by Japanese nationalists. The forced modernization of Japan, following the overthrow of the shogunate, saw Nagasaki become a center of heavy industry, with shipbuilding the main activity. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries constructed the dockyards and became a prime contractor to the new Imperial Japanese Navy. Nagasaki Harbor was placed under control of the nearby Sasebo Naval District. Nagasaki became home to the Mitsubishi Steel and Arms Works, the Akunura Mitsubishi Arms Plant, Mitsubishi Electric Shipyards, Mitsubishi Steel and Arms Works, and Mitsubishi Urakami Ordnance Works. 90% of the labor force worked in these companies. In August 1944, southern Japan came within range of the B-29s operating from western China. Between August and November, 5 small air attacks by 136 aircraft dropped 270 tons of high explosive, 53 tons of incendiaries, and 20 tons of fragmentation bombs on Nagasaki. The raid on August 1st saw bombs hit the shipyards and dock areas and the Mitsubishi Steel and Arms Works. Skies were cloudy over most of mainland Japan on August 9, 1945, the result of the typhoon that had passed several days before, as well as the monsoonal weather. At 03:47 hours local time, just before dawn, a B-29 Superfortress of the 393rd Bombardment Squadron Heavy, 509th Composite Wing, named Boxcar, commanded by Major Charles Sweeney, took off from Tinian's North Field. Seriously overloaded, the Superfortress used nearly every inch of the 8,300-foot runway to get airborne. Almost immediately, Boxcar flew into heavy weather. The 509th's first mission 3 days earlier had been easy. This would be the opposite in every way. On August 6th, Sweeney and his crew had flown the Great Artiste, carrying instrumentation to record the mission of the B-29 Enola Gay on the Hiroshima mission. This mission was originally scheduled for August 11th, but forecasted bad weather pushed the schedule forward. Boxcar, usually flown by Captain Frederick C. Bach, had been substituted because there had been no time to remove the instrumentation from the Great Artiste. During the pre-flight inspection, Sweeney had discovered a fuel tank would not feed, but he felt he had no alternative but to proceed. Sweeney's decision would be crucial in the coming events. While Enola Gay had carried an atomic bomb called Little Boy that used uranium-238 for the explosive, Boxcar carried a far more powerful bomb using plutonium-239, named Fat Man. It was the same type as the Gadget that had been tested in New Mexico on July 16, 1945, and was far more powerful than Little Boy. Boxcar's target was the industrial city of Kokura, home of the largest munitions plants in Japan. The B-29 struggled through monsoon winds, rain, and lightning for 8 hours. St. Elmo's fire played along the wings and spinning propellers. Sweeney discovered their climb to a higher altitude in the face of the horrid weather had increased fuel consumption. The inability to access those 600 gallons in the defective tank was now a major threat to their success. At 0700 hours, they were halfway to Japan. The crew experienced a moment of terror when the bomb began arming itself as a red light on the weapon control panel blinked with increasing rapidity. If they lost altitude, it was possible it would explode. Weaponeer Navy Commander Frederick L. Ashworth grabbed the blueprints and crawled into the bomb bay, accompanied by his assistant weaponeer Lieutenant Philip M. Barnes. They removed the bomb casing and scrutinized the switches. It took 10 tense minutes for Ashworth to discover the problem. 2 switches had been reversed by mistake during the arming process. Barnes flipped the 2 tiny switches to their correct positions, and the red light stopped blinking. Sweeney and his crew arrived off the Japanese coast at 30,000 feet at 0900 hours Tinian time. They were supposed to meet the escorting photo B-29 Big Stink, flown by Major James I. Hopkins, and the Great Artiste over the island of Yakushima off the southern tip of Japan, but the continuing bad weather intervened. Boxcar arrived at the rendezvous with the Great Artiste at 0910 hours, but Big Stink was nowhere to be seen since Major Hopkins was orbiting 9,000 feet higher in clear air searching for the others. Valuable time, and more importantly, valuable gasoline was lost as Sweeney circled for 15, then 30, then 45 fuel-burning minutes. Unable to make contact, the 2 bombers finally headed toward the target. Hopkins, frantic over the failed rendezvous, broke radio silence and radioed Tinian, asking in code, "Is Boxcar down?" The first word was dropped. On Tinian they heard, "Boxcar down." Despair settled over the 509th that they had lost the weapon that would finally end the war. Boxcar arrived over Kokura at 0944 hours local time, 1044 hours Tinian time. Visibility was obscured by clouds and the smoke rising from nearby Yawata, which had been firebombed the night before. The orders for deployment of the bomb were specific. It was only to be dropped visually. Sweeney made 3 runs over the city, but Bombardier Captain Kermit Behan couldn't get a visual drop. When they finally pulled away, they were surrounded by flak bursts. Kokura was one of the most heavily defended cities in Japan. The gas gauges were tipping toward half full at 10:30 local when Ashworth convinced Sweeney they should proceed to Nagasaki, the secondary target. They arrived over Nagasaki 20 minutes later to find the city obscured by clouds. Boxcar was now desperately short of fuel. They flew across the city on 2 fruitless runs. It was soon apparent there was no hope of returning direct to Tinian. They would have to make an emergency landing on Okinawa to refuel. With the fuel situation now critical, Sweeney turned back for the 3rd run. It was now or never. They could now only make it to Okinawa without the bomb aboard. If they couldn't drop visually, their only choice would be jettisoning it over the ocean. Charles Sweeney would not be the man who returned to inform his superiors he had left the most important, most expensive, most valuable weapon of war ever created lying unused on the seabed off Japan. Ashworth, convinced that if they did not drop the bomb no one would survive, conferred with Behan, telling him he would take responsibility and that Behan should drop by whatever means he had. Behan saw the unmistakable shape of the Mitsubishi steel plant in Urakami Valley as it came into view on the radar screen and opened the bomb doors. Ashworth told him, "Use the radar." At the last moment, Behan shouted there was a hole in the clouds and he could bomb visually. Sweeney replied, "Okay, you own the plane." The bombardier had 45 seconds to set up the bomb site, kill the drift, and kill the rate of closure. Bombs away. At 12:01:40 hours Tinian time, Fat Man dropped away from Boxcar. 20 seconds later, at 12:02 hours, it exploded with a force of 22,000 tons of TNT, 1,840 feet above the city. The men were thrown around by several shock waves. Radar Countermeasures Officer 2nd Lieutenant Jacob Besser thought the bomber would be torn apart as he was pinned to the floor. Navigator, Second Lieutenant Fred Olivey, never forgot the sight of the mushroom cloud he saw out of his window. It was a bright bluish color. It took about 45 or 50 seconds to get up to our altitude, and then continued on up. I could see the bottom of the mushroom's stem. It was a boiling cauldron. Salmon pink was the predominant color. I couldn't see anything down below because it was smoke and fire all over the area where the city was. I remember the mushroom cloud was on our left. Somebody hollered in the back, "The mushroom cloud is coming toward us." This is where Sweeney took the aircraft and dove it down to the right, full throttle, and I remember looking at the damn thing on our left, and I couldn't tell for a while whether it was gaining on us or we were gaining on it. Sweeney pushed over into a second dive, just in time to avoid flying through the cloud of atomic ash and smoke that continued to climb into the upper atmosphere. Boxcar and the great artiste now turned south toward Okinawa in radio silence. Sweeney was so low on fuel he expected they would crash at sea, and ordered everyone to check their Mae Wests. Their comrades back on Tinian still believed the mission had failed. Having climbed to 30,000 feet, Sweeney descended in a semi-glide with minimum fuel consumption. Arriving over Okinawa, they found heavy traffic moving to and from the runways. With all fuel gauges on empty, Sweeney received no response to his emergency calls and told Olivey to fire flares. Olivey later remembered, "I took out the flare gun, stuck it out of the porthole at the top of the fuselage, and fired all the flares we had, one after another. There were about 8 or 10 of them. Each color indicated a specific condition on board the aircraft. The shower of different colored flares indicated every possible crisis. Boxcar was out of fuel, on fire, had wounded men, and every other possible crisis." At 13:51 hours local, Boxcar touched down on Yontan North Airfield, just as the number 2 inboard engine died of fuel starvation. The Superfortress touched down at 140 miles per hour, 30 miles per hour too fast, and bounced 25 feet into the air before settling onto the runway. Pilot and co-pilot stood hard on the brakes as Sweeney engaged the special reverse propeller pitch as he desperately tried to slow. Boxcar sped past rows of fully fueled B-24 Liberators loaded with incendiary bombs. Rolling now on fumes, Sweeney managed a full 180-degree turn at the end of the runway and headed the bomber toward a paved parking area. As fire trucks, ambulances, and other vehicles surrounded the plane, Sweeney ordered his crew to stay silent about the mission. Ashworth and Sweeney were quickly taken to headquarters. There, newly arrived 8th Air Force Commander Lieutenant General James H. Jimmy Doolittle asked Ashworth, "Who the hell are you?" To which Ashworth replied, "What the hell is wrong with your control tower? We are the 509, Boxcar. We dropped an atomic bomb on Nagasaki." Doolittle replied in amazement, "Boxcar, you're not lost? Thank God you didn't hit those B-24s. Just missed one hell of an explosion. Guess you already had one hell of an explosion. We heard you were down." Afterwards, Doolittle told a friend the landing was the scariest thing I ever saw. 3 hours later, Big Stink finally landed at Yontan. They had managed to photograph the results, despite the fact no one could operate the official camera, using an unofficial camera that physicist Harold Agnew had brought aboard. At 17:30 hours, the 3 bombers departed Okinawa for Tinian, arriving at 22:45 hours. While fanfare and praise had greeted Enola Gay on her return, the Air Force did not publicize the story of the Nagasaki bomb or decorate the crew. There were some in favor of court-martialing Sweeney for disobedience to orders, but it was decided there was no reason to publicize a near catastrophe. Whether Fred Beeman was really able to bomb visually at the last minute or followed Ashworth's suggestion to use the radar will never be known for certain. For the rest of his life, the bombardier maintained he had followed instructions to the letter. What is known is that what was seen on the radar screen was not the Mitsubishi munitions factory. It was the Urakami Catholic Church, the largest Christian church in all of Asia, built in the decades following the legalization of Christianity 60 years earlier through the donations of the parishioners who were the descendants of the shogun-hating Kokuri Kirishitan. The downward force of the explosion flattened every part of the church other than the bell tower, which was directly beneath the center of the blast, and immediately became the only structure still standing at what would come to be known as Ground Zero. Less than a second after the detonation, the northern part of Nagasaki was destroyed, and 35,000 people were incinerated, including 6,200 out of the 7,500 employees of the Mitsubishi munitions plant, and 24,000 others employed in other war plants and factories nearby, as well as 150 Japanese soldiers, one of whom had his skull melted into the top of his helmet as his final remains. A total 96,000 people had died from the bombing and radiation as of a year later. Still, it was not the bomb that forced the hand of the militarists. The night before, at 2300 hours Trans-Baikal time, Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov had called Japanese Ambassador Naotaki Sato to his offices and told him the Soviet Union had declared war on the Empire of Japan, with effect from 1 minute past midnight Trans-Baikal time on August 9th. At exactly that time, Marshal of the Soviet Union Alexander Vasilevsky began the invasion of the Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo. It was exactly 90 days following the surrender of Germany, as Stalin had promised at Yalta. News of the attack flashed to Tokyo at 0400 hours Tokyo time. The Soviet offensive commenced simultaneously on 3 fronts to the east, west, and north of Manchuria. Japanese forces, weakened by the transfer of units to Kyushu to oppose the expected American invasion, fell back at all points. By August 14th, the 1,000 tanks and self-propelled guns of the 6th Guards Tank Army that composed the Red Army's spearhead had captured objectives 700 miles inside Manchuria. Units were advancing so fast they were outrunning their supply lines. The southern half of Sakhalin Island was invaded by the 16th Army at the same time the advance into Manchuria began. The 100,000 troops had orders to eliminate Japanese resistance and be prepared to invade Hokkaido, Japan's northernmost home islands, by August 24th. Emperor Hirohito had lost all confidence in the chances that Japan might achieve a military victory following the defeat on Okinawa in June. With the Soviet invasion, he saw the weakness of the Kwantung Army in Manchuria, of the Navy, and of the Army defending the home islands. Hirohito later wrote, "I was told that the iron from bomb fragments dropped by the enemy was being used to make shovels. This confirmed my opinion that we were no longer in a position to continue the war." On June 9th, Hirohito's confidant, Marquis Koichi Kido, had presented the draft plan for controlling the crisis situation, in which he had stated his belief that the ability of Japan to conduct modern war would be destroyed by the end of 1945, and that it would be unlikely the government could control civil unrest. "We cannot be sure we will not share the fate of Germany and be reduced to adverse circumstances under which we will not attain even our supreme object of safeguarding the imperial household and preserving the national polity." Kido's plan proposed the emperor take direct action and offer the Allies an opportunity to end the war on very generous terms, under which Japan would voluntarily withdraw from the former European colonies in Southeast Asia, on the condition the colonial powers granted independence, would disarm so long as it did not happen under Allied supervision, and would be content with minimum defense. Finally, there would be no Allied occupation, prosecution of war criminals, or change in the imperial role. There was little likelihood the Allies would accept this offer. Foreign Minister Togo was very supportive of the plan. Prime Minister Suzuki and Navy Minister Admiral Mitsumasa Yonai were cautiously supportive. Army Minister General Korichika Anami refused to support the plan, insisting that diplomacy must wait until after the United States has sustained heavy losses in Operation Ketsugo, the defense of Kyushu. Nevertheless, the emperor authorized Kido to make the offer. The official military position was summed up in the War Journal of the Imperial Headquarters. We can no longer direct the war with any hope of success. The only course left is for Japan's 100 million people to sacrifice their lives by charging the enemy to make them lose the will to fight. When Ambassador Sato presented the Kido proposal to the Soviets, it was made clear to him the terms were unacceptable. While the Soviets had reassured Japan in April when they gave the required one-year notice of non-renewal of the Non-Aggression Pact that there would be no change in status during that year, Foreign Minister Togo now took the Soviet response to mean that Stalin had made an agreement with the Western Allies to join the Pacific War at some date in the near future. Suzuki, Yonai, and Anami argued against this position. On July 26, 1945, the Potsdam Declaration was issued. It called for the elimination for all time of the authority and influence of those who have deceived and misled the people of Japan into embarking on world conquest, the occupation of points in Japanese territory to be designated by the Allies, that Japanese sovereignty shall be limited to the islands of Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu, Shikoku, and such minor islands as we determine, that the Japanese military forces, after being completely disarmed, shall be permitted to return to their homes with the opportunity to lead peaceful and productive lives, that we do not intend that the Japanese shall be enslaved as a race or destroyed as a nation, but stern justice shall be meted out to all war criminals, including those who have visited cruelties upon our prisoners. The declaration then called for unconditional surrender. We call upon the government of Japan to proclaim now the unconditional surrender of all Japanese armed forces and to provide proper and adequate assurances of their good faith in such action. The alternative for Japan is prompt and utter destruction. It ended with the warning, "We will not deviate from them. There are no alternatives. We shall brook no delay." The Potsdam Declaration also put forth the goal that the Japanese government shall remove all obstacles to the revival and strengthening of democratic tendencies among the Japanese people, freedom of speech, of religion, and of thought, as well as respect for the fundamental human rights shall be established. Most importantly, so far as the Japanese were concerned, was the fact the declaration made no mention of the emperor, which left the question of what Allied intentions were regarding the one issue of utmost importance to the Japanese. Would the emperor be considered one of those who had misled the people of Japan, even a war criminal? Would he be allowed to be part of a peacefully inclined and responsible government? In order to have any response, the Japanese needed these crucial questions answered. The text of the Potsdam Declaration had been officially broadcast and printed on leaflets that were dropped over Japan. On July 28th, newspapers throughout the country reported that the declaration had been rejected. In a rare press meeting, Prime Minister Suzuki stated, "I consider the joint proclamation a rehash of the declaration at the Cairo conference. As for the government, it does not attach any important value to it at all. The only thing to do is just kill it with silence. We will do nothing but press on to the bitter end to bring about a successful completion of the war." On the afternoon of August 9th, it was clear to anyone in the upper reaches of the Japanese government that the policy of prompt and utter destruction had been implemented by the Allies. Japanese physicists involved in the Japanese atom bomb project had visited Hiroshima and reported that the destruction there was indeed the result of an atomic explosion. The initial response, as stated by Admiral Toyoda on receipt of this report, had been that the Americans could not have created more than one bomb. The bombing of Nagasaki demonstrated that Hiroshima was not a one-time event, and that further atomic attacks must be expected. The Soviet invasion of Manchuria posed the threat of an invasion from the north against minimal defenses, while Japanese forces were massed to oppose the expected American invasion in the south. Any Soviet occupation of Japan carried with it the definite knowledge that it would mean the absolute end of the imperial system. Suzuki and Togo were both profoundly affected by the news of the bombing of Nagasaki and the Soviet invasion of Manchuria. Both now agreed the war must be ended at once if they were to prevent a Soviet invasion they knew was unstoppable. Minister of War Anami and the senior leadership of the Japanese army, who underestimated the scale of the Soviet attack, opposed the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister. When the Supreme Council met at 10:30 hours on August 9th, there was only the Soviet invasion to be discussed. Prime Minister Suzuki, who had just met with the Emperor and understood his position on further hostilities, stated that continuing the war was impossible. Foreign Minister Togo gave his opinion that if the Allies would guarantee the position of the Emperor, the terms of the Potsdam Declaration should be accepted. Navy Minister Yonai stated his position, which was that a diplomatic proposal must be made since it was impossible to wait for better circumstances. Army Minister Anami announced the Army would impose martial law to stop any attempt to make peace. At about 11:10 hours, the Council received news that Nagasaki had been hit by a second atomic bomb. Even with this, the Big Six were still split on the issue of seeking peace by the time a vote of 3-3 ended the meeting. Togo's one condition to accepting Potsdam had the support of Prime Minister Suzuki, Foreign Minister Togo, and Navy Minister Admiral Yonai. But Army Minister General Anami, Army Chief of Staff General Umesu, and Combined Fleet Commander Admiral Toyoda continued to insist that 3 further terms be part of the Japanese proposal: that Japan handle her own disarmament, that Japanese war criminals be dealt with by the government, and there would be no occupation. While the crew of Boxcar prayed they had enough gas left in the tanks to make it to Okinawa rather than crash land in the open ocean, and, during their later flight back to Tinian, momentous events were taking place in Tokyo. There was only one topic when the full cabinet met at 14:30 hours: surrender. As with the Big Six that morning, neither Togo's nor Anami's proposal won a majority. In the midst of all, Anami revealed that a captured P-51 pilot had, under torture, confessed that there were 100 atom bombs in the American arsenal. Tokyo and Kyoto would be hit in the next few days. First Lieutenant Marcus McDilda, a pilot in the 46th Fighter Squadron of the 21st Fighter Group based on Iwo Jima, had bailed out of his P-51D 44-63901, named the Gator, 500 feet over the ocean and just off the coast of Honshu after having been hit by flak while attacking coastal shipping. In truth, he knew as much about the Manhattan Project and the atomic bomb as every other American in the Pacific. That 2 days earlier one had apparently been dropped on Hiroshima, as President Truman had announced. In an attempt to stop the excruciating torture he was undergoing, he lied to his interrogators and gave them the number of atomic weapons as 100, since it appeared that was what they wanted to hear. With the lie accepted, he was immediately classified a high-profile prisoner, which probably saved him from a planned beheading. The truth was that there were 3 bombshells on Tinian awaiting delivery of their nuclear cores. The first of these would be ready for use by August 19th and would likely have been used against Tokyo. A second shell would be operational by September. It was hoped as many as 3 more might be ready if needed by D-Day of Operation Olympic in November. While the rest of the cabinet believed Anami's report, it still was not enough to change minds. The meeting adjourned at 17:30 hours, having failed to find consensus. A second meeting called at 1800 hours lasted 4 hours. It also ended without consensus. Suzuki and Togo met with Hirohito at 2300 hours. The Emperor accepted Suzuki's proposal for an ad hoc imperial conference. The cabinet gathered in the presence of the Emperor just before midnight. Suzuki presented Anami's 4 conditions as the consensus position of the Supreme War Council. Other Supreme Council members spoke. Privy Councilor Kiichiro Hiranuma, president of the Privy Council, spoke to the fact the nation was completely unable to defend itself and proceeded to list domestic problems, starting with the nationwide food shortage. There was more debate that resolved nothing. Finally, at approximately 0200 hours on August 10th, Prime Minister Suzuki asked the emperor to decide between the two positions. Togo later recalled that Hirohito stated, "I have given serious thought to the situation prevailing at home and abroad, and have concluded that continuing the war can only mean destruction for the nation and prolongation of bloodshed and cruelty in the world. I cannot bear to see my innocent people suffer any longer. I was told by those advocating a continuation of hostilities that by June new divisions would be in place in fortified positions ready for the invader when he sought to land. It is now August, and the fortifications still have not been completed. There are those who say the key to national survival lies in a decisive battle in the homeland. The experiences of the past, however, show that there has always been a discrepancy between plans and performance. I do not believe that the discrepancy can be rectified. Since this is also the shape of things, how can we repel the invaders?" He then specifically referenced the increased destructiveness of the atomic bomb. "It goes without saying that it is unbearable for me to see the brave and loyal fighting men of Japan disarmed. It is equally unbearable that others who have rendered me devoted service should now be punished as instigators of the war. Nevertheless, the time has come to bear the unbearable. I swallow my tears and give my sanction to the proposal to accept the Allied proclamation on the basis outlined by the foreign minister." According to General Sumihisa Ikeda and Admiral Senshiro Hoshina, Privy Councilor Hiranuma then turned to the emperor and asked, "Your Majesty, you also bear responsibility for this defeat. What apology are you going to make to the heroic spirits of the imperial founder of your house and your other imperial ancestors?" The emperor then left the conference, and Suzuki pushed for acceptance of the emperor's will, which was given. Within a matter of hours, the foreign ministry contacted the Allies through the Swiss government and announced Japan would accept the Potsdam Declaration, but would not accept any conditions that would prejudice the prerogatives of the emperor. This meant no change in the form of government, since the emperor would remain in a position of real power. American Secretary of State James F. Burns wrote the Allied response, which was approved by the British, Chinese, and Soviet governments on August 12th. On the status of the emperor, it said, "From the moment of surrender, the authority of the emperor and the Japanese government to rule the state shall be subject to the supreme commander of the Allied powers, who will take such steps as he deems proper to effectuate the surrender terms. The ultimate form of government of Japan shall, in accordance with the Potsdam Declaration, be established by the freely expressed will of the Japanese people." The logjam had been broken. President Truman ordered operations to continue pending reception of official word of Japanese surrender. He changed his position after news correspondents incorrectly interpreted General Carl Spatz's statement there would be no B-29 missions on August 11th, which was due to bad weather, as confirming a ceasefire. Since the president did not want the Japanese to get the impression the Allies had abandoned peace negotiations and resumed bombing, he halted further missions. Suzuki argued for rejection of Secretary Burns's response without an explicit guarantee of the imperial system, and Anami maintained his opposition to occupation. Foreign Minister Togo told Suzuki there was no hope of better terms, and Kido informed them it was the emperor's will that Japan surrender. When he met later with the emperor, Admiral Yonai stated, "I think the term is inappropriate, but the atomic bombs and the Soviet entry into the war are, in a sense, divine gifts. This way we don't have to say that we have quit the war because of domestic circumstances." The reply to the Allied response was debated on August 13th, with the cabinet again deadlocked. Doubt now began to grow among the Allies as they waited, having told the Japanese they could transmit an unqualified acceptance by radio. Intercepted military and diplomatic traffic seemed evidence of a pending all-out banzai attack. In order to impress Japanese officials that we mean business and are serious in getting them to accept our peace proposals without delay, President Truman ordered that maximum intensity attacks resume. Coastal targets were shelled by the fleet's battleships, while the largest bombing raid of the Pacific War saw over 400 B-29s attack that day, followed by 300 more that night. The 315 Bombardment Wing Heavy flew the longest bombing mission of the war, 3,800 miles to hit the Nippon Oil Company refinery, the last refinery still operating in the home islands, at Tsuchizaki on the northern tip of Honshu. The day bombers dropped leaflets across the country, informing the people of the Japanese government's offer of surrender and the Allied response. Meeting at dawn on August 14th, before he met with the most senior military officers, Hirohito, Suzuki, and Kido, realized the day would end either with acceptance of the Allied terms or a military coup. In the later meeting, Field Marshal Shunroku Hata, who led the Second General Army defending southern Japan, stated he had no confidence he could defeat the invasion and did not dispute the imperial decision. When Hirohito then conferred with the cabinet, Anami, Toyota, and Umezu repeated their desire to continue. Hirohito then said, "I have listened carefully to each of the arguments presented in opposition to the view that Japan should accept the Allied reply as it stands and without further clarification or modification, but my own thoughts have not undergone any change." He asked that they prepare an imperial rescript that he could broadcast to the nation. This was met by unanimous ratification of the imperial desire. The Foreign Ministry immediately ordered the embassies in Switzerland and Sweden to accept the Allied terms. Washington received word of the order at 0249 hours on August 14th. The news of surrender was delivered to Japanese commanders personally by the three princes of the imperial family who held military commissions, with Prince Tsuneyoshi Takeda going to Korea and Manchuria, while Prince Yasuhiko Asaka went to the China Fleet and China Expeditionary Army. Prince Kanin Haruhito traveled to Shanghai, South China, Indochina, and Singapore. The imperial rescript was finalized at 1900 hours on August 14th and presented to the cabinet to be signed. With the help of an NHK recording crew, Hirohito made a gramophone recording at 2300 hours that Court Chamberlain Yoshihiro Tokugawa hid in a locker in the Empress's secretary's office. The threat of a military coup was serious. Junior Japanese officers had assassinated political leaders who opposed militarism since the 1920s. Major Kenji Hatanaka, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonels Masataka Ida, Masahiko Takashita, and Inaba Masao, joined by Chief of the Military Affairs Section, Colonel Okitsugu Arao, met General Anami on August 12 to ask him to prevent any acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration. Anami refused to commit himself. On their own, Hatanaka and the others decided to attempt a coup d'etat. They gathered allies and sought support from senior officers in the Army Ministry on August 13th. A group of senior Army officers met with Anami following the Imperial Conference that night. General Torashiro Kawabe proposed that all present sign an agreement that the Army will act in accordance with the Imperial decision to the last. All signed, sealing the fate of the junior officers' attempted coup d'etat in Tokyo. The planned coup was set in motion at 21:30 hours on August 14th. The 2nd Regiment of the 1st Imperial Guards had been ordered to the palace grounds, which doubled the defenses. Hatanaka, with Lieutenant Colonel Jiro Shiizaki, convinced the unit's commander, Colonel Toyojiro Haga, to join them, falsely telling him Anami and Umezu and the commanders of the Eastern District Army and Imperial Guards divisions had all agreed to the attempt. Hatanaka visited Shizuichi Tanaka, commander of the eastern region of the army, to persuade him to join. Tanaka refused and ordered Hatanaka to go home. Hatanaka's hope was that occupation of the palace would demonstrate the beginnings of rebellion, and the rest of the army would rise against the surrender. The 2nd Regiment would occupy the palace at 0200 hours on August 15th. While Hatanaka tried to convince his superiors to join the coup, General Anami committed ritual seppuku, leaving the message that, "I with my death humbly apologize to the Emperor for the great crime." Hatanaka and his men surrounded the palace just after 0100 hours. They went to the office of Lieutenant General Takeshi Mori, commander of the 1st Imperial Guards Division, and asked him to join them. When he refused, Hatanaka killed him, while Uehara killed Mori's brother, Shiraishi, who was present. Hatanaka used General Mori's official stamp to authorize Strategic Order No. 584, a false set of orders increasing the forces occupying the Imperial Palace and Imperial Household Ministry to protect the Emperor. The conspirators disarmed the palace police and blocked the entrances. After detaining 18 people, including the NHK workers who had recorded the surrender speech, they searched for the recording. The bank vault, a large chamber beneath the Imperial Palace, became the hiding place of Lord Privy Seal Kido and Imperial House Minister Ishiwatari. When Chamberlain Tokugawa was found by the rebels, he lied, saying he had no knowledge of the location of the two men or the recording in the face of Hatanaka's threat of disembowelment. Communication was cut off between the palace and the outside world after the rebels cut the telephone wires. Assassins, led by Captain Takeo Sasaki, went to Prime Minister Suzuki's office, but he was warned and escaped minutes before their arrival. They set fire to his home and went to assassinate Kiichiro Hiranuma, who also escaped. Suzuki spent the rest of the month sleeping in a different bed each night under police protection. At 0300 hours, Hatanaka was told the Eastern District Army was headed to the palace and he should give up. He pleaded for 10 minutes on the radio to explain what he was trying to accomplish and why, but was refused. When Colonel Haga learned the army was opposed to the coup, he ordered Hatanaka to leave the palace grounds. At 0500 hours, Hatanaka appeared at the NHK studio, brandishing a pistol as he desperately tried to get airtime. General Tanaka went to the palace at dawn, where he confronted the rebels and convinced them to return to their barracks. At 0600 hours, Hatanaka left the NHK studios. The rebellion was over by 0800 hours. Hatanaka shot himself an hour before the scheduled broadcast. Shiizaki stabbed himself, then shot himself. Authorities found Hatanaka's death poem in his pocket. "I have nothing to regret now that the dark clouds have disappeared from the reign of the Emperor." At noon on August 15, 1945, the people of Japan heard their emperor's voice for the first time as he read the imperial rescript on the termination of the war. His address was given in traditional Japanese, which many found hard to understand. After pondering deeply the general trends of the world and the actual conditions obtaining in our empire today, we have decided to effect a settlement of the present situation by resorting to an extraordinary measure. We have ordered our government to communicate to the governments of the United States, Great Britain, China, and the Soviet Union that our empire accepts the provisions of their joint declaration. To strive for the common prosperity and happiness of all nations, as well as the security and well-being of our subjects, is the solemn obligation which has been handed down by our imperial ancestors, and which lies close to our heart. Indeed, we declared war on America and Britain out of our sincere desire to ensure Japan's self-preservation and the stabilization of East Asia, it being far from our thought either to infringe upon the sovereignty of other nations or to embark upon territorial aggrandizement. But now the war has lasted for nearly 4 years. Despite the best that has been done by everyone, the gallant fighting of the military and naval forces, the diligence and assiduity of our servants of the state, and the devoted service of our 100 million people, the war situation has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage, while the general trends of the world have all turned against her interest. Moreover, the enemy has begun to employ a new and most cruel bomb, the power of which to do damage is indeed incalculable, taking the toll of many innocent lives. Should we continue to fight, not only would it result in an ultimate collapse and obliteration of the Japanese nation, but also it would lead to the total extinction of human civilization. Such being the case, how are we to save the millions of our subjects, or to atone ourselves before the hallowed spirits of our imperial ancestors? This is the reason why we have ordered the acceptance of the provisions of the joint declaration of the powers. The hardships and sufferings to which our nation is to be subjected hereafter will be certainly great. We are keenly aware of the inmost feelings of all of you, our subjects. However, it is according to the dictates of time and fate that we have resolved to pave the way for a grand peace for all the generations to come by enduring the unendurable and suffering what is unsufferable. To this day, the official Japanese history of the Pacific War, taught in the nation's schools, echoes the unreality of the imperial rescript. The next day, Admiral Takajiro Onishi, who had begun the kamikaze campaign in the Philippines back in October 1944, committed seppuku in his quarters. In his suicide note, he apologized to the nearly 4,000 pilots he had sent to their deaths and urged all young civilians to work towards rebuilding Japan and peace among nations, stating additionally that he offered his death as penance to the pilots and their families. Thus, he did not use a kaishakunin, second knife. It took 15 hours for him to die. Only a week earlier, Onishi had pushed for continuing the war, stating that the sacrifice of 20 million more Japanese lives would make the country victorious. The admiral was one of many senior military officers who chose a similar end. The emperor's uncle, Prince Higashikuni, replaced Suzuki as prime minister on August 17th, while Mamoru Shigemitsu replaced Foreign Minister Togo. The last aerial combat took place on August 18th. 2 consolidated B-32 Dominator bombers left Yontan Airfield on Okinawa on a photo recon mission to record compliance with the surrender terms. One B-32, Hobo Queen II, was flying at 20,000 feet while the other was at 10,000 feet when the bombers encountered a formation of 14 A-6M5 Zeeks and 3 N-1K2J George fighters from the IJNAF Air Base at Atsugi. The formation was led by leading surviving Japanese ace Saburo Sakai, who had fought from the first day of the Pacific War and been promoted to lieutenant junior grade the previous May. Before initiating the attack, Sakai initially misidentified the planes as B-29s as he attacked Hobo Queen II. Her gunners claimed 2 Zeeks shot down and a probable George, though no Japanese aircraft were lost. The second B-32 was heavily damaged, with one of the dorsal gunners wounded in the first pass, while the second pass seriously wounded photographer Staff Sergeant Joseph Latcherite in his legs and fatally wounded his assistant, Sergeant Anthony Marchione, who died during the return to Okinawa, the last American air combat death in World War II. Sakai and the others returned to Atsugi to discover their action had resulted in a new requirement that the propellers of all Japanese aircraft be removed as a condition of the surrender. The dawn sky over Kyushu was clear the next morning when the B-25J, flown by Major Jack McClure of the 498th Falcons Bomb Squadron, and Major Wendell Decker's Betty's Dream of the 499th Bats Out of Hell Bomb Squadron, orbited off the coast. While the Pacific War had officially ended 4 days before, their crews were on alert for Japanese who did not heed the Emperor's decision to surrender. This was perhaps the most important rendezvous of the Pacific War. Decker's turret gunner soon spotted distant shapes that resolved themselves as 2 G4M1 Betty bombers with 4 Zeeks as escort. All were painted white over their green-gray camouflage, with rising sun insignias replaced by green crosses. The Bettys carried the official Japanese surrender delegation. The B-25s swung in to escort the bombers as the Zeros banked away. The honor of escorting the surrender delegation was an acknowledgment of the contribution to victory made by the 345th Air Apaches bomb group, which had fought from New Guinea to Okinawa in the previous 2 years. The 4 aircraft headed south to Okinawa. At the airfield on Ieshima Island, just northwest of Okinawa, every American who could arrange to get there waited for their arrival. The 2 Bettys made a low pass over the runway as though putting on a show before landing. They were quickly surrounded by American military police, and the Japanese representatives were escorted to a waiting C-54 transport that took them to the meeting with General Douglas MacArthur and the other representatives of the victorious Allies in Manila, to finalize concrete details for the surrender of the Empire of Japan. Once the C-54 departed, the MPs allowed the men to surround the bombers, who seemed overwhelmed by the friendly response they received from those they had been told would eat them in an invasion of the home islands. 25-year-old Major Vic Tatelman, pilot of the famed B-25 gunship Dirty Dora II, the only member of the Air Apaches to have flown 2 tours, remembered, "It was certainly the biggest celebration I had ever attended." The next day the C-54 returned with 2 complete sets of original surrender documents to be conveyed back to Tokyo in the Bettys. It had been discovered at Ieshima that there was no fuel of low enough octane available for the Japanese aircraft to refuel with. The idea that higher-octane American fuel be mixed with the low-octane fuel remaining in the aircraft was rejected. The first Betty took off to return to Tokyo, again escorted by 2 Air Apaches. Instead of landing on Kyushu to refuel, the Betty flew on for Tokyo. Over the inland sea, the Betty ran out of fuel. When the pilot attempted an emergency landing ashore, he crashed in the water and the plane broke up on impact. There was now only 1 set of surrender documents in existence. The successful return of the second Betty to Japan was now crucially important. The second Japanese crew now agreed to have American 100-octane fuel mixed with their 87-octane fuel. Betty's Dream was again the lead escort. Major Tatelman, the top-ranked pilot in the group in terms of operational accomplishment, got himself assigned as co-pilot for his friend Wendell Decker. After everything I had gone through in the Pacific, there was no way I was going to miss this. The 3 aircraft droned toward the home islands. Decker and Tatelman had decided that, once they were over the home islands, they would not allow the Betty to fly over water until they reached Tokyo. If anything mechanical went wrong, they would force the bomber down at the first airfield they came across to guarantee successful delivery of the precious cargo. The Betty had enough fuel to return to Atsugi Air Base. Saburo Sakai was among the Japanese on the ground who watched as the Americans stayed with the Betty until it touched down. Once it was down, The two Mitchells applied full power and roared the length of the runway before climbing back to altitude for the journey home. For the men of the 345th Bomb Group, as well as everyone else, World War II in the Pacific was finally over. Several days later, Second Lieutenant Lamar Gillette, an Army Air Forces pilot who had flown in the defense of the Philippines after Pearl Harbor and had managed to become the only P-35 pilot ever to shoot down a Zeke during the desperate fighting before he became a survivor of the Bataan Death March and nearly 3 years as a slave laborer in Japan, was awakened in his POW camp on a hill overlooking the Sea of Japan and western Honshu by the roar of engines. B-29s had flown over the camp many times before, but never this low. The men poured out of their barracks and hobbled or ran into the open field. Gillette, who now weighed 95 pounds, down from the 145 he had weighed when he first arrived at Clark Field in the summer of 1941 to join the 17th Pursuit Group, looked up as the first bomber opened its bomb bay doors. Objects fell from the bomber, quickly slowed in their fall by parachutes. The other bombers followed, and the sky was now full of parachutes. They got closer, and we could see they were crates. All of a sudden, we were running away to dodge them as they fell into the field where we were. They came down hard, and several of them burst open on impact. Most of the crates were full of sea rations, while others were full of clothing and boots and other items. I ran to one and grabbed a box of the sea rations, then ran to another and found a pair of GI boots that looked like they might fit. Gillette retreated from the scramble and pulled on his boots. They were a bit big for me, but I didn't care. I had boots. He then tore open the box of sea rations. One of the cans was labeled peaches. I hadn't seen a peach since the day before the Japanese had bombed Clark Field the first day of the war. There were no eating utensils in the box, but there was a can opener. I opened that can, and I started scooping out those peaches and eating them with my fingers. I looked up at the bombers as they flew away, standing there in my boots and dripping peach juice down my chin, and I was in hog heaven. On September 1st, First Lieutenant William E. Barber, Jr., who had become commander of Easy Company, 2nd Battalion, 26th Marine Regiment of the 5th Marine Division on Iwo Jima, when the position became his on the 4th day of the battle, owing to the deaths of all company senior officers, accompanied other officers of the division to the Kyushu beach they had been scheduled to land on in Operation Olympic, after they had recently arrived in Sasebo to take up occupation duty. We walked the beach and studied the defenses that were there. We were able to question a senior Japanese officer and learned what defensive force would have opposed us. At the end, it was the considered opinion of everyone from the division commander down to me, the most junior company commander, that we would not have gotten off the beach, and it would have been impossible to evacuate the survivors under fire. On the morning of September 2nd, the Allied fleet was at anchor in Tokyo Bay, ready for the arrival of the Japanese representatives and the formal surrender ceremony. 10,000 feet overhead, 23-year-old Captain Paul Williams, a P-38 pilot in the 7th Fighter Squadron of the famed 49th Fighter Group, orbited over the fleet on combat air patrol. The 49ers were the first American fighter group to arrive in Australia after Pearl Harbor and had participated in every battle from the defense of Darwin in the spring and summer of 1942 through all the fighting in New Guinea and the Philippines, up to Okinawa and the final missions over Japan. Captain Williams, however, had arrived late to the party, as he described it. I finally got a combat assignment in March 1945, but by the time I got to Clark Field and joined the group, there wasn't any fighting left in the Philippines. The group moved up to Okinawa in early June, and Williams flew missions to the coast of China and over Kyushu. Following the surrender, the 49ers were the first U.S. AAF fighter group to arrive in Japan a week earlier, taking up residence at the old Imperial Navy Air Base at Atsugi. As the sun rose over the western Pacific and the ships became silhouettes on the water below, Williams recognized the battleship Missouri, which was to be the site of the coming surrender ceremony. I decided I wanted to have at least a minute of excitement to put in my memories of this war, so I radioed the ship and asked for permission to make a low pass over her. The Radio Shack said okay, so down I went. On the way down to sea level, Williams decided he would make that minute not only memorable, but spectacular. Rather than a low pass down the side of the ship, he decided to fly over it, between the massive stacks. I figured I couldn't do it wings level, so when I was about 1,000 feet out, I put the left wing high and went between the stacks wings vertical at maximum speed, maybe 300 miles an hour. There was a moment when I thought I'd misjudged things and was going to become a dead bug on the afterstack, but I went right through between them. Williams lowered his wing as he pulled back on the yoke, and the big fighter soared into the dawn sky. It was time to return to Atsugi. I had the first inkling I was in some big trouble when 2 MP jeeps pulled out and followed me to where I stopped and shut down. I climbed out, and this big MP lieutenant came up and put me under arrest. Williams was taken to the group headquarters and shown into a room. He snapped to a very rigid attention when he recognized the man behind the desk, Major General Paul D. Squeeze Wurtsmith, the general commanding 13th Air Force. Wurtsmith had led the 49ers to Australia in 1942 and was legendary throughout the Southwest Pacific as someone not to cross. I had visions of spending Christmas in the stockade when he started an epic chewing out about what the hell did I think I was doing, buzzing the flagship of the fleet. Didn't I know there were rules against that? I suddenly remembered I'd called the ship and gotten permission. I blurted that out, and the general stopped. Then he picked up the phone, and it didn't take any time at all for him to be connected to the ship and then to the Radio Shack. I was sure hoping those sailors might have written something down about my call. I was sucking attention like a first-week ground school cadet while I listened to his side of the conversation. It seemed to take forever, but finally he hung up. Williams was given the order to stand at ease. Wurtsmith glared at him for what seemed an hour before he finally said, "You're a lucky man, Captain. You get to walk out of here a captain and not a private. They did clear you to make that pass. Dismissed." Williams turned to leave, but Wurtsmith stopped him. "They said to tell you that was one hell of a buzz job, Captain." 50 years later, Williams remembered he had difficulty getting through the door to leave the office, and it felt like he floated down the hallway. "I got to go home a captain and not a private, and I did have one memorable experience in the war." The bloodiest, most terrible war in history was over. While Japan lay in ruin, the heart of the nation survived. Within a matter of years, the world would see that the jewel had not been smashed.